Hey, T-Sippers. Hey, come on in. Whew, baby, I slept good last night. How y'all doing? I slept good last night. Come on in. Your president been on one, child. Ooh, y'all better get y'all water on. Stay hydrated. I got eternal alkaline water. Naturally alkaline spring water. Yeah, come on in. Y'all make sure y'all hype the live up. Hype the live up. Yeah, y'all need to go back and hype my videos up. I be putting in too much time and effort making sure I bring y'all the realest, the most truthful info out there that has not been intentionally, hey Joe, that has not been intentionally narrated and sabotaged. So when my lives are over of my little uploads, y'all need to hype them up. When y'all go to put a comment, slide it over and hype it up. Hype it up. Y'all see this man right here? He's Turkey. It says, if war breaks out in Pakistan, and I'm sorry, if a war breaks out and Pakistan failed to establish peace, let that. It is our duty to attack Israel. Turkey president. Let there be peace. Now I can say, go away. Let there be peace. I command you to move today. I have a brand new day. The sun will shine. Hey, Belinda. And I will be okay. That's what I told the storm. I told the storm, yep, to go. Yeah, you gotta go. Away. I command you to move today. Yeah. Y'all better learn y'all gospel song. In times like this, you gonna need a song and a friend to help you get through that storm. Hello? Yeah, sometimes we gotta sing God's message to ourselves to bring us on through. Lord in heaven knows I had a song. Ooh, I've had a song. And it didn't matter what I was going through. I would sing my little song. An easy one is, Lord, help me to hold out. Y'all know that? Lord, help me to hold out. Lord, help me to hold out until my change come. Lord, help me to hold out. Lord, help me to... Auntie Fee, you play too much. Baby, you better find you a song, cause you got a trouble-minded president in the White House that is intentionally sabotaging, talking thick, lying in our face all the time. He just lying because he's a liar. Thank you, Belinda. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so that started. Here's right here. He said if, because there is no peace. They knew that they wasn't going to be able to establish peace. But every time Trump do something stupid and crazy, some behind the scenes is being slid through. I saw over here where y'all know I hold that good stuff, that good. Bill Gates. 88 in the Mo3 sector. Before I get deep off in here, she was talking about going to Africa with some former celebrity, I guess, that confused about who and what he is. I sent this to old Mahel, from Mahel to pass this to 88. And if you know 88 in the Mo3 sector, you tell her to look at this right here. Industry something, industry blitz, where he took her ass to Africa. He just proposed to her days ago while on their vacation trip in Africa. Only to take her life days later and allegedly tried to stage. Yeah, y'all know she a real good at staging stuff. You know, she's a play runner. Respectfully. But allegedly to stage it as an aside. Ashley Janae. If y'all know 88 in the Mo3 sector, pass that along. Tell her Auntie Fee say, you're welcome. I was trying to tell her right now ain't the time, especially with some confused ass man. That's not the love of her life. Auntie Fee, are you preaching on 88? I can't preach on her. Baby, huh? Yeah. I'm a pause on her, but I was finna go in on the sermon on her. Always quick to jump up and down for an opportunity. Yeah, you see where opportunity got old Ashley Janae. May she rest in peace, Lord. But baby, when I first saw that, I was thinking of some trafficking stuff. I said, is that a baby upside down? Is she finna try to drop the baby to the wild animals? I don't know facts about what, Kimberly? Kimberly, I don't know facts about what? Who are you? Are you a guest? I know good and damn well you ain't came over here to tell me my opinion about what. Put it down while you quickly running your ass over here trying to check me. Who the you think you are? Huh? My opinion about what, Kimberly? About what I'm showing right here? She dead, ain't she? What you got an opinion about, Kimberly? Let me snap this so I can go back and check you. After I run a check through, you go on your page and see what the fuck you talking about. What? Yeah, come on. I'm waiting for you to tell me what is my opinion before I move one step further. Kimberly Leaf. Now you quiet? That's what I thought. You better shut up. Like I said. Get your ass up out of here. Yeah, like I said, Kimberly Leaf. Now you scared to talk. I can't believe that she called me out. I sure did. Absolutely. You should have left me alone. I can go on now. Can I go on now, Kimberly Leaf? Yeah. Now, like I was saying, before I was rudely interrupted, if you know her, let her know. Again, Africa trip, folks, strangers. Yeah, that may not be a good idea. But like I was saying, I said that those two legs of them babies down here, What in the world? And then I started reading. Yeah. Now, let me move on. Where was I before? Kimberly Leaf thought she was finna come in here and check me, boo. Uh, she she tried it. She tried it. Let me slide my head to the left. Uh, yeah. She tried it. I forgot what I was coming over here for. Well, let's go on in here, oh boy. Bring us on in about the president.
Negotiations with Iran and Islamabad,
Talking
Pakistan are
about.
setting in. As
That's
you are
my
now aware,
opinion.
the
About
Trump
what?
regime negotiators J.D. Vance, Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner, at Donald Trump's orders, tried to change the pre-approved negotiating framework that was based on
failed at every promise that he's made. Promises made, promises kept, my ass. This guy is a traitor who sold us out. The man couldn't close the
Need the
strait.
kid.
He couldn't
She
stop Iran
need
from
the
closing the
kids
strait.
blocked
He
with all
couldn't
that.
force Iran to reopen the strait. Now he thinks that after
Okay,
Iran
okay.
has
Let's listen to him first before we go
a
over here.
10-point plan. Donald Trump is panicking as the full consequences of his failed negotiations with
Fail.
Iran and Islamabad, Pakistan are setting in. As you are now aware, the Trump regime negotiators J.D. Vance, Steve Witkoff, and Jared
Oh, I
Kushner,
was coming
at
over
Donald
here
Trump's
about
orders,
Gates.
tried to change the pre-approved negotiating framework that was based on a 10-point plan that Iran made Donald Trump agree to before a ceasefire was announced. Donald Trump agreed to the 10-point plan, but then the Trump regime tried to bully and dictate the settlement terms at the Islamabad talks. Iran refused to accept those terms because Iran said we agreed on the 10-point plan. The negotiations fell apart after about 20 hours of purported negotiations, and now Donald Trump is posting that he will be doing a full United States naval blockade of the Persian Gulf, which he says he will block all tankers from every country from going into the Persian Gulf in order to bring back crude oil to their country. So Donald Trump's plan to open up the Strait of Hormuz is to further block the Strait of Hormuz right now by doing a blockade, because as you may be aware, Iran is conducting bilateral discussions with countries across the world to allow allies or even neutral countries to use the Strait of Hormuz at a cost of about $2 million per tanker. And some countries that are allied with Iran don't have to pay that fee. So, for example, China and Russia, they have access to the Strait of Hormuz. India, France, numerous other countries, Pakistan, other countries have been able to utilize the Strait of Hormuz by negotiating specific deals with Iran. And now Donald Trump saying any of those ships we will interdict, or we will what? We're going to attack those ships because the United States will be doing a full naval blockade of the Persian Gulf. Donald Trump posted the following message. So there you have it. The meeting went well. Most points were agreed to, but the only point that really mattered, nuclear, was not effective immediately. The United States Navy, the finest in the world, will begin the process of blockading any and all ships trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz. At some point, we will reach an all being allowed to go in, all being allowed to go out basis. But Iran has not allowed that to happen by merely saying there may be a mine out there somewhere that nobody knows about but them. This is world extortion, and leaders of countries, especially the United States, will never be extorted. The Trump regime says that as they were imposing extortionate terms on Iran after agreeing to Iran's 10-point negotiating framework, and the bad faith that was exhibited in Islamabad by the United States and Donald Trump is similar to what has happened before in late February and then back in June in negotiations with Iran.
If you're a coach or a consultant or an author or a course creator, even an influencer, and you're not in
Donald Trump then posted another message that Iran promised to open the Strait of Hormuz. They knowingly failed to do so. This is causing anxiety, dislocation, and pain to many people and countries throughout the world. They say they put mines in the water, even though all of their Navy and most of their mine droppers have been completely blown up. They may have done so, but what ship owner would want to take the chance? There is great dishonor and permanent harm to the reputation of Iran. And then he goes on and just kind of rants and raves like a lunatic. And it's all projection. There's great dishonor right now to the reputation of the United States, and other countries are now having bilateral discussions with Iran. And what Donald Trump is, in essence, threatening a World War III, if you will, if you don't believe we're in one already. I mean, there was clearly a war involving the entire world. I don't want to
Right.
get hyperbolic here, right? But there was a war involving pretty much all countries in the world. And now Donald Trump is saying the United States is going to impose a full naval blockade of the Persian Gulf to not allow Iran to do any types of deals with other countries, whether that country's France or the European Union or India or China. I mean, what's going to happen if a Chinese vessel shows up to enter the Strait of Hormuz? The naval blockade's going to attack the Chinese ships or the Russian ships or the Indian ships? Is that what the plan is? You have Iranian social media mocking this blockade concept. This is what they said. The new move from Trump against our country is so comical that we don't even have a meme for it, or we can't even find a meme for it. There's mocking Donald Trump and how pathetic he looks. Donald Trump then called into state regime media, which calls itself Fox, Maria Bartiromo, who was the host of the show that he called into. I mean, she
Oh
was
yeah, I
looking
got
at
that
him,
coming up next.
frankly, like he was somebody who was like really suffering, almost in like hospice care, and she was looking at him like, oh my God, this guy is really like just totally lost it. And she says, is this going to be enough? The blockade? Is this going to be enough? Listen to what Donald Trump says. Here, play this clip.
He said,
I got it ended because of tariffs,
Mr.
which the
President,
Supreme Court was not nice to me about.
is
That's
this
okay.
is this all going to be enough? The blockade in the strait, the opening up capacity in the United
Think
States
so.
for is this going to be
Yeah, I
enough to
think so.
lower the price of oil and gas, sir?
Well, it's going to be eventually. It's going to be lowered. No, it might not happen initially, but it's going to go down. When this is all over, look, the stock market, the Dow hit 50,000. It was supposed to be in 4 or 5 years. They said it won't happen during his term, but it'll be maybe 4 or 5 years. It hit 50,000 in my first year. You know it better than anybody. You cover it better than anybody. The S&P hit.
Then she asks him, so do you believe that the price of oil and gas will be lower before the midterms? Listen to what he says here. Play this clip.
So do you believe the price of oil and gas will be lower before the midterm elections?
I hope so. I mean, I think so. It could be. It could be or the same or maybe a little bit higher, but it should be around the same. I think this won't be that much longer. They're wiped out, man. They're wiped out. And you don't get a fair shake. You don't get, we need a free and fair press in this country. And I don't even know why people would do that. Why would they say how wonderful they're doing militarily? They're doing so well. The country is wiped out.
And then he said that I was thinking about calling it the Gulf of Trump. My new plan,
my
maybe
God.
I'll call the Persian Gulf the Gulf of Trump.
The-
This is what he's saying right now as he's threatened a naval blockade.
The-
And by the way,
the
senior
Gulf
officials
of
say the
Trump.
blockade, they claim that the blockade is going to be taking place. All the Persian Gulf the Gulf of Trump. And this is what he's saying right now as he's threatened a naval blockade. And by the way, senior officials say the blockade, they claim that the blockade is going to be taking place and that Navy sending its assets in the CENTCOM will be sending assets to blockade it. But Trump's talking about also changing the name to the Gulf of Trump. Let's play this clip.
Tell you, I was thinking about calling it the Gulf of Trump, and I decided not to do it. I think maybe it was a wise. I think that one maybe wouldn't have worked out. I'm not so sure. You'll have to tell me. But I was thinking about it's going to be called the Gulf of Trump. And then I said, that's not going to play too well.
I
Okay,
think you're
You know I'm kidding. I'm
you're being facetious.
Now, the
I
fake
know
news
that,
will
Mr.
have a
President.
headline.
yeah, you act like you playing. You gonna try that?
Oil exporters.
So while Donald Trump has these kind of grandiose, views of like, and unlawful views, let's be very clear, war criminal views, let's be even clearer, of changing the name of the Persian Gulf to the Gulf of Trump, We're now actually seeing video of what went down when Iran stopped 2 United States Navy destroyers yesterday while the negotiations were taking place in Islamabad, Pakistan with Iran. Remember, the Trump regime sent 2 Navy destroyers into the Persian Gulf, and they were going to try to send it through the Strait of Hormuz. And then CENTCOM posted, "We just did a successful mission. Our Navy destroyers went east and west through the Strait of Hormuz, and we were clearing all of the mines." And remember how we reported on the Midas Touch Network, and Bloomberg reported, and the Wall Street Journal reported. That didn't happen. What actually happened was quite embarrassing for the United States. I mean, yet another humiliation ritual. We sent our Navy destroyers to the Strait of Hormuz. The Iran Navy stopped it and said, "We will fire upon you if you don't turn around." And the once very powerful United States Navy just turned itself around and did not go through the Strait of Hormuz, did not run any missions. Yet CENTCOM, which once was CENTCOM, I mean, it had a ton of credibility, just lied and said that it's a successful mission. Well, now there's video of what went down. Iranian television released footage from yesterday in the Strait of Hormuz, where the naval forces, which yes, they still exist despite Donald Trump claiming they don't, the naval forces of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard warned a U.S. warship, "Stay away from the strait or we will be shooting and blowing you up." And then the U.S. ship turns around and goes the other way. And yes, Donald Trump and CENTCOM lied about what happened, as we told you they were. Play this clip.
Navy warship 121. This is Sepa Navy Station. You must alter course and go back to the Indian Ocean immediately. If you don't obey my order, you will be targeted. Out.
This is Coalition Warship 121. Engaged in transit passage in accordance with international law. No challenge is attended to you.
U.S. Navy warship.
Trump and CENTCOM lied about what happened, as we told you they were. Play this clip.
Navy warship 121. This is Sepa Navy Station. You must alter course and go back to the Indian Ocean immediately. If you don't obey my order, you will be targeted. Out.
This is Coalition Warship 121. Engaged in transit passage in accordance with international law. No challenge is attended to you.
U.S. Navy.
This is Sepa Navy Station. You must alter course and go back to the Indian Ocean immediately. If you don't obey my order, you will be targeted. Out.
This is Coalition Warship 121. Engaged in transit passage in accordance with international law. No challenge is attended to you.
U.S. Navy warship transiting in the vicinity of Fujairah Port and Oman Sea. This is Sabah Navy. This is Sabah Navy. Last warning, last warning, last warning.
Last warning.
Attention all vessels, attention all vessels, attention all vessels in Oman Sea. This is Iranian Sepa Navy. If you see any warship in your vicinity, keep a distance more than 10 miles from them, because I'm ready to open fire on them without any warning.
You also have Iranian social media continuing to mock the Trump regime. Their social media accounts are posting things like this. Every Gulf has a name, like the Gulf of Mexico and, of course, the Persian Gulf. Before
Y'all please hit the
Islamabad
like
made
button.
clear, zero trust. We are ready for whatever comes next. And they show this photo, and it's Donald Trump with the shadow of Netanyahu in the Oval Office. True peace requires confronting the shadows governing the White House. By the way, while the critical negotiations were taking place regarding the ceasefire in Islamabad, Pakistan, when Trump sent Witkoff and J.D. Vance and J.D. Vance, Witkoff, and Kushner to negotiate with the Iranians. What was Donald Trump doing? You know, Donald Trump was at the UFC fight. I did a video this morning which showed that Dana White had to hold Donald Trump's hand because Trump's physically and mentally deteriorating so quickly. But then Donald Trump went up to one of the UFC fighters during the fight and said how handsome he was. Like, Trump was like hitting on the UFC fighter. I just want you to try to wrap your head around this, right? While the United States was in this critical negotiation, and Trump sent his negotiators to act in bad faith in Islamabad, Pakistan. Trump was at a UFC fight, like hitting on like, does he want to like date the fighters? Like, you're so handsome, you're so good looking, oh, you're
Yeah,
so
he go
strong
both ways
and
now.
muscular. Here, play this clip.
Thank you for doing what you're doing. You're a beautiful guy. Great fighter.
You got beautiful what?
Put me some more than you'll win this fight. I'll give you a hundred. You look so good. You're too good looking to be a fighter. You are some fighter. Thank you, man. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I just had to show that to you because
Did he say you're a beautiful
What
man?
has happened to him? I mean, this is absolute madness. And again, I
Oh
don't care
my
what
God.
political party you're with.
Hold on.
Trump was at a UFC fight, like hitting on, like, does he want to like date the fighters? Like, you're so handsome, you're so good looking, oh, you're so strong and
Hey,
muscular. Here, play this clip.
Thank you for doing what you're doing. You're a beautiful guy.
Oh, he gonna deport him?
Put me some more than you'll win this fight. I'll give you a hundred. You look so good. You're too good looking to be a fighter. You are some fighter. Thank you, man. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I just had to show that to you because
He said you are beautiful.
strong and muscular. Here, play this clip.
Thank you for doing what you're doing. You're a beautiful guy. Great fighter. Thank you, sir.
He put his hand on his leg. He tapped that thigh meat. Oh my God. Oh my God. Did he tap his thigh meat? Oh my God. Oh my God. He tapping thigh meat. He favors Sasha Riley, y'all. He is tapping that thigh meat. Ow, ow, ow. Ooh, ooh, I would give you a hug and a rub. Ooh, you just so beautiful to me.
What you're doing? You're a beautiful guy.
Oh.
Great fighter. Thank you, sir. Put me some more than you'll win this fight. You look so good. You're too good looking to be a fighter.
Rub
You
you
are some fighter.
down with some hot oil, baby. Let me do the same thing to you with your fine, pretty ass. Just turn off the lights. Because I don't want you to see this little piece of shit I got going on over here. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Now, y'all know I shouldn't have saw that. Of all people, you tapping on that thigh meat. Trump on the hunt. Yep.
Strong and muscular. Here, play this clip.
Thank you for doing what you're doing. You're a beautiful guy. Great fighter. Thank you, sir.
Dang it, I'm trying to catch his hand. Did he have both his hands when he... Listen. I ain't trying to call nobody out. So is both of his hands holding this man's hand? I'm a hush because I don't know who all watching me. I had 100 and 200 some thousand people watching me, so let me hush. But ain't nothing. I mean, there's a special type of way a man they'll do with their handshake. Oh my God, you be like, whoop, did he? What was? I'm trying to catch that thigh pop.
What you doing?
Oh my God. You're a beautiful man. Both hands. I'm so trying to catch it, man. Come on. Right there. Y'all know how I be teasing about that butt tap, you know. But baby, it's something about that thigh tap too, you know. It may not mean the same thing at different times, but you can best believe it means something. I wish a female would tap me on my thigh. I wish a female would tap me on my thigh. Me. Get his feeling. I wish a female would. And you want to see Auntie feet become unglued? Touch me. Let a female touch me in a way that a man touch a female. All my spider senses, everything in me. Don't Don't touch me in my lower back. Don't none of that. He tapping on a man's thigh. Bare skin. What type of shit is this? This president right here, boo. He's so damn confused until it ain't funny. He kind of favor that Sasha Riley man though. I ain't lying. Let's go.
Like, does he want to like date the fighters? Like, you're so handsome, you're so good looking, oh, you're so strong and muscular. Here, play this clip.
Thank you. What you doing? You're a beautiful guy.
A beautiful man.
Put me some more than him when they stop the fight. I'll give you a hundred. You look so good. You're too good looking to be a fighter. You are
You too good looking to be a fighter.
I just had to show that to you.
He's saying
because
you too
what
pretty.
is happening with our country? What has happened to? I mean, this is absolute madness. And again, I don't care what political party you're with. This is madness. Okay, going back to
He's
Donald
saying
Trump's
you
call
too
to
damn
Maria
pretty.
Bartiromo, more talk about bombing Iran to the Stone Age. Let's play this clip.
Well, but in one half of a day, they wouldn't have one bridge standing.
You too
They
pretty.
wouldn't have one electric generating plant standing, and they're back in the Stone Ages. I'd rather not do that, but I do believe they're going to come to the table on this because nobody
Your
can be
feelings
so
hurt.
stupid as to say that we want to have nuclear weapons and they have no cards. They have no cards whatsoever.
So if they do not give up that effort, is that the plan? Will you further destruct Iran?
Yeah, I will. If they don't give that plan up, yeah. I'm not in view, Jerry. What we want to do is we'll open up the strait. But the ships are coming up to the United
Why
States.
you want
Let's
me
talk
to-
about that.
I've been inviting everybody. It's pretty good.
Let's
You
talk
said
about
we
that,
don't
Mr.
need
President.
to-
By the way, I just find the coverage right now of what's taking place in Islamabad, Pakistan, the war coverage in general. I mean, by corporate media is just so bad. And it's been such an honor here at the Midas Touch Network to be able to report the truth of what's really happening and keeping you multiple steps ahead of everything. So you knew about the 10-point negotiating framework weeks ago, right? That wasn't a shock to you. That's how we have to follow the truth every single day, by bringing the receipts. I just found this so interesting right here. You know, you have, this is the headline, you ready? Trump says empty tankers heading to the U.S. to load up with oil and gas, right? And Trump is saying that to one, he is clearly unfamiliar with the way oil markets work, and also he's trying to tell whatever remaining base he has that it's all good. Everyone's going to get their oil from the U.S., so we don't need the Strait of Hormuz, is basically the point that Donald Trump is making. And so if you just look at the distribution of coverage here, like right-wing media was all over this, and they were reporting, everybody, it's all good. Trump says the empty tankers are heading to the U.S. to load up with oil and gas. Okay, but the way oil works, there's an international market, there's WTI and Brent crude, and what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz impacts prices across the world. And so this is just, more propaganda being fed to kind of the right-wing base to distract them from what's really happening and the dire consequences that are unfolding. And I just think sorting through a lot of this coverage that's out there, it can just be a nightmare sometime, because depending on the outlets you're getting your information from, it's just an utter mess. You get different versions of events. All I want is the truth, and that's exactly why I partner with Ground News for this episode. And frankly, I use their news function for all of my episodes because they're the best tool for me to stay.
Here we go. Y'all please hit the like button. 270 people in here. 34 minutes in. 252. Only 27 likes. You lying to me. Hit the like button. I'll wait. Double tap. Double tap the face of your phone, or hit those three dots at the top right corner. Y'all think I'm playing with y'all. It says, why is this not? I'm trying to put this Band-Aid thing on my elbow. And it keep coming off. Listen, it says that 7 families that secretly control the world, which mean they controlling Trump too. Y'all ready? Al Saudi, the Saudi royal family controls the world's largest oil reserve and decides how much oil flows through the global economy. So is this guy, ouch, is this the guy? So they say El Saudi. Y'all get the lights, that's what I'm waiting on. El Saudi. Auntie B, you, this guy, oh, it too big. It's him, but y'all see his hands begging. Yeah. Crude oil. Auntie Phil, you be on it, don't you? Sure do. Coach. The cooch. Worth over 120 billion and have spent billions secretly funding political campaigns that directly shape American laws. This cat right here. Okay. The Waltons owns Walmart and are worth over 250 billion. One family controls the shopping habits of hundreds of millions of people. That's why I'm telling y'all better start eating with that you, looking for that you, baby, because that you is how they have it planned for the other people to feed them poison and not feed it to them. That you. Okay? Walmart. What you, Auntie Fee? Let me show you on my presses. Y'all better eat with that you. Y'all see that you? This is the you I keep talking about. That's their secret code. That's right in our face. That's how they know what to grab and eat. Look for that you. Look for that you. Y'all need to start eating, just like them. Look for that you on the front of the back. Okay, I be trying to tell y'all. But y'all don't want to hear me until everybody talking about it. And by that time, it be too late, baby. Hold on. The Walton. Let me get back. I'm waiting for y'all to hit the like button, get the likes up. I ain't have a picture of the Waltons. The Rothschilds. Now, I done talked enough about the Rothschilds. They created the state of Israel. They created this state of Israel. I'm going to say it again. These are the Zionists, the devil worshippers, that created this 1948 state. Not nation. State. They stole the land. The Rothschilds built a banking empire that financed the entire war and governments. That financed entire wars and government. Their true net worth has never been calculated. The Rothschilds. Okay? The DuPonts. The DuPonts. Reduce 40% of the world's explosive. Produce 40% of the world's explosive during World War I and help build the American nuclear bomb. DuPonts. The Morgans. J.P. Morgan personally bailed out the United States government. Okay. One man had enough financial power than the entire country. Before 1948, there was no land called Israel. Absolutely was not. It was, yes it was. It was part of the Palestine. It was Palestine. They sectioned off a portion. The British did and sold it and allowed the Rothschilds to purchase it and call it the state of Israel. The Rockefellers. The Rockefellers controlled 90% of America's oil and founded the Bilderberg Group, where the world's most powerful people meet secretly every year. Is that like that Bohemian Grove type stuff? So we have the Rockefellers, the Morgans, DuPonts, the Rothschilds, the Waltons, the Cooch family, Al-Saudis are the 7 families that secretly control the world. Y'all ready to move on? Hit the like button. Yes, it was, but it was not called Israel. It was Palestine. Yeah, I'm finna cut this short. Y'all can't act like y'all can't hit the like button. Okay. Yeah, y'all can't hit the like button. I know how to get you up out of here.
Good faith and will, but due to the experience
Hit the like
of
button.
2 previous wars, we have no trust in the opposing side. My colleagues on the Iranian delegation, which was called the Menab 168,
It ain't a
named after
secret
the
no more,
elementary
Richard.
school that the Trump regime bombed and killed over 165 little girls, raised forward-looking initiatives. But the opposing side, the United States, ultimately failed to gain the trust of the Iranian delegation in this round of negotiations. America has understood our logic and principles, and now it's time for it to decide whether it can earn our trust or not. We consider every mirror to be another method of authority diplomacy alongside military struggle for upholding the rights of the Iranian nation, and we will not for a moment cease our efforts to consolidate the achievements of the 40 days of Iran's national defense. I'm also grateful for the efforts of our friendly, brotherly country, Pakistan, in facilitating the process of these negotiations, and I send my regards to the people of Pakistan. Iran is a body with 90 million souls. From all the heroic people of Iran who, following the advice of the supreme leader and by taking to the streets, supported their children and sent us on our way with their blessings. For
And
this,
then they back.
I am
Look at 'em.
grateful. And to my
Y'all hit the like
in
button
these intense
before I leave for
21-hour
real.
negotiations, I say, well done. God strengthen you. Long live and enduring be our dear Iran. So that's the message coming out of Iran right now. Contrast that to what Donald Trump continues to say. We're putting on a complete blockade, Here, play this clip.
Tell us what you're trying to accomplish with this
all
blockade,
in,
sir.
all out. Yep, it's called all in and all out. There'll be a time when we'll have them all come in and all come out, but it won't be a percentage. It won't be a friend of yours, like a country that's your ally or a country that's your friend. It's all or nothing, and that'll be that won't be in too long a distance. No, we're just bringing the ships up. We got a lot of ships, so we're bringing them up. We think that numerous countries are going to be helping us with this also, but we're putting on a complete blockade. We're not going to let Iran make money on selling oil to people that they like and not people that they don't like or whatever it is. It's going to be all or none, and that's the way it is. And it'll be, you saw what we did with Venezuela. It'll be something very similar to that, but at a higher level.
And Mr. President, you say that there may be a...
Or Donald Trump saying, I'm going to wipe out Iran in one day. Let's play it.
I could take out Iran in one day. I could take out in 1 hour. I could have their entire energy, everything, every one of their plants, their electric generating plants, which is a big deal. And I hate to do it because if I do it, it takes you 10 years to rebuild. They'll never be able to rebuild it. And the other thing you take out are the bridges. I took out one just to show them because they went public with a statement that wasn't true. They admitted it. I say, I'm going to take out a bridge. And I took out a bridge. And that was the end of that. Now they've been really behaving quite well. But in 1/2 of a day, they wouldn't have one bridge standing. They wouldn't have one electric generating plant standing. And they're back in the Stone Ages.
Or Donald Trump saying, yeah, I'm good with destroying the whole civilization of Iran. This is what he said this morning. Let's play it.
Mr. President, you were criticized for this tweet because you said a whole civilization will die tonight. What do you want to say about that? And what can you tell us about next steps here? Are you planning further destruction?
Yeah, I'm fine with it. That statement brought them to the table, with the exception of the one thing, which I believe that they're going to give up on. I believe they're going to give up on that pretty soon, to be honest, because it's not going to work. We actually thought we had them, and then all of a sudden they said, no, we want, so,
And then Donald Trump referred to the F-15E pilots who were purportedly recovered by the United States, although I think this entire story raises lots of question marks. Who are these F-15E pilots? Why were there 100 special forces involved? Why do we lose 2 C-130s, multiple helicopters, multiple MQ-9 Reaper drones? Why was it right next to the Isfahan facility? Why did we build an entire airstrip over there? Lots of questions. I mean, was this a failed mission to extract uranium from the Isfahan facility, and the F-15E pilot story was pretext and subterfuge and cover-up for that? But Donald Trump now says, we captured the pilots, referring to our own pilots as capturing our own pilots. Anyway, here, let's play this clip right here.
You don't get a fair shake. You don't get, we need a free and fair press in this country. And I don't even know why people would do that. Why would they say how wonderful they're doing militarily? They're doing so well. They're totally, the country is wiped out. We lost one airplane and we captured the 2 pilots. How about we saved those 2 pilots?
Unbelievable.
Which no other country has the capability.
It's very bizarre phrasing. Also, everybody should pay attention right now to the strait that's in the Red Sea, right? We've been talking about the Strait of Hormuz. Focus on the strait in the Red Sea, because if this blockade is a real thing that Donald Trump is going to do, by the way, which is going to send crude prices, I think, above $115, $120 a barrel in no time, Iran's next logical move is activate the Houthis to basically shut down the Red Sea, and then that'll take the $115 per barrel up to $150 per barrel, and as this crisis escalates. This guy by the name of Danny Citronitz, he was an intelligence officer, by the way, from Israel, regarding Iran and regarding the Middle East. He's actually had spot-on analysis about the folly and the damage and danger and fatal errors being made by the Trump regime.
Did you
in
find
Iran.
the body wash?
Here's what he basically
plant-based body wash
about all of this.
naturally known.
The escalation now appears increasingly unavoidable, especially as Trump significantly raises the stakes with the blockade. Iran is unlikely to back down. It will likely test U.S. resolve by targeting American naval assets, while also attempting to disrupt commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz or deter tankers from transiting altogether. Such developments almost certainly trigger a sharp spike in global oil prices, with cascading second and third order effects, particularly across Asian economies that rely heavily on Gulf energy flows. At the same time, Iran will aim to project resilience and avoid appearing to capitulate under pressure. Further escalation would increase the likelihood of Houthi action in the Bab el-Mandeb Strait in the Red Sea, potentially threatening another critical maritime choke point. It would also raise the risk of Iranian strikes against infrastructure designed to bypass Hormuz, including pipelines such as the East-West corridor. While Iran would sustain significant damage, it will attempt to maintain oil exports through alternative routes, like the Jask terminal, calculating the Gulf states may ultimately suffer greater economic harm. In any case, this is not a scenario with a clear winner, only varying degrees of losers, although I would argue that Iran, China, and Russia are winners in all of this. China being the biggest, Russia being the second, the U.S. and NATO being the big losers in all of this. We'll keep you posted every step of the way.
I went earlier that morning.
Subscribe. Let's get to 7
got
million
it.
subscribers.
I
Want to
need
stay
it.
plugged in?
Did you try it? Did you like it?
You'll get daily recap.
Did you like it, Naturally Narlands? Did it do that? Tell me. Let me know if what I recommended was, what I was boasting and bragging about, or it was not. Okay, I mean, I just thought you would let me know, girl. Ooh, I see why your ass. What? But you wasn't up. I ain't sleeping all that night after that bath, baby. But I like that though. Okay, what's next, y'all? What's next? I know y'all better get the lights up. Hold on. This clown here. Oh, I got him set up here. So let's get the full interview with this lady that he know, that he approve of, and she'll sit up here and let him talk that stupid beep. Yeah, let's go. Because I definitely had it up
We
here.
begin this Sunday morning with breaking news on the war in Iran. President Trump announcing moments ago a naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz is beginning. Coming up in moments, President Trump will join me in an exclusive interview to give us the very latest on the war on Iran, as high-level talks between the United States and Iran have concluded with no deal. It was the
good.
first direct talks between the
I
two
don't
countries
sleep at
in
all.
a decade,
Oh, wow.
and the highest level talks between the two since the Islamic the United States and Iran have concluded with no deal. And we begin this Sunday morning with breaking news on the war in Iran. President Trump announcing moments ago a naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz is beginning. Coming up in moments, President Trump will join me in an exclusive interview to give us the very latest on the war on Iran, as high-level talks between the United States and Iran have concluded with no deal. It was the first direct talks between the two countries in a decade, and the highest level talks between the two since
you
the
didn't sleep
Islamic
at all.
Revolution in
Okay.
1979.
It did what
The
it was
talks
supposed to
beginning on
do.
Saturday and lasting 21 hours in Islamabad, Pakistan. Vice President J.D. Vance was in Pakistan leading the U.S. delegation, along with Jared Kushner and
Still
Special
running.
Envoy Steve Witkoff, as a fragile ceasefire has been underway between the two sides since Tuesday, after President Trump agreed to give Iran 2
how
more
funny.
weeks to open up the Strait of Hormuz or face further destruction. Now the president will implement a naval blockade on the strait. Here's Vice President J.D. Vance after the talks in Islamabad this morning.
We've been at it now for 21 hours.
They kill me. How y'all gonna try to regulate some shit in a foreign country and you can't regulate
the good news. The
here?
bad news is that we have not reached an agreement, and I think that's
Y'all in place to try to take over somebody else's land. Cause y'all plan is to run it and live there after y'all steal from over here.
Joining me now live on the telephone with the very latest is the nation's 45th and 47th president of
Piece
the
of
United
boo-boo.
States, President Donald
Thank y'all
J.
for helping me
Trump.
reach that goal the
President,
first
thank you
30
so
minutes,
much for being
first
here this
hour.
morning. I know that your time is limited, and we appreciate you making the time to
He don't
explain
do
all of this to
nothing. I
our
mean, his
audience.
time
Thank you,
is
sir.
limited.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Marie.
Mr. President, can you explain to us what is going on right now with the blockade in the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, we're going to be blockading. It'll take a little while, but it'll be effective pretty soon. And we had meetings yesterday.
Seems like someone has.
Hours. That was a long meeting. We had some very, very good representatives, as you know, JD and Steve and Jared. So we were well represented, but we didn't get there on the important issue. They want to have nuclear weapons. They're not going to have nuclear weapons. I've been saying that for 30 years. I would never allow that to happen before I was in politics. And that country will not have nuclear weapons. Most countries shouldn't be allowed to have, but that country will not have nuclear weapons.
So, Mr. President, was that the red line there? Can you explain to us what went on in these talks? What did the United States ask of Iran, and how did they react?
Well, they reacted. You know, it was very interesting. It started off weak. They came in like they had the cards, but they don't have the cards. Their army, their whole military is obliterated. The whole place is obliterated, and you know, as you know, levels of leaders are gone. They're literally gone. Khomeini's gone. The whole thing is gone. The whole place is gone. They have one thing that they can do. They can say, well, gee, we're going to put a mine someplace just a mine. We'll drop 1 mine, 2 mines, 10 mines. And that will, if you have a ship that costs $1 billion, you say, well, you know, I prefer not getting whacked by a mine, losing my ship, or damaging it badly, at least. And so that's a little bit of a thing that they can do. That military might and military power don't do it, but, you know, it's extortion. And they're extorting the world. You know, we don't get our oil from there. We have so much oil. We have, and one thing you said, and I don't know if anybody heard it well, but we have boats pouring up to the United States. They'll be filling them up, and they'll be leaving, and they're going to be packed with the best oil you can get. Light, sweet, crude. They're going to have the best oil that you can get. But so that's interesting, and it's great because we have a lot of oil. We don't get any. I mean, literally last year was 1%. We did that as a favor. We don't need the Strait. But other countries do. And I will tell you, while we're on the subject, we're very disappointed with NATO. We're very, very disappointed that they didn't
They
come.
disappointed
Now
in
they want to
you.
come and they want to help with the Strait, and it won't take long to clean it out. So we're going to clean out the Strait, and they'll be able to use the Strait in not too long a distance. But we
You are not going to be able to straighten out nobody else's stuff.
And
No, you're not.
It got very friendly, and we got just about every point we needed, except for the fact that they refused to give up their nuclear ambition. And that's the only point, frankly, to me, that was the most important point by far.
And I want to ask you about that, and I will get to NATO as well. But, Mr. President, you wrote on Truth Social this morning saying that we will begin the process of blockading any and all ships trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz. And at some point, we will reach an all being allowed to go in and all being allowed to go out basis. Right. So tell us what you're trying to accomplish with this blockade, sir.
All out. Yep. It's called all in and all out. There'll be a time when we'll have them all come in and all come out. But it won't be a percentage. It won't be a friend of yours, like a country that's your ally or a country that's your friend. It's all or nothing. And that'll be, that won't be in too long a distance. No, we're just bringing the ships up. We got a lot of ships, so we're bringing them up. We think that numerous countries are going to be helping us with this also, but we're putting on a complete blockade. We're not going to let Iran make money on selling oil to people that they like and not people that they don't like or whatever it is. It's going to be all or none, and that's the way it is. And it'll be, you saw what we did with Venezuela. It'll be something very similar to that, but at a higher level.
And Mr. President, you say that there may be a mine out there somewhere that nobody knows about but them, and this is world extortion. How will the United States ensure that the mines are removed in the Strait of Hormuz?
So we have minesweepers there now. We have highly sophisticated underwater minesweepers, which are the latest and the greatest.
He full of it, silver eyes.
Traditional minesweepers. And so I understand is the UK and a couple of other countries are
He lying.
Minesweepers. A lot of countries don't have minesweepers.
Stop lying, that you know your nose is growing.
Mine droppers. What country has 28 mine droppers? 28 boats to drop mines. What country? The latest and the greatest, but we're also bringing in more traditional minesweepers. And so I understand is the UK and a couple of other countries are sending minesweepers. A lot of countries don't have minesweepers. Think of it. They had 28 mine droppers. What country has 28 mine droppers? 28 boats to drop mines. What country? They've been completely obliterated. They no longer. So we knocked out their entire Navy. They have 158 ships. They have 28 mine droppers. Every single one of them is at the bottom of the sea. Can you believe it? We did that in 4 days. Their Air Force is gone. Their if you look, aircraft, all of their radars out. Anti-aircraft is their defensive program is all knocked out. They don't have anything. And you know the sad part is, and I can't say this is for you, we knocked out everything, including their leaders. Their military's gone, everything's gone, their missiles are down to a trickle by comparison. You know, we knocked out thousands of missiles. We knocked out hundreds of places where the missiles are built, different parts. They're pretty much gone. Probably they say 85, 82%, 85%, who knows what it is, but we knocked them out. We knocked out where they make the drones, and the drones are less effective now, and also we have new machinery to kill the drones. You saw that. The computerized bullets, they call it, and also lasers. The laser melts the drone. It's a beautiful thing to see. So we have a lot of stuff. But think of it. We win this thing conclusively. Even yesterday they were saying no, it was a complete obliteration. And when you read the New York Times, you think they're doing well. Oh, they're fighting very hard. It wasn't a hard battle. This was a very easy battle militarily. But when somebody says, you know, we're going to drop a mine in the middle of the Strait of Hormuz, not much you can do to persuade a ship owner that has $1 billion ship that we're going to take a trip up the strait. Now, yesterday you probably saw, we sent 2 highly sophisticated, beautiful, brand new destroyers right through the middle of the strait, and nobody did anything to us because what we do is we follow the weapon back, so it follows back and it knocks out the people on the other side. Literally within 3 minutes, they're knocked out. The technology is unbelievable, but we don't know whether or not they do, whether or not they put money. They didn't talk about it yesterday. My inclination is to have a few, and I will tell you, it was a good meeting yesterday, really a good meeting, except for one problem, and it's 95%. They want to have nuclear weapons. It's not going to happen.
And this is a key point, Mr. President. For those people out there who have not been following it as closely, can you explain to those people why it was critical for the United States to go into Iran? Can you articulate what was behind that move that was so important for the U.S. to go into Iran?
Yeah, so easy. The easiest question you've asked me so far. They can't have nuclear weapons. They have nuclear. They want to enrich what they have. They want to enrich more. As you know,
why haven't they why haven't they done it?
That out, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 1 month after we knocked out. In other words, that the B-2s are
now y'all want it so that y'all can make nuclear weapons.
They have 3 sites, and they are now deep in the earth with, you know, tons of rock. Now, that material should be gotten, but we have cameras on it. We have satellites with Space Force. That was one of my beauties, Space Force. So important. But we're watching those. We're watching every single aspect of that area. They can't move without us knowing exactly what's going on. But it's deep down, and
he
it takes
doubled
a
up
long time to get it out.
47. Never wanted to have anything to do
Had we not done
with
that,
me.
they would have had within 1 month from that date. They would have had
His
a
first
nuclear
time
weapon. If they
he
had
was
a
in
nuclear
office.
weapon, they would have used it on Israel and the Middle East. Look, they went after 5 countries that were sort of neutral, I guess. I don't know how friendly they were, but they weren't in the line of attack. They dropped on UAE probably 1,800 missiles. They dropped on Saudi Arabia a lot, and they dropped on Qatar a lot. They dropped on Bahrain. They went crazy, and everyone was surprised. Actually, it was good for us because they all joined us immediately. You know, at some point. I mean, they're either going to be petrified or they're going to join. They all joined, and they've been very helpful. All of these countries have been great, and Kuwait.
And this is the key point that I was getting to, and the reason that you feel they cannot have a nuclear weapon because they will use it. And that's what I wanted you to explain to the audience.
Yeah,
you think they'll use it.
And they start with Israel, and one weapon would, you know, do damage like nobody's ever seen. Wipe it out, conceivably, big one.
Now,
not wipe it out. They don't need more than one. And then they go after the Middle East, and then they'd eventually come here, okay? And we're not letting them come here, and we're not going to let them.
Yeah, y'all got something planned for them, and y'all know they're going to retaliate. Yeah. Yeah, that's why y'all thinking so far ahead on something that they've never done.
Because Bibi Netanyahu said, we're the we're the big brother and they're the
Yeah,
small
don't that
brother.
make
And
sense, y'all? They got something planned. They know that they want to do something that is detrimental, and that if they do it, then they will create a nuclear bomb and take their asses out. And you don't want them to have the uranium to do that. That's why he's saying, I think they would. Well, they haven't before. So y'all gonna try to do something so outrageous to take their land that y'all know y'all got to get in there and get that they minerals so that they won't. That's just the bottom line. Y'all plotting, scheming. Yeah.
they would use it. And they start with Israel, and one weapon.
So
would,
Israel, because
you know,
Israel been on their ass for how many years?
crazy. And everyone was surprised. Actually, it was good for us because they all joined us immediately, you know, at some point. I mean, they're either going to be petrified or they're going to join. They all joined, and they've been very helpful. All of these countries have been great, and Kuwait.
And this is the key point that I was getting to, and the reason that you feel they cannot have a nuclear weapon, because they will use it. And that's what I wanted you to
I think
explain
they'd
to
use
the
it, yeah.
audience.
Yeah, I think they would use it. And they'd start with Israel, and one weapon would, you know, do damage like nobody's ever seen. Wipe it out, conceivably, big one.
Now,
Not wipe it out. They don't need more than one. And then they go after the Middle East, and then they'd eventually come here, okay? And we're not letting them come here, and we're not going to let them. We have great allies over there. I'll tell you, those 5 countries, look at the Israeli relationship. Look at the incredible partnership we have on this. And, you know, as Bibi Netanyahu said, we're the big brother and they're the small brother. And, you know, it's been a very effective team. What we've done in a...
Wow. They plotting, y'all. Thank you, me.
And then they'd eventually come here, okay? And we're not letting them come here. And we're not going to let them...
Thank
We
you,
have great allies.
Natural in New Orleans.
Those 5 countries, look at the Israeli relationship. Look at the incredible partnership we have on this.
They partners. So they planning this takeover.
Israel, and one weapon would, you know, do damage like nobody's ever seen. Wipe it out, conceivably, big one.
Now,
Not wipe it out. They don't need more than one. And then they go after the Middle East, and then they'd eventually come here, okay? And we're not letting them come here, and we're not going to let them.
That Golden Dome didn't work at all.
5 countries,
That Golden Dome gave them false strength. They thought that they were solid because they had that Golden Dome. Iran missiles went straight through that crap. And if that's what Trump is counting to save us, we in trouble. We in trouble.
okay? And we're not letting them come here, and we're not going to let them. We have great allies over there. I'll tell you, those 5 countries, look at the Israeli relationship. Look at the incredible partnership we have on this. And, you know, as Bibi Netanyahu said, we're the big brother and they're the small brother. And, you know, it's been a very effective team. What we've done literally in a matter of days, within 3-4 days, Iran essentially was wiped out. And it's so sad, though, when the press says they're fighting bravely. They're not fighting bravely. They have no anti-aircraft. We fly over there at will, can take out anything.
You got a feeling this already here.
Last week I said we're going to strongly consider knocking out their power plants and the rest.
Miss
of their
Tom, why you block? How you block? You are mod. You're not blocked. You're mod.
With public relations, much better with public relations than they are at fighting. They go to the press and they say, President Trump said it's okay for us to have a nuclear weapon, when I never even spoke to him. And by the way, that would be the...
I don't understand what's going on. Miss, change it, please. Let me remove it.
The only thing I would never say to them, and they know that.
Right.
And then the New York Times, which is a fake a fake paper. It's just a fake. You just believe the opposite. It's so sad when you look at CNN, the New York Times, ABC fake news, NBC fake news. When you look at their stuff, it's so sad to see it. I mean, they report things that they know are false. It's almost treasonous, actually, if you want to really know the truth. I would never say to them, and they know that.
Right.
And then the New York Times, which is a fake paper. It's just a fake. You just believe the opposite. It's so sad when you look at CNN, the New York Times, ABC fake news, NBC fake news. When you look at their stuff, it's so sad to see it. I mean, they report things that they know are false. It's almost treasonous, actually, if you want to really know the truth. It's almost treasonous. But
He gonna wipe America
if
out
you're reading the New York Times
for
exclusively,
Israel.
and their circulation, by the way, is way down.
Yeah.
It's way down. I'm proud to report
for the
that.
Rothschilds.
But if you're reading the New York Times exclusively, you would say that they are doing great in the war.
Mr. President, I
And
want
they're
to
doing terribly.
I wanna ask you about
The
that.
only thing they have is the ability to say, well, we may have some minds. And if you have a ship, who wants to take a chance? You're not going to take a chance.
Mr. President, I want to ask you about that because you put out a tweet and it really gripped the nation a week ago when we were all waiting and watching for the United States' next move should the Iranians not open the Strait of Hormuz. And you wrote this on Truth Social: a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have a complete and total regime change where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something wonderful can happen. Mr. President, you were criticized for this tweet because you said a whole civilization will die tonight. What do you want to say about that, and what can you tell us about next steps here? Are you planning further destruction?
Yeah, I'm fine with it. That statement brought them to the table, with the exception of the one thing, which I believe that they're going to give up on. I believe they're going to give up on that pretty soon, to be honest, because it's not going to work. We actually thought we had them, and then all of a sudden they said, no, we want, so, but I believe, no. And when I say that, but remember, what do they say to us? For years, I've had to listen to them say, death to America, right? They say, death
Some
to
soldiers
America,
are saying
death
this
to Israel,
administration is
America's a
lying to
Satan.
the American
We
people.
will
They
destroy
are.
America, death to America. Now, does anybody ever complain to you
He
when they
gonna
say
wipe-
that? I think that's a big step worse.
His
Death to
delusional
America.
brain
So they're allowed to
confused
say
reality
death to America.
or fantasy.
And what I'm referring to
Yeah, he talking his
and when I talk
dreams. He
about
wish he was like
civilization,
that.
It'll be much different because their military will be totally gone. It's pretty much gone now. But their military, look at their leadership. We have had regime change because the people we dealt with yesterday were, frankly, very smart.
I hear you, Leggy.
Very sharp, very good, very good. I think they were smarter than the people from before, Khomeini and that group. Because look what it got them. Look what all of their antics were spending they spent all their money on weapons. We've destroyed most of those weapons. But when I say about a civilization, it really has changed. It really has. But think of it. They're allowed to say death to America, death to this, death to... And I make one statement, they say, oh, such a big deal. Let me tell you, that statement got them to the bargaining table, and they haven't left. They haven't left the bargaining table. I predict they come back and they give us everything we want. And I told my people, I want everything. I don't want 90%. I don't want 95%. I told them, I want everything.
Well, and what they
have
want...
no cards, Maria.
Yep.
They have no cards. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Totally gone. They have nothing. They have no ships. 158 ships are at the bottom of the sea. Good ones. New. The Soleimani, they had one called the Soleimani, was taken out by one of our Tiger Sharks, by one of our rapidly moving submarines. It's amazing. Our military is so good. You know our military is a 94% approval rating now?
Well,
Congress has a 14%. The media has a 12%. When I started, the media had a 92% approval rating. Now they're down to 14%.
Wow.
And I'm very proud of it because they're very dishonest.
Mr. President, I see what just took place in terms of our NATO allies pushing back and not supporting you and the United States, and I see what has happened with our Gulf allies. in the Middle East who
These
do
who
not
are
want a
in the
bully in the Middle
synagogue
East any
that
longer.
say they
Are
are
you expecting
Jews,
those
but
Gulf
they're
allies
not.
to help you in this
Absolutely,
blockade in the
Silver.
Strait of Hormuz?
Oh yeah.
What
sure.
other countries are going to
They've
join
already
that?
started. So the Gulf states, now you could say they're much closer, so maybe they have to do it, but yeah.
Are you expecting those Gulf allies to help you in this blockade in the Strait of Hormuz?
Oh yeah.
What
sure.
other countries are going to
they've
join
already
that?
Started. So the Gulf states, now you could say they're much closer, so maybe they have to do it, but you know, they also could stay out. But they made a mistake when they started lobbing missiles at them. And here's the good thing, the Gulf states, they are rich and they have a lot of Patriots. Our Patriot missile, which is an anti-missile missile, and it's unbelievable. They fired at us one day at a certain asset that we have, namely the aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln, one of the beauties of the world, one of the great beauties of the world. They fired 101 missiles out of 100. These things are going 2,000, more than 2,000 miles an hour. And out of 101 missiles, 101 were shot down like nothing and are now at the bottom of the sea, the remnants of them. Think of it, 101 missiles shot. In a short period of time, all 101 were knocked out. So we have the greatest military equipment. We have the greatest people. We have the strongest military in the world by far, and everybody sees it, whether it's Venezuela or what we've done with Iran. And when I read, you know, the fake news talking about how well Iran is, they're not doing well at all. They're getting killed. I could take out Iran in
Lies.
1 day. I could take out in one hour. I could have their entire energy, everything, every one of their plants, their electric generation.
And they're getting left there.
It's a big deal. And I hate to do it because if I do it, it takes you 10 years to rebuild. They'll never
He
be
bragging
able to
out
rebuild it.
his donkey.
And the other thing you take out are the bridges. I took out one just to show them because they went public with a statement that wasn't true. They admitted it. I say, I'm going to take out a bridge. And I took out a bridge. And that was the end of that. Now they've been really behaving quite well. But in one half of a day, they wouldn't have one bridge standing. They wouldn't have one electric generating plant standing. And they're back in the Stone Ages. I'd rather not do that. But I do believe they're going to come to the table on this because nobody can be so stupid as to say that we want to have nuclear weapons and they have no cards. They have no cards whatsoever.
So if they do not give up that effort, is that the plan? Will you further destruct Iran?
Yeah, I will. If they don't give that plan up, yeah.
Yeah, I will. That's how he sound when he was asked about the Epstein files. Yeah, I will. Yeah.
Let's talk about that.
And thank
I'd
y'all.
rather not do that. But I do believe they're going to come to the table on this because nobody can be so stupid as to
You thought that they was gonna fall for what you was trying to get them to do.
So if they do not give up that effort, is that the plan? Will you further destruct Iran?
Yeah, I will. If they don't give that plan up, yeah. I'm not in huge hurry. What we want to do is we'll open up the strait. But the ships are coming up to the United States.
Let's talk about that.
I've been inviting everybody. It's pretty good.
Let's talk about that, Mr. President, because you referred to a post that hundreds of super tankers are headed to the Gulf of America to buy oil and gas from the U.S. What can you tell us about that, sir?
Well, I can tell you that it used to be
Sassy,
called the Gulf of
absolutely.
Mexico.
I've been
That's
saying
what I
that
said.
for
You know, it's called
how
the Gulf of
long?
America because of me. One of my little things that I did, you know, one of my little sidelines.
I say that every day, Aunt Esther.
You go to Louisiana,
I answer that question every day. What are we doing?
They're so honored by it. I used to say, why is it the Gulf of Mexico when we have 93% of the frontage? And, you know, it fronts 93% of the United States. I said, I think I'm going to change it to the Gulf of America. What a beautiful name. And I did. And I give a lot of credit to Google because once I filed the papers, I did it. And Google Map, once Google Map changed, you know, did it, it was a done deal. But we had lawsuits, we won everything. And
we won everything.
America, which I'm very honored by.
But do you expect super
I must
tankers?
tell you, I was thinking about calling it the Gulf of Trump, and I decided not to do it. I think maybe it was a wise. I think that one maybe wouldn't have worked out. I'm not so sure. You'll have to tell me. But I was thinking about it's going to be called the Gulf of Trump. And then I said, that's not going to play too well.
I
Okay, go
think
ahead.
you're
You know I'm kidding.
you're being facetious.
Now, the
I
fake
know
news
that,
will
Mr.
have a
President.
headline.
But
The
what,
fake
but
news
what
will have a
about
headline tomorrow.
oil exporters? Tell me about this, because do you expect super tankers, empty super tankers, to go to the Gulf of America, to go to Louisiana, go to Texas?
Well, they're already coming. Well, Texas, they're going to go to Texas. They're going to go all along our shoreline. I mean, we have the biggest ports, and they're going to go. Remember this, and this is pretty amazing. And this is my time. That when I came into office, we were third and fourth in energy in doing exactly this, the oil and gas and other things. Now we're bigger than Saudi Arabia. Think of this, and we're bigger than Saudi Arabia. Add Saudi Arabia with Russia, and add another country in there, whichever one you want. We're bigger than all of them combined. Think of that. That's all because of Trump. And when Biden inherited that system, he changed it. Then he tried going back to it because the oil was going up. You remember it was going up $7, $8, etc. But look at even now. We have to get rid of this nuclear threat. And people in our country have oil. People in other countries are getting hurt. One of the things that most amazes me, though, the strait is for Japan, where they get 93% of their oil. You know that, Japan. South Korea gets 45% of its oil. These people haven't helped us. I say, are you guys going to help? And we have 45,000 soldiers and 50,000 respectively at those two places. 45 and 50,000 soldiers. We guard them and protect them. And when we want a little help, they don't help us. And when we wanted help from NATO, they don't help us. And we paid, I don't know if you saw, almost $1 trillion toward NATO in a very short period of time to protect them against Russia, mostly. And then when we're there, and Biden, I wouldn't have done this. You wouldn't have had the Ukraine problem, and Russia would have never attacked Ukraine. But under Biden, who was an incompetent president, he was grossly incompetent. Look, the election was rigged. You know that. I know that. Everybody knows that now. And it's all come out, and it's coming out. But under Biden, if you take a look at what happened...
This man is crazy, y'all.
When he was president, that's a war that would have never happened. Russia attacking Ukraine.
Yep.
And I ended 8 wars, including Pakistan. Pakistan was great yesterday. They were the ones that
You said stop talking about Louisiana.
But they thanked it. Every time I see them, they thank me. They say we're going to have a war.
Ain't nobody thanking you.
As the Prime Minister
But that
said,
dumbass fighter that you was rubbing up and down on his leg.
1 million people would have been killed. And I got it ended. I said, if you guys are going to have a war, we're not going to do any trading with you.
Well,
and believe it or not, I got it ended because of tariffs.
Mr.
Which
President,
the Supreme Court was not nice to me about.
Is this
Yeah, they
all
stopped
going to
you.
be enough? The blockade in the strait, the opening up capacity in the United States
so.
is this going to be
I
enough to
think so.
lower the price of oil and gas, sir?
Well, it's going to be eventually. It's going to be lowered. No, it might not happen initially, but it's going to go down. When this is all over, look, the stock market, the Dow hit 50,000. It was supposed to be in 4 or 5 years. They said it won't happen during his term, but it'll be maybe 4 or 5 years. It hit 50,000 in my first year. You know it better than anybody. You cover it better than anybody. The S&P hit 7,000 in my first year. Before my first year, you know that. And I said to myself, "Oh, here we go. I got to stop this country from having a nuclear weapon. You want to see a stock market go down? Let a couple of nuclear bombs be dropped on us, or frankly, any place else, and you'll see a stock market that goes down." So the stock market has not gone down very much at all. It's gone down a little bit, much less than I thought. And frankly, the gas hasn't gone up as much as I thought. But regardless, even if it did, we have to stop this group of people from having. And again, it was worse because Khomeini was a total, radical. I'll be nice. Maniac. He was a maniac.
Oh, wow.
And you can't let them have a nuclear weapon.
Right.
So I just have the greatest economy ever.
His friend
Everything's
Orban
going
is
wrong,
lost
and
in
I say,
Hungary.
I'm sorry. I tell my economic advisors, they say, I'm sorry, fellas. We're in great shape. We have to go and take a little journey down to Iran, and we have to stop them from having a nuclear weapon. They all said...
He just be lying.
So do you believe the price of oil and gas will be lower before the midterm elections?
You got to stop him from rambling.
I hope so. I mean, I think so. It could
I
be.
think
It could
so.
be the same.
I don't know.
Maybe a little
I
bit
think
higher,
so.
but,
How you don't?
It should be around the same. I think this
May
won't
go
be
up a
that much
little.
longer. They're wiped out. Man. They're wiped out. And you don't get a fair shake. You don't get. We need a free and fair press in this country, and I don't even know why people would do that. Why would they say how wonderful they're doing militarily? They're doing so well. The country is wiped out. We lost one airplane, and we captured the two pilots. How about
No, you haven't.
we saved those two pilots,
Unbelievable.
which no other
Quit
country has
lying.
the capability of doing. Usually when that happens, countries wave goodbye. They say, lots of luck, because you're going deep into enemy.
Yeah.
We went 7 hours into, it was a 7-hour flight
Yes.
to go in and get them. We had one of the rough.
So I think somebody's half-ass feeding him information on purpose, and he just repeating it. I mean, is he that deranged, y'all? Lord, y'all, please hit the like button. Let's go. I can't with him. Let me stop. Let's just run on through it. And I need to check on Miss Tom. I'm gonna check it. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, girl.
Don't get a fair shake. You don't get. We need a free and fair press in this country, and I don't even know why people would do that. Why would they say how wonderful they're doing militarily? They're doing so well. The country is wiped out. We lost one airplane, and we captured the two pilots. How about we saved those two pilots?
Unbelievable.
Which no other country has the capability of doing.
Her dumb ass.
Usually when that happens, countries wave goodbye. They say, lots of luck, because you're going deep into enemy.
Yeah.
We went 7 hours into, it was a 7-hour flight
Yes.
to go in and
Oh,
get
they
them.
playing dirty,
one
y'all.
of the roughest areas, one of the most dangerous areas in the world.
Oh, they
And we
over here
got both of
playing
them.
dirty,
It was
dirty.
incredible, but we got both
Extraordinary.
of them.
And thank God that for our military, and I know that you rebuilt the military. Now, Mr. President, before you go, it was you who did the maximum campaign against Iran in your first term.
Right.
Is it going to be back to the maximum campaign? You deemed them the leading sponsor of terrorism. And I have to ask you about all of these efforts and the impact on China. What you've done in Venezuela, Iran, even your comments about Cuba. Where does that put China as you approach this meeting with Xi Jinping next month?
Sure. Well, in the maximum campaign, you can't do any more maximum. We've wiped out their whole country, essentially.
He wiped
The only
out
thing left, really,
China.
is their water, which would be very devastating to hit. I would hate to do it. But it's their water, their desal.
So is this clown talking about he done wiped out China? Is that what he's saying? I think he be saying stuff to try to make they asses react. I think he trying to get us killed, unalived. She feeding for Israel. Is he trying to act like he wiped out? So I'm confused as why Trump wanted to tell Iran who can or cannot move they oil ships through the strait. I get that, cause he's trying to be a dictator. He think he is Hitler. Ha 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 Hitler. Ha 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 Hitler. Ha 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 Hitler. That's who he think he is. Auntie P. Oh, I can't act crazy like he acting crazy. But why? Tell me, okay, let's get off of that straight. Why is he saying he wiped out China? Is that what I just heard? Wait a minute. Let me take this.
You deemed them the leading sponsor of terrorism. And I have to ask you about all of these efforts and the impact on China. What you've done in
Take my
Venezuela,
earpiece down.
Iran, even your comments about Cuba. Where does that put China as you approach this meeting with Xi Jinping next month?
Sure. Well, in the maximum campaign, you can't do any more maximum. We've wiped out their whole country, essentially. The only thing left, really, is their water, which would be very devastating to hit. I would hate to do it. But it's their water, their desalinization plants, their electric generating plants, which are very easy to hit. We could hit them. We could have them all down. And I mean, down like you couldn't have electricity for 10 years, because it takes you 10 years to build those plants from scratch. You'd never probably be able to build them again. And the bridges. So that's really the only thing. We still have some more missile manufacturing plants. We know every one of them.
It was no more than 18 to fill up your gas tank. Now,
I think, outside of those
5 gallons
remaining,
is
I think that's pretty
$20.
much maxed that. You are very, very violent.
So if
and
you feel
vicious.
it
I
will
don't want
be
to have you against me. I'll tell you.
more than
What do you
double
say? I
in a
think we pretty
hybrid
much
car.
maxed out. Other than
Wow.
those few items, and we still have some plants left. You know, we.
Now
we
don't
have a
everybody try to go run buying Teslas, cause you know they all in cahoots together. They all in cahoots together. Me, George Jetson, doom, 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 doom. His son Elroy, doom, doom, doom. I mean, you know, they're gonna be flying around and like the Jetsons. All this control, they ended together. It's the pyramid. The New World Order is a pyramid only for the elite. Everybody can't. So they trying to duplicate like the Roth, the Seven, the Waltons, he Gates. Dang, I should have went through and tried to name each replacement. Yeah, billionaire club. There we go, y'all. We gotta stay woke. We gotta stay woke. Let's go. Hit the like button.
and the bridges. So that's really the only thing. We still have some more missile manufacturing plants. We know every one of them. We will do that. We still have other things. But when you talk about from scratch, you'd never probably be able to build them again. And the bridges. So that's really the only thing. We still have some more missile manufacturing plants. We know every one of them. We will do that. We still have other things. But when you talk about Maxim, I think, you know, outside of those few things that are remaining, I think I pretty much maxed that. You are very, very violent and vicious. I don't want to have you against me, I'll tell you. What you say? I think we pretty much maxed out, other than those few items. And we still have some plants left. You know, we had another week left to knock out the rest of the plants, but we were knocking them out fast. As far as China is concerned, China can send their ships to us. China can send their ships to Venezuela. We told them, buy from Venezuela. We have a lot of overcapacity. We'd sell them, and we'll probably sell it for even less money. I have a very good relationship with President Xi of China. We work together very well. They're paying us substantial money, as you know. We've never got money before. You know, I listened to this Gordon Chang. He has no idea what he's talking about. We have been very tough on China. Tough but fair. And, you know, it's an amazing place. But I have a very good relationship with China, and they've been during my, you know, I put tremendous tariffs. I put 100% tariff on all Chinese cars coming in, and that's destroying Europe. They're destroying Europe because they're taking away so much business from Mercedes and BMW, etc. And we don't have any Chinese cars in our country because they would have destroyed General Motors, Ford. They would have destroyed these companies if they did it. So I put 100% tariff on, and in all fairness to Biden, he allowed it to stay on, which is shocking to me.
Right.
It's one of the things, it's about the only thing he did good, but he allowed it to stay. So we don't have the problem that they have. You know, they're having tremendous economic problems in Europe because they're being just swamped with these Chinese cars. We don't have any.
But Mr. President, just to be clear, you said the other day that any country that supports Iran and sends military equipment to Iran will face a 50% tariff if they try
That's
to bring
correct.
products. Did you
That's correct.
refer to China? Did you mean China?
Yes, and other people, but yes, China too.
Okay.
If we find that China, because I hear news reports, so a news report doesn't mean much to me because they're so fake. But I hear news reports about China.
But
giving
this
the shoulder
conversation
missile,
right here
shoulder
now.
missile, anti-aircraft missile. I doubt they would do that because I have a relationship, and I think they wouldn't do that. But maybe they did a little bit at the beginning, but I don't think they would anymore. No. But if we catch them doing that, they get a 50% tariff, which is a
How? And you don't have no tariff power.
And did you want to say anything about our NATO allies in terms of what comes next for them, given that, I mean, is it time for them to
Did he forget
call
his
Iran the
his
leading
power?
state
Y'all,
sponsor
thank
of
you
terrorism?
for helping
What
me
are they
reach my
doing?
goal.
Because they did not
I'm at
help in this
$7.70.
Well, NATO's
Thank
shameful.
you.
I mean, I didn't go wild at it. We didn't need any help.
Thank
I would
you.
actually say, you know, if you want to help, great. If you don't want to help, that's okay. And they say, oh, well, you know, we'd rather not, sir. We'd rather not. They weren't there for us, you know. If I would have done it with force, maybe I could have gotten them to come in, but they would have come in really begrudgingly, and they would have stayed way behind.
Thank you,
I'm
Belinda.
very disappointed. I mean, look at the
Trump
United
knows
Kingdom.
another
I love the
nation.
United Kingdom. My mother was, as you know, born in Scotland, and love it. But
Mr.
Mr.
Trump
Starmer,
knows another nation
PM
is
Starmer
supplying
said,
Iran
we'll send the
with
equipment after
weapons.
the
He
war
know
is over.
China
I said, you
is
don't need
China
equipment when
and
the war's
Putin.
over. You need the equipment before the war starts or during the war. He said, no, we'll send it after. He made a public statement that we will send equipment after the war is over. It was that will, that's a Neville Chamberlain type statement. And Germany, the same thing. He said that we didn't start this. Well, we helped them with Ukraine. It would have never happened if I was president, by the way. We would have had the problem with Russia and Ukraine, but, we had an incompetent president. But Germany said, talked all about that we demand, and strong, we demand that this war stop. But most importantly, he said, we didn't start the war. Well, we didn't start the war with Ukraine, but we helped them. I mean, Biden gave them $350 billion. I'm not giving it. I sell things to NATO, and they do what they want with it. I guess they give it to Ukraine, but I sell things at full price.
You steal
and
things.
I sell it to NATO, and they do what they want with it.
He's smoking butt.
To make that statement after we've spent $350 billion.
He's smoking dirty butt.
The German statement was bad, but all the statements were bad. No, we have to re-examine NATO because they weren't there for us. And let me tell you, and I've said this for 25 years, they weren't there for us, and they won't be there for us.
Yeah.
They weren't there for us. This is just a military operation. This is not a hard thing for us. We are so much more powerful. I rebuilt our military in the first term. I'm using it in my second term.
Yep.
And we have the greatest military anywhere in the world. And now I was right with spending all that money on the military. We have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest equipment in the world. And it's amazing what we've been able to do. You look at Venezuela. We're doing so well with Venezuela. Great time to have Venezuela. And by the way, Venezuela now is making more money than they've ever made before. And we're
Thank you, me. Thank you, me.
Well, Ms.
Thank you, me. Thank you, me. Me, 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 me. Me, 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 me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, me. Thank you, me. Support Auntie Fee. Like and subscribe. Did I just make that up? Did I just make that up, me? Let me see what I can do for this blue, for this green. I'm sorry. Let me see what I can do. Let me see whose name is. Thank you, me. Oh my God, for this. Okay. Thank you, Belinda. Okay, what can I do? Thank you, Bubblina Brown Sugar. Thank you, Bubblina Brown Sugar. Belinda, thank you for all you've done. I'm trying. Belinda, it's hard for me to get that, so I got to go with Bubblina Brown Sugar. Thank you for all you do. Bubblina Brown Sugar. Belinda, we see you. Bubblina Brown Sugar. Bubblina too. I'm sorry, I got off track. Thank you. Thank you, Belinda. The big stink. Yep. What the hell is it? Baby? Israel playing a game with a sick mind. Let me end this one off because it's the most stuff popping off.
I'm not giving it. I sell things to NATO, and they do what they want with it. I guess they give it to Ukraine, but I sell things at full price.
Yeah.
And we sell it to NATO, and they do what they want with it. But think of it, to make that statement after we've spent $350 billion, they made a statement, the German statement was bad, but all the statements were bad. No, we have to re-examine NATO because they weren't there for us. And let me tell you, and I've said this for 25 years.
You didn't go through the proper channels.
They won't be there for us. Yeah. They weren't there for us. This is just a military
They wasn't there for
This is not a
you.
hard thing for us.
They're here for the country. They was not there for
Our
you.
military in the first term, I'm using it in my second term.
Yep.
And we have the greatest military anywhere in the world. And now I was right with spending all that money on the military. We have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest equipment in the world. And it's amazing what we've been able to do. You look at Venezuela. We're doing so well with Venezuela. Great time to have Venezuela. And by the way, Venezuela now is making more money than they've ever made before. And we're participating in those profits.
Right. Well, Mr. President, we want to respect your time. I know how busy you are this morning.
Okay, let's move on. Let's move on, because stuff is steadily popping up. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Who next? Who next with a super sticker? Who's next with a super sticker? Who's next? Who's next? Who's next with a super sticker? Baby, is that soprano trying to come back? Let's move to the next one, y'all. Thank y'all. Ouch! I'm on my elbow. Let me see. Thank you, me. I thought I seen. And naturally, New Orleans. Thank you. What we got next? There's some stuff popping off. I want to keep this one over here because the side. We saw the psycho meltdown. I'm going to have to order me something to eat. It's too much going on. I don't want to stop. How long? Oh, and I need to check on what's going on with Miss Tom. See who blocked her. It must be her system, because can't nobody block her, because no one has a managing mod stick, I don't think. But I'm going to double check. Oh, hold on. Because this one right here just popped off 42 minutes ago. NATO just publicly put Trump down. Yeah. Okay. How long is this? 5 minutes. Okay. Let's listen, y'all.
Chaos and corruption is trying to drop some napalm on NATO, but Donald Trump, your commander-in-chief of chaos and corruption, is trying to drop some napalm on NATO, but the move is blowing up in his face, and I have all the breaking news that is breaking his brain coming up next. Let's begin with the
breaking his brain.
Making his case for his favorite propaganda channel's audience, followed by a schooling by a NATO expert, and then I'll have the complete dismantling of the draft dodger's position by a prime minister.
And did you want to say anything about our NATO allies in terms of what comes next for them, given that, I mean, is it time for them to call Iran the leading state sponsor of terrorism? And what are you going to do, because they did not help in this effort?
Well, NATO is shameful. I mean, I didn't go wild there. We didn't need any help. I would actually say, if you want to help, great. If you don't want to help, that's okay. And they say, oh, well, would rather not, sir, would rather not.
I mean, why you keep bringing them up?
If I would have done it with force, maybe I could have gotten them to come in, but they would have come in really begrudgingly, and they would have stayed way behind. No, we have to re-examine NATO, because they weren't there for us. And let me tell you, and I've said this for 25 years, they weren't there for us, and they won't be there for us.
Yeah.
They weren't there for us. This is just a military operation. This is not a hard thing for us. We are so much more powerful.
And the thing that Trump doesn't get about NATO, it's a defensive alliance. I want everybody to go read the treaty. It says an attack on one is an attack on all, not a coalition of willing to go fight other people's wars. NATO didn't fight in Vietnam with us. NATO didn't fight with the French in Algeria. They didn't fight with the Portuguese in Angola and Mozambique. Even when the UK, the British were attacked in the Falklands War, NATO collectively didn't go fight that war. The only time they fought together was when we were attacked on September 11th. That's what it's for. Now, to your question, he could try. I mean, there's legalities and there was capacity.
I didn't see
Senator
you.
Rubio was one of the sponsors of the legislation to say that presidents should not be allowed to withdraw. But I worry about something more subtle, moving troops out, stop with intelligence sharing, this gradual grudgery that's happening, this tit-for-tat stuff. And so it could be 3 years from now that maybe formally NATO will exist, but practically it won't, because trust has been so broken by this president.
And exactly how bad has that been broken? Our friendliest neighbor is now describing Trump's attack on NATO as painful, reckless, and dangerous to democracy in the world.
As the New York Times points out, over the past 6 weeks, countries across Europe and the globe have felt powerless, quote, as they watch Trump wage a war that has rattled their economies, their energy supplies, their domestic politics, and the relationships with the world's being its superpower. This comes amid reports that Trump is weighing whether to remove some U.S. troops from Europe after expressing frustration that NATO allies have failed to help secure the Strait of Hormuz, and now supported his fever dream of seizing Greenland. Remember that? That's according to a senior White House official. Joining us now, Chrystia Freeland, former Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance of Canada.
That's America's closest friends and allies in the world. Countries that have been shoulder to shoulder with the United States. Countries like NATO has only invoked Article 5, the Mutual Defense Article, once, and that was 9/11, when all of your friends and allies, I mean, I remember in Canada, it was such a moment of love for the United States. And the paradox in what is actually really painful for America's allies right now is we think America is great. We admire America for so many things. We see that you have been, since the Second World War, the city on the hill. And now you're behaving in
do you
ways
remember the first?
that
Oh
are
man.
very hard for us to understand. You humiliate and insult.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the name. I'm trying to
You
see
enter into reckless and unnecessary wars
if it's
without
under a
consulting
different
us.
name.
And then you
Oh
go
man.
out and reprimand us for not snapping to attention and joining you in these reckless adventures that you never asked us about in the first place. So to me, it's actually an incredibly dangerous moment, because I really worry about what happens to democracy in the world without U.S. leadership and without the trust of allies in the U.S. So I would just say to American friends, please get your act together. Really, we are happy to work with you. You have no idea the reserve of affection, of desire to work with the U.S., but you make it harder.
But the name she came up under.
To close out this report, I'll give Senator Tim Kaine the final word on Trump's ongoing NATO tantrum. Watch as he pokes the president with the perfect metaphor.
He starts a war without consulting with them that has a huge effect on NATO allies' economy, and then gets mad that they won't join in. I mean, it's like you don't sucker punch somebody in a bar and then blame your buddies when they don't join the fight with you. I mean,
it's Mrs. Tom can't get it to work.
Supportive allies, he should have valued allies
Let me
and
see
respected
something.
them rather than
Let me
putting
go
tariffs on their
to.
economies and trash talking them.
A few years ago, I put out this video. What the f is in your mouth? And immediately started racking up millions of views. Why? Probably something to do with the thousands of haters and hecklers in the comments. And to all of you, I say, thank you. That video launched the brand.
You're not hitting because it's allowing me to hide user from channel. So you're not hitting under that name. Is there another page I need to check? I just checked.
Seriously, some awesome things have happened. In May of 2018, I launched Mudwater. It was really scrappy at the time. I was in debt. I was working full time to pay rent.
Hold on, let's get to the next
on my lunch
one.
break. I hired friends to help keep up with the.
Under threat, I wanted to see old boy though before I saw you play yours. Let me see. That guy from. Let me go here while I'm trying to find Miss Tom.
I am sitting here looking at a satellite image that has been circulating among American military analysts for the past 72 hours, and I need you to look at it with me because what it shows is not a fleet of aircraft carriers. It is not a missile battery. It is not a hypersonic weapon system or a drone
Yeah, but let me go.
swarm.
Hey,
What it shows is
Barbara.
16 small shapes on the floor of the Persian Gulf. 16 vessels, each roughly 29 meters long, resting silently on the seabed of the Strait of Hormuz. Engines off, weapons loaded, waiting.
Hold on.
That image, 16 Iranian
hold
Gauge-class
on.
submarines, invisible to American sonar,
And see, this one
undetectable
don't
by
have
satellite,
a
armed
mod
with
stick,
torpedoes and naval
right?
mines, is what American military analysts are now describing as the single most dangerous threat facing U.S. naval forces in the entire theater. Not the ballistic missiles, not the drone swarms, not the shore-launched cruise missiles, the submarines nobody can find. In the next 20 minutes, I am going to walk you through exactly why this situation is far more dangerous than any official briefing will tell you. Why the most powerful Navy...
So are you saying the other page is blocked
and why
under
the
Mrs.
consequences
Time?
of what is happening right now in the Strait of Hormuz are already showing up in your gas tank, your heating bill,
It's showing up in the
and
gas
freight
tank.
costs embedded in almost everything you buy. This is Daily Brief. Subscribe now if you
Hold
have
on,
not
let me-
already, because what we are about to cover is being actively analyzed by American military experts and confirmed by Western intelligence sources. This is not speculation. Hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications. You are going to want every update on this one. Let's start with the geography, because the geography is the foundation of everything, and it is the geography that makes the American Navy's most sophisticated capabilities functionally irrelevant in this specific theater. The Strait of Hormuz is 54-kilometer wide at its narrowest point, but the navigable shipping channels, the actual lanes through which oil tankers and commercial vessels can safely transit, are only 3-kilometer wide. The average water depth along those shipping lanes is approximately 30 meters. To put that in perspective, American Ohio-class submarines are 170 meters long. They displace 18,000 tons of water. You cannot fit an Ohio-class submarine in water that is 30 meters deep. You cannot maneuver it in a channel that is 3-kilometer wide. The American Navy's most powerful undersea platforms, the ones that would normally be used to hunt and destroy enemy submarines, cannot even enter the operational environment where the threat exists. It is the equivalent of trying to thread a rhinoceros through the eye of a needle. The American submarine fleet is powerful beyond comparison in open ocean warfare. In the shallow, narrow, noise-saturated waters of the Strait of Hormuz, it cannot operate at all. That is not a commentary on American capability. That is physics and geography, and Iran has spent 4 decades studying every meter of it. Subscribe if you are watching this and realizing you are not getting this level of analysis anywhere else. Daily Brief exists specifically for moments like this. Now let's talk about what Iran actually built. Announcement number 1, the Ghadir submarine. And this one matters more than anything else happening in this theater right now. The Ghadir-class submarines that Iran has deployed into the Strait of Hormuz were not designed to be technologically impressive. They were designed to be perfectly precisely suited to exactly this geography. Derived from North Korean Yeonho-class submarine technology and domestically produced since 2005. Each Ghadir is 29 mil long and displaces roughly 120 tons. Small enough to navigate the shallow channels that American submarines cannot enter. Small enough that their acoustic
You're not
signature,
blocked though
the
on
sound
my
it produces
end
while moving, is
under
easily
Mrs.
matched by the
Tom.
constant ambient noise generated by dozens of commercial vessels transiting the strait at any given moment. According to reporting by the Telegraph and confirmed by multiple Western military analysts, when a Ghadir submarine settles onto the seabed and shuts down its engines, it becomes acoustically
Yeah, but I'm going
indistinguishable from the
through
surrounding environment.
my under
Its
my user
diesel-electric propulsion
management.
system produces minimal noise even when active. And in 30 meters of water with constant surface traffic above, the most sophisticated sonar systems on Earth cannot reliably separate a stationary submarine from the background noise of a busy commercial waterway. U.S. Navy Captain Tracy A. Vincent has acknowledged publicly that the Ghadir class provides Iran with additional surveillance capability and creates a new layer of defense. Commander Daniel Dolan described the submarines as, and I am quoting him directly here, well designed for guerrilla warfare, ambushes, and anti-access area denial operations. Iran currently operates between 20 and 23 of these submarines. That number matters. You can potentially overwhelm adversary anti-submarine warfare resources through volume, even before factoring in the geography that makes each individual submarine so difficult to find. The U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency estimated as of 2019 that Iran possesses over 5,000 naval mines capable of rapid deployment via high-speed boats. Add the Ghadir fleet, and you are looking at a layered mine warfare capability that covers the strait from multiple vectors simultaneously. Former Iron Commander Rear Admiral Hussein Qadi said this about the Ghadir class, that it can do what the German U-boat did during World War II. That is not propaganda. That is a precise operational analogy. The U-boat did not destroy the Allied navies. They nearly strangled the supply lines.
Did you change the name on it?
The Ghadir submarines are designed to do exactly the same thing to the global energy economy. Received. That is announcement number 1. Announcement number 2. The mines are already in the water. This is the part the Pentagon has confirmed. Not planning to confirm. Confirmed. At least a dozen naval mines have already been deployed in the Strait of Hormuz. 12 mines whose locations are unknown, whose triggering mechanisms vary, whose specific targeting profiles are undisclosed. Wait, stop. Read that again. Iran's naval mine arsenal, accumulated over decades of quiet procurement and domestic development, includes magnetic mines triggered by the metallic signature of a passing hull, acoustic mines triggered by the sound profile of specific vessel types, pressure mines triggered by the hydrodynamic displacement of a passing ship, And most critically, intelligent mines, the Mahan 3 and Mahan 7 variants that can be programmed to distinguish between military vessels and commercial tankers, selectively detonating against warships while allowing civilian shipping to pass. That last capability deserves special attention because of what it means operationally. Iran can seed a minefield that specifically targets American warships while leaving commercial shipping relatively safe. This creates a situation where Washington cannot simply announce that the strait is dangerous and shut down all traffic because the mines are not indiscriminate. They are selective.
Yeah, something may be going on
the United States
because
needs to send through to assert the naval presence it has staked its regional credibility on maintaining. 12 mines is not enough to physically block all transit, but it is more than enough to stop it. No ship's captain will risk a fully loaded oil tanker on a route where even one mine might be waiting. The insurance cost alone makes the transit economically non-viable. According to the International Maritime Organization, tanker traffic in the Strait has collapsed by 90%. Only a handful of Iranian tankers and a few Greek-owned vessels have dared make
I'm
the
just gonna
transit.
remove everybody's
Dozens of ships are
stick.
now
Hold
anchored
on, y'all.
outside the Strait, awaiting
Let me
instructions
save it.
while charterers
Cause
and
she wasn't
insurers
over
reassess the
there
risk.
under
The uncertainty,
hold on.
not knowing where the mines
She wasn't
are or when they were
under
placed, is itself a weapon.
her name altogether was not over there, and she had a mod stick. So I don't know what's going on. So I've taken everybody's mod sticks. If you know who you are and you know you have had that mod stick actively currently at this time, say something so I can give you your mod sticks back. Because Miss Tom did not have, her name was not listed over there. So nobody has a mod stick right now. So make a comment. Y'all need to comment so I can see you and give it back to you. So everybody has to start over with that. I have no idea what's going on. Okay. We back over here.
That operates regardless of whether any mine.
Me? Are you who I think you are? With a new name?
Detonate received. That is announcement number 2. Announcement number 3, and this one, almost nobody in the mainstream media is connecting correctly. The submarines that America destroyed were not the submarines that matter. Washington announced in the context of what it is calling Operation Mysterious Fury, a name most
Hold on, what you saying,
has collapsed by 90%. Only a handful of Iranian tankers and a few Greek-owned vessels have dared make the transit. Dozens of ships are now anchored outside the strait, awaiting instructions while charterers and insurers reassess the risk. The uncertainty, not knowing where the mines are or when they were placed, is itself a weapon that operates regardless of whether any mine ever detonates received. That is announcement number 2. Announcement number 3, and this one, almost nobody in the mainstream media is connecting correctly. The submarines that America destroyed were not the submarines that matter. Washington announced in the context of what it is calling Operation Mysterious Fury, a name most of America's European allies have quietly taken to calling Operation Mysterious Flight because of how quickly they withdrew from involvement that American forces have destroyed 11 Iranian submarines. That announcement was presented in a way clearly designed to suggest that the undersea threat had been substantially addressed. The submarines that were destroyed included the Fate, Iran's most advanced coastal submarine at 600 tons. 3 Kilo-class submarines of Russian manufacture, the largest platforms in Iran's fleet, were also destroyed or disabled. These are real losses. Iran will feel them. But the Gator submarines, the small, shallow water seabed resting platforms that are the actual nightmare scenario for American surface vessels in the Strait, were not destroyed. All evidence suggests they were not even found. The reason they were not found is the same reason they remain dangerous now. They cannot be located using the sonar systems and surveillance platforms that American forces have available in this theater. You can destroy what you can find. You cannot destroy what you cannot detect. The submarines that were destroyed were the ones that American systems were capable of locating. The larger, deeper, diving, noisier platforms that operate in water where American sonar works. The gutters were left behind because they could not be found. That is not a partial victory. That is the operational equivalent of searching a building for intruders, finding and removing the ones in the corridors and the lobby, and then declaring the building cleared. While the intruders in the sealed basement sit exactly where they were, undisturbed, watching, receiving.
Right.
That is announcement number 3. Now let's talk about what is really happening behind the headlines, because there are 2 stories playing out simultaneously, and the mainstream media is only covering one of them. The first story is the one you see: American airstrikes,
y'all get y'all memberships,
diplomatic statements, official press conferences, the performative theater of great power competition. The second story is the one that actually
get a membership. You never know when I'm going to go members
30
only.
meters below the surface of a narrow waterway between Iran and Oman. Here is what American planners did not fully anticipate. The God submarines are stationed at Bandar Abbas. That base sits directly adjacent to the Strait of Hormuz. Deployment time from base to operational position, hours, not days. This means the submarines can be continuously rotated. Fresh crews, fresh weapons loads, fresh mine stocks at a pace that American anti-submarine warfare assets cannot match with continuous monitoring. By the time a U.S. maritime patrol aircraft completes one surge sweep of the strait, the underwater picture may have already changed. New submarines may have moved in. Old positions may have been abandoned. The seabed the sonar mapped an hour ago may not reflect the seabed that exists right now. As reported by Defense Security Asia, Iran's basing infrastructure, centered on Bandar Abbas, enables rapid forward deployment, reducing transit times and maximizing operational duration within the Gulf's confined maritime environment.
Is it okay if I try you out with a Monstick, me?
During any crisis.
Are you
Former Royal Navy
interested?
submarine commander Ryan Ramsey, someone who has actually operated submarines in the Persian Gulf, put it precisely. He stated that, having operated submarines in the Gulf region, Iranian submarines...
Thank you, Auntie Feet. Thank you, Auntie Feet. Naturally, Norland say thank you, Auntie Feet. Thank you, Auntie Feet. Thank you, Auntie Feet. Thank you. Please get everything together. I'm working on it. Hey, y'all. Naturally, Norlands. Naturally, Norlands is showing great love. Her name is too long for me to come up with an easy little catchy something. But I'm working on something for Nolans. Nolans. It's gonna be sweet as some of them Nolans pralines. Woo! Thank you. It's certain things I remember about Nolans, and they had some very, very, very good pralines in the Riverwalk thing, whatever that thing is. Yeah, when you walking in the riverfront, it used to be sitting on the right hand side. Yeah, kind of close to where that voodoo shop was. Back in the day, it was an Anthony something, a little hut thing inside the river market. That used to be one of my best and special little spots that I would go to in that little mall. Anthony Edwards or Anthony something. Yeah. With me and my sister I make them candies. Girl, you lying to me. Now, I was ordering I ordered some Nolans pralines on top of a brownie. Is that you? Naturally. Nolans, is it on top of that brownie? Because I did order that recently. No, okay, but you know what I'm talking about. Once it went under, boy, if I tell you how I feel about when they allowed that natural disaster to happen that could have been prevented, but it was gonna have to happen because they said It was below sea level and it was going to be a part of a flood. Just like they say parts of California going to fall off of the face of the earth. It's not me. Okay. But listen, I've been afraid to come back to New Orleans because I said, well, where did all them dead folk go? I know. But what about the ones they couldn't get to? They went back in that ocean. And where the food come? I done put all type of stuff on New Orleans. I need to stop that because New Orleans got some of the best food. Rocking. I ain't gonna even lie to you. Oh, but let me back this up and let me try to figure out where is Mrs. Tom.
Centered on Bandar Abbas, enables rapid forward deployment, reducing transit times and maximizing operational duration within the Gulf's confined maritime environment, thereby compressing adversary response windows during any crisis. Former Royal Navy submarine commander Ryan Ramsey, someone who has actually operated submarines in the Persian Gulf, put it precisely. He stated that having operated submarines in the Gulf region, Iranian submarine forces must be taken seriously. He added, in the confined waters of the region, even a small number of submarines can create real uncertainty for surface commanders. Real uncertainty, not technological defeat, not military catastrophe, uncertainty. That is Iran's primary weapon in this theater, and it is working. Now, let's talk about the European dimension, because the refusal of America's NATO allies to contribute their minesweeping and anti-submarine assets reveals how isolated Washington's position has genuinely become. Germany, France, the United Kingdom, Italy, and Spain have all declined to participate in any naval operation aimed at reopening the Strait of Hormuz. The German defense minister stated publicly that Europe will not send its frigates into the strait to do what the powerful American Navy apparently cannot do for itself. That statement contains a level of diplomatic bluntness that is almost without precedent from a NATO ally commenting on American military capacity. Trump responded by calling his European allies cowards. This has not notably changed their position. The practical significance of the European refusal goes beyond the symbolic. American naval doctrine for dealing with naval threats relies heavily on specialized minesweeping vessels. Platforms designed specifically to detect.
They just started talking about minesweeping. I wonder why.
The United States has some of these vessels, but not in sufficient numbers or in optimal configurations for the specific shallow water environment of the Hormuz shipping lanes. European navies
put all questions on super chats or super stickers.
Minesweeping and mine countermeasure capabilities that would be directly relevant in this theater. Without them, the American ability to clear the mines
put your questions on super chats or super stickers.
Constrained.
High
European
five.
refusal is not cowardice in any meaningful military
Naturally,
sense.
New Orleans.
It is a rational assessment that deploying naval assets into a confined waterway where Iranian mines, submarines, shore-launched missiles, and drone attacks can converge simultaneously is a mission whose risk profile exceeds any realistic political benefit. Think about what the German Defense Minister's statement is actually saying. The world's most powerful Navy cannot clear the mines it is asking European frigates to help clear. If the task were achievable at acceptable risk, the United States would not need European help to do it.
This is all
the
true,
request for help is itself the
why
admission.
ain't you
If this
talking
analysis
about
is
the
landing
ships?
differently than what you have been hearing elsewhere, that is exactly why Daily Brief exists. Like this video, share it with people who are trying to understand what is actually happening, and leave a comment below. I want to know what angle you think is being most
Thank you, Jen, for the floating heart.
Let's now examine the strategic logic Iran is applying, because understanding that logic explains why the situation is unlikely to resolve quickly, regardless of what Washington does next. Iran did not design its Hormuz strategy to win a naval battle. It designed it to make the cost of operating in the Strait so high, so unpredictable, and so psychologically demoralizing that the rational choice for any commercial operator becomes avoidance. The calculus here is precise. From a cost exchange perspective, as cited by Reuters, the loss of a Gadier submarine, which costs a fraction of the platforms it threatens, is considered acceptable if it can disrupt an oil tanker worth 60 to 100 million. Iran does not need to sink a carrier strike group to achieve its strategic objective. It needs to maintain sufficient uncertainty, enough mines, enough submerged submarines at unknown locations, enough shore-launched missile capability that the insurance cost of transit makes the route commercially non-viable for shipping operators who are not compelled by military necessity to use it. This is the Thermopylae parallel that keeps appearing in serious analysis of this conflict. The ancient battle where a small force of Spartans held a narrow pass against an enormous Persian army, turning geographic constraint into a force multiplier that negated the numerical superiority of the attacker. It is not an accident of metaphor. It is an accurate structural analogy. The Strait of Hormuz is a geographic choke point where the principles that made Thermopylae strategically significant apply directly. The defender, who controls the choke point and designs their weapon system specifically for the constraints of that geography, has an inherent advantage over an attacker whose power is optimized for open field warfare. Iran designed its naval strategy for the strait the way the Spartans designed their tactics for the pass. Not to win a battle of equal armies in open water, to make the specific environment of the strait so lethal, so unpredictable, and so costly that the attacker's rational choice becomes withdrawal rather than continued engagement. Now, here is the part that nobody wants to say out loud, but the Daily Brief is going to say clearly this strategy is working. The International Maritime Organization has documented 17 separate incidents against commercial vessels in the strait in just the first 16 days of March. At least 11 mariners have been killed or reported missing. These are not projections. This is the current operational reality of what the Gatia submarines and deployed mines have already accomplished. Brent crude has exceeded on $18 per barrel. American motorists in parts of the country are paying prices at the pump that have nearly doubled since this conflict began, from $420 per gallon to over $7 in some markets within weeks. Every dollar that oil climbs above its pre-conflict baseline represents a direct transfer of economic leverage from Washington to Thran, not through diplomacy, not through military confrontation, through 29-meter submarines sitting silently on the seabed. During 2023 through 2025, according to the U.S. Energy Information Administration, approximately 20% of the world's liquefied natural gas and 25% of seaborne oil trade pass through the strait annually. More than 20 million barrels of crude oil cross the strait every single day. When that traffic collapses by 90%, the effects do not stay inside the Persian Gulf. They move through every supply chain, every heating bill, every airline ticket, every grocery store margin on the planet. If you live in a city that depends on natural gas for heating or electricity generation, what is happening in the Strait of Hormuz is not a foreign policy story. It is a utilities bill story. If you own a vehicle or rely on freight transportation, it is a gas price story. If you operate a business with any logistics component, it is a cost of goods story. The submarines nobody can find have already reached into your life, whether you know it or not. There is a genuine strategic constraint on Iran's side that requires honest acknowledgement. Presenting only one side of a complex strategic picture is the kind of analysis we criticize in other outlets, and Daily Brief is not going to do that. Iran cannot mine the strait into complete impassability without damaging its own interests. Iran exports oil. That oil has to move through the same waterway where the mines are being deployed. Completely blocked Strait of Hormuz does not just harm American naval operations and Western energy supply chains. It cuts off Iran's own primary revenue source at a moment when the Iranian economy is already under severe pressure from years of sanctions and the added strain of the current conflict. This is why Trump's decision to lift Iranian oil exports.
Y'all know who that guy is in the back?
Appeared paradoxical, given that he simultaneously described Iran as an existential adversary, actually has a strategic logic behind it. By lifting those sanctions, Washington created a financial incentive for Iran to keep the strait at least partially operational rather than mining it completely. If the market for Iranian crude is open, Iran has a reason to maintain some level of shipping viability through the strait rather than closing it entirely. It is a financial lever designed to limit the escalation of the mining campaign without requiring military force to achieve that limitation. Whether that lever is working is a different question. The mines that are already deployed, the submarine positions that remain unknown, and the continued collapse of commercial insurance
Do anybody know who this guy is?
Suggest that the partial opening Trump's sanction relief was designed to purchase has not materialized in any operationally meaningful form. The strait is effectively closed for Western commercial shipping, regardless of what the formal sanction status of Iranian oil says on paper. So where does this leave us? Let me give you two clear paths, because there is no honest middle ground here. Path one, the negotiated window. The financial pressure on both Thran and Washington creates a genuine incentive for a back-channel agreement, not a grand diplomatic deal, but a practical understanding. Iran retains a deterrent posture. The mines remain, but are not augmented. The Gators hold position but do not engage, and commercial shipping gradually resumes at higher insurance premiums. Oil stabilizes somewhere between $90 and $100 per barrel. Neither side wins. Neither side loses in a way that forces escalation. This path requires Washington to accept that the Strait will never again be what it was before this conflict, that Iran has permanently altered the risk calculus of Hormuz transit, and that American naval supremacy in the Persian Gulf is now conditional, not absolute. That is a politically difficult acceptance for any administration. But it is the version of this story that does not end with additional flags draped over coffins, a path to the spiral. Washington facing domestic political pressure from $7 per gallon gasoline and $100 billion emergency appropriation
which
that
is
has no
us,
visible
no,
endpoint escalates.
but order
The
your
B-52s
food,
are already
please.
flying.
How you know that's
The
what
nuclear
I'm trying to
question that
do?
nobody wants to name remains in the room. If Iran interprets continued American military pressure as an existential threat rather than a coercive negotiating tactic, the Gators activate. Not all of them, not all at once, but one minefield expansion, one torpedo against a commercial vessel, one incident that the world's television cameras capture and the insurance markets close permanently, not temporarily. At that point, the economic damage becomes generational, not cyclical, and the $100 billion emergency appropriation becomes the down payment on something that makes every other recent American military commitment look small. I think we are closer to path one than the headlines suggest. The financial incentives for de-escalation are real on both sides. Iran needs oil revenue. America needs a pump price that does not cost the party in power every swing state in the next election cycle. But I thought we were on the path to a deal 3 days before the last major escalation. And then something happened that nobody had modeled. That is the nature of this conflict now. The uncertainty is not just operational. It is political. It is economic. It is structural. The Gator submarines did not create that uncertainty. They just made it impossible to ignore. And somewhere on the floor of the Strait of Hormuz right now, between 10 and 20 small submarines are resting silently on the seabed. Engines off, mines ready, waiting for the next vessel to pass above them. The most powerful navy in history cannot find them. The most advanced sonar systems on Earth cannot locate them. The allies who might help have gone home. The financial markets that price risk are still trying to decide whether this is temporary disruption or permanent realignment. And the ship captains, who know these waters better than any analyst, are all looking at the same insurance rate and making the same decision. Wait. Here are the questions I want you to take away from this analysis, because these are the ones that will determine what the next chapter looks like. Can the United States accept a version of Hormuz security where the strait remains open, but American naval dominance within it is conditional, where Iran retains an underwater deterrent that American technology cannot neutralize? Or does accepting that condition represent the kind of strategic concession that changes how every other regional actor in the Middle East, from Riyadh to Tel Aviv, calculates its own security arrangements? And the harder question underneath that one, when the Goder submarines were designed using North Korean technology, when Iran's mine arsenal was built through decades of sanctioned procurement, when an economy under maximum pressure still found the resources to field 20 submarines perfectly optimized for the one waterway that matters most to the global energy economy, what does that tell us about the limits of economic coercion as a foreign policy instrument? Those are not rhetorical questions. They are the actual strategic questions that the next phase of this conflict is going to answer, whether we are ready for them or not. Tell me in the comments what you think the administration does next. Tell me if you think the European refusal changes the calculus in Washington. Tell me if you are already feeling this in your energy bills, because I am reading every single one. We will keep tracking every development in the air, at sea, in the financial markets, and in the political capitals, where the decisions that will determine what happens next are being made. That is what Daily Brief does every single day. Subscribe now. Share this analysis with everyone in your network who is trying to understand why the energy prices they are paying at the pump are the direct consequence of submarines too small to see and too dangerous to ignore. Turn on notifications so you do not miss the next update, and we will see you in the next.
Okay, I mean, it's moving right on. Congress demand Trump to step down. Okay, that ain't what I had next. So 21 hours, no deal. Okay, let me get to where I had it. It's a lot going on. I'm trying to tell y'all. It's a lot going on. I want to hear him.
My coworkers thought I'd get fired for eating these gummies. Funny how I became the most productive person in the office. Just because I
for 20 hours. And so
Hold
Israel,
on.
it was Jesus' first miracle. It was the tiny Christian place called Cana in the south of Lebanon. He turned water into wine.
Oh, Lebanon.
It was Jesus' first miracle. It was the tiny Christian place called Cana in the south of Lebanon. He turned water into wine. Long time ago, when I still had a lot of dark hair, I challenged the then Deputy Prime Minister of Great Britain, Michael
That
Heseltine,
president is
as to
a.
whether or not he had witnessed
What
the scene
president?
where a massacre of Fijian United Nations peacekeepers and mothers and children by the dozen, though it turned out to be by the hundreds, had just taken place an hour before. As it was, he had, or at least he was briefed on the massacre, and he spoke of the Israeli crime in ways which no Deputy Prime Minister in Britain today would ever dare. In those days, they laughably still clung to something called a peace process. They deplored the fact that these massacres damaged the peace process. Now the peace process is long forgotten, and nobody damns the massacres. Massacres everywhere. Massacres in South Lebanon and in Beirut. There was a temporary abeyance of Israeli attacks on Beirut whilst the negotiators were in Islamabad, but they were only there for 20 hours, and so Israel has returned like a dog to its vomit to the mass killing of civilian people in the capital of an Arab country, Lebanon. We've got a guest coming up who, like me, loves Lebanon, but she loves it so much she's lived there for years and produced some of the best photojournalism from the trials and tribulations of the Lebanese people there, which will stand the test of time. People 100 years from now will look at her documentary journalism and wonder, how could we ever have allowed Israel to go so far? Let's go to Islamabad now. The situation there is much as I described it in my monologue last time. The proceedings were an elaborate hoax, and this was unveiled by so-called Vice President J.D. Vance. I say so-called because it's quite clear now that Marco Rubio has got the nod. He's been anointed. I saw Donald Trump laying on hands at a UFC fight, mixed martial arts, in Florida, where incidentally Trump was roundly booed by the crowd. In Florida, well, why should that be a surprise? The Republicans are about to lose Texas for the first time in 30 years, about which more later. It's quite clear why Rubio wasn't sent there, even though he is the Foreign Secretary of the United States. It's quite clear why J.D. Vance was sent there, with instructions to phone Donald Trump at every turn. And in the end, according to Vance, he called Trump, or Trump called him 21 times in a 20-hour negotiating session. So he clearly wasn't sent with a mandate to make a deal, and no deal was made. He also took a call from Benjamin Netanyahu when it said that Vance was beginning to wobble a little, was beginning to feel a little bit expansive towards his Iranian interlocutors. You might well ask, who told Netanyahu that Vance was in need of a bit of stiffening up? No prizes for guessing. It would be Jared Kushner, or it would be Steve Witkoff, or perhaps both. But once Netanyahu had spoken with his master's voice,
Oh, what I
then
missed.
that was the end. Meaning,
Hold on, y'all. I missed that. How he started with BB
Republicans are
Netanyahu.
about to lose Texas for the first time in 30 years, about which more later. It's quite clear why Rubio wasn't sent there, even though he is the Foreign Secretary of the United States. It's quite clear why J.D. Vance was sent there, with instructions to phone Donald Trump at every turn. And in the end, according to Vance, he called Trump, or Trump called him 21 times in a 20-hour negotiating session. So he clearly wasn't sent with a mandate to make a deal, and no deal was made. He also took a call from Benjamin Netanyahu when it said that Vance was beginning to wobble a little, was beginning to feel a little bit
Jared, the Antichrist.
expansive towards his Iranian interlocutors. You might well ask, who told Netanyahu that Vance was in need of a bit of stiffening up? No prizes for guessing. It would be Jared Kushner, or it would be Steve Witkoff, or perhaps both. But once Netanyahu had spoken with his master's voice, then that was the end, meaningfully, of any possibility of the talks succeeding. The Washington Post had actually threatened to murder. The United States still doesn't seem to get this, so I'm going to repeat it. When the Washington Post said, the Iranian negotiators' very lives depend on them reaching agreement with Donald Trump, so they'd better do so. Well, I keep saying this, I'm going to repeat it. You cannot threaten martyrdom to people who are in the business of martyrdom. Anyone who understands the Shia branch of Islam, based on the martyrdom of the Imam Hussein, threatening death to a Shia Muslim.
Thousands of women have reversed hair loss in 3 to 9 months thanks to minoxidil. Introducing the Minoxidil Plus Biotin Gummy through
is to threaten them with a good time. It's to threaten them with a ticket to
Oh,
paradise.
yeah, she's a part. She was a Trump
highly paid writer
supporter before she was married. She was a plant.
But the United States was openly threatening to murder the people that it was in negotiation with. And why shouldn't they? They've already done that twice before. They murdered the negotiators in the 12-day war last July. They murdered the negotiators last month when they began this war. Anyway, talking of miracles, Donald Trump has come up with one. He's going to blockade the blockade, which is blocking the straits, which were never blocked before he started the war, which blockaded it. In any case, it isn't blockaded. All you've got to do is be either a friend of or at least neutral in the Israeli-American aggression against Iran, and your ships can go freely through the straits.
Yeah, it wasn't
Not
closed.
quite freely. There's a tax, a local tax, just like the one charged by Belize, just like the one charged in the Suez Canal. And for those who say these are international waters, stop demonstrating your idiocy. There's a 12-mile nautical waterway in the Straits of Hormuz. It's 21 miles wide, and Oman has its 12 miles. Do the math, as the Americans are fond of saying. Between Iran and Oman, the Strait of Hormuz belongs to them. And I expressed surprise at the beginning of this conflict that actually they've never charged tolls before, but they sure as hell are now, after all the damage and devastation that has been caused. Moreover, it'll have to be paid in Iranian rials or in Oman currency, or it could be paid in Chinese currency. It's all part of breaking the hegemony, the domination of the petrodollar. And who can blame them for that? That's the source of so many of the problems in the Persian Gulf area, in the Middle East as a whole. So Donald Trump is now going to blockade all ships coming out of the Straits of Hormuz. That's a wheeze, isn't it? With petrol prices ballooning all over the world, except those places that have run out of petrol already. And don't think it's only Western countries. Although they are feeling the pinch, countries all over Asia have ground to a halt already with the lack of supply, and where there is supply, the lack of affordability. So to stop all traffic coming out of the Straits of Hormuz in defense of your demand that all traffic must be allowed to pass through it is definitely imaginative. Let's talk about how it's going to operate. Well, first of all, let me state the bleeding obvious. A blockade can only be maintained by American warships. There are no American warships anywhere near the Straits of Hormuz, and there have never been throughout the 40-day war, which is about to continue after this interregnum ends in just a few days. None of the gigantic flotilla of American warships went anywhere near the Iranian coast. Not a lot of people know that. The media very carefully avoided telling you that. And they didn't do so for the obvious reason that Iran's ballistic missile and drone capability made it completely deadly, fatal, especially for the bigger ships. You know, these aircraft carriers, for example. The United States had 3 of them, 1,200 kilometers away. But if they're going to maintain a blockade, well, they're going to have to come a lot closer than that. And when they do, the anti-ship missile capability of Iran will tear them to pieces. Davy Jones Locker awaits any American personnel on board the ships imposing this blockade. But let's just say that the Iranians decided not to fire on the American warships and the blockade became total. Well, tomorrow, oil will reach $150 a barrel. If not tomorrow, then by the end of the week. $150. In fact, physical oil, as opposed to paper oil, is already past $150 per barrel. If there's a total blockade, i.e. no oil at all, then what's the price going to be? What's the availability going to be? How is the European economy going to even function? Never mind function at full value. How is the Asian economy? How are all these allies of the United States on the Arabian side of the Gulf, in Asia, in other parts of the world? They're not going to have any fuel. Fuel is the new water. Already in Ireland, in Britain, in France, people are on the march against.
If your booty looks like this, if your belly looks like this, and your arms look like this.
The current state of affairs so far as availability of petrol and diesel.
Everything will be black. I told y'all to get a grid. I told y'all to get one of those generators, solar generators. Get a solar generator. Also get a one of those little, like the camping little stove like things where you can, little burners. Get y'all some burners that y'all can plug into your solar generator so that you can be able to cook on the little burners. I mean, we got to start getting ahead of the game. Hey, Sin, I got a generator. I guess I need to take it out the box and let the the sun hit it. But and then I need to order me some burners. So those little double burners. I looked at them, but I stopped looking. But time ain't on our side. Look like, let's go. We have no more allies. No, he messed it up on purpose. Listen, y'all, everything he's doing is on purpose. he plans to live in this new world where he gonna put up Trump towers and stuff. So what he got going on here that's being taken away from him, it's being taken away from him, although we don't know it because they have stopped the media from reporting everything that's going on in the courts. They are losing. He has to give up his properties. He can't get no credit. He is broke. He could not even get a surety bond. So he is cool with them building a new world so he can start over. Okay? Jared, his dad got pardoned. His dad got pardoned by Trump. They are all working together with the Zionists. We got to stay woke.
Ireland, in Britain, in France, people are on the march against the current state of affairs so far as availability of petrol and diesel is concerned. The government called a Cobra meeting this week in London, in Whitehall.
Yes,
no doubt they were discussing
he is going to pardon
fuel
if we don't get him out before
terrorism.
that.
Why not? They call everything else they don't like terrorism. They called me and my wife terrorists when they held us under the terrorism legislation. They arrested another 530 people in London yesterday, almost all of them old age pensioners, some of them in their 80s, most of them with walking sticks, some of them in wheelchairs. Took 5 cops to arrest every old age pensioner under the Terrorism Act for holding up a piece of paper bearing words that the British government didn't like. So watch out, fuel protesters. They'll be calling you terrorists next. And you'll say to yourself, when Galloway was held under the Terrorism Act, we won Galloway, so we said nothing. Careful what you wish for. But back to my point. If there's a
That's why you got to stand on righteousness and not stand on, oh, they don't have anything to do with me. You know, because you never know when it's, because it's going to turn. It's going to turn.
Economy. How's that going to work out, Donnie? And if you have a different wheeze of Saudi Arabia trucking its output to the Red Sea, then be sure that the Yemeni armed forces, Ansar Allah, will immediately block the Red Sea, which means blocking the Suez Canal, which means nothing going through
but
the
by the
Suez
time
Canal,
most of us
going out the Straits of
pay
Hormuz,
attention, it's too
nothing
late.
going into the Red Sea. This
That's why you got to pay attention now.
For a 1929 crash.
That's why I don't give
Never mind a
up.
recession. Never mind even a depression. 1929 was the onset of the Great Depression. And that's what we are headed towards. And for what? J.D. Vance said this evening, this will not be solved until we have a nuclear treaty. But you had a nuclear treaty. Donald Trump ripped it up.
Sure
just
did.
because it had Barack Obama's name on it.
Just because it had Obama's name on it.
It was a nuclear treaty more restrictive than the schema that you were negotiating with them for in Islamabad.
Yeah, he telling the truth.
The IAEA
he tore it up because Obama
responsible
negotiated it and replaced it with nothing.
But you had a nuclear treaty. Donald Trump ripped it up just because it had Barack Obama's name on it. It was a nuclear treaty more restrictive than the schema that you were negotiating with them for in Islamabad. The IAEA and every other responsible authority told us over and over again that there was zero evidence of Iran trying to develop a nuclear weapon.
That's
the
just
US
a lie.
Continues to lie. that Iran will not give up their pursuit of the nuclear bomb. I know why they're saying that. Because they have to. What else could possibly justify the farce that Trump is now proposing? The real reason is the Straits of Hormuz, which were entirely unblocked before he began this war of choice. It's nothing to do with a nuclear bomb.
They plotting.
That Iran continues to turn its face against. So, a nuclear treaty, JD? Well, let's say this. Any Iranian statesman watching your performance over the last 40 days, watching the evil intentions of you and your little brother, as Donald Trump put it today, we're big brother, Israel is little brother. I've never known a big brother in such a state of deference to a little brother ever in the history of fraternal relations. Certainly not in my family. You're the big brother, Don? Yeah, right. Maybe at the UFC in Florida. But then hearing that booing, probably not. Well, the evil intentions of Israel and the United States towards the great ancient civilization of Iran, which you literally threatened to end with a nuclear bomb. Or bombs, because one wouldn't do it, Donnie. It'll have to be a double tap, you know. You're fond of those. It'll have to be Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And maybe a bit more, but nuclear physics is not your bag. I know. In fact, I'm not sure what your bag could possibly, conceivably, plausibly be described as. But if you drop nuclear bombs on Iran,
screwed up inventory so bad, we're dumping $200 knives for $20. I work at the Masato warehouse,
and finish it in 1 hour, as you again threatened this day to do. Beware of one thing. Human life will immediately become uninhabitable throughout the Persian Gulf. That means no more Mr. Nice Guy, the emir of this or the sheikh of that. It means no more Dubai. It means no more play dates with the crown prince of Saudi Arabia. It means that the entirety of the Persian Gulf will become a desert again. Without oil, without gas, without casinos, without the frolicking Rabelaisian ribaldry to which you and your Epstein class have over decades become familiar. So be careful what you wish for, Donnie. I've followed that rubric.
He telling the absolute truth, Janet.
I really feel that Donald Trump must be the victim of a blackmail plot so dark that he literally cannot refuse Netanyahu anything.
He better refuse
It's
him.
the only way.
He gonna die for it too.
Down the world
Cause Bibi Netanyahu gonna betray him
thousands of
before
American
he
service
allows him
personnel
to
in the darkest of
live
corners in harm's way, of destroying your own puppet regimes.
be a fence around everyone watching and take heed to his message. I agree.
We knew it in the developed world. I don't know what went on at your parties with Jeffrey Epstein, Don, although
Don, come
without
on,
oil,
cause let's
without
get to the
gas,
root of it.
Without casinos, without the frolicking, Rabelaisian immediately become uninhabitable throughout the Persian Gulf. That means no more Mr. Nice Guy, the emir of this or the sheikh of that. It means no more Dubai. It means no more play dates with the crown prince of Saudi Arabia. It means that the
He talking about this guy right here. This guy. No more play dates. No more letting him kiss you on the butt talks. The butt cheeks. Yeah, him.
The entirety of the Persian Gulf will become a desert again. Without oil, without gas, without casinos, without the frolicking, Rabelaisian ribaldry to which you and your Epstein class have over decades plausibly be described as. But if you drop nuclear bombs on Iran and finish it in 1 hour, as you again threatened this day to do, beware of one thing. Human life will immediately become uninhabitable throughout the Persian Gulf. That means no more Mr. Nice Guy, the emir of this or the sheikh of that. It means no more Dubai. It means no more play dates with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. It means that the entirety of the Persian Gulf will become a desert again. Without oil, without gas, without casinos, without the frolicking, Rabelaisian ribaldry to which you and your Epstein class have over decades become familiar. So be careful what you wish for, Donny. I've followed that rubric all of my life. I really feel that Donald Trump must be the victim of a blackmail plot so dark that he literally cannot refuse Netanyahu anything. It's the only way to explain bringing down the world economy, putting thousands of American service personnel in the darkest of corners, in harm's way, of destroying your own puppet regimes in Arabia, and of ending economic activity as we knew it in the developed world. I don't know what went on at your parties with Jeffrey Epstein, Don, although Melania does, I'm sure about that.
Mm-hmm.
And who knows, maybe she's fixing to tell us. We'll ask Scott Ritter about that later in the show. But stay tuned. This is the mother of all talk shows.
You enjoy cooking?
No, but I do it.
And if I told you that it can have award-winning chefs prepare your meals every single week? Oh my God. You talking about putting it out there. Talking about tell the truth, shame the devil. What is this? 5 minutes ago, Lord.
A new New York Times piece gives us some insight into how Israel roped a dope like Trump to fight a devastating war against Iran on Israel's behalf, of course. Please take that disgusting war criminal off the screen. A new New York Times piece gives us some insight into how Israel roped a dope like Trump to fight a devastating war against Iran on Israel's behalf, of course. Please take that disgusting war criminal off the screen. He makes me want to puke. I can't look at his face. Now, the New York Times has revealed what transpired during a Situation Room meeting that involved Benjamin Netanyahu, a foreign leader in our White House's Situation Room. That is not a normal thing. That is actually supposed to be considered very unusual. But when it comes to Israel, well, they're infiltrated in every single nook and cranny of our government, which is why our government serves a foreign country, not the American people. Before I get to the details into this, which are incredibly embarrassing for our commander-in-chief, Cenk, your 2 cents.
Yeah, so first of all, they should make sure they clean up the Situation Room, because there's no way the Israelis didn't plant bugs there. The minute you allow them into any room, and former CIA agents have said this, they plant bugs. Because they're not our allies.
That's true.
They've stolen all of our secrets. They've taken $300 billion from us, and they drove us into this war, as you're going to see in this exact story. But as you're going through the story, I want you to think about 2 things, okay? Number one is, who leaked this to the New York Times, and what was their purpose? Because you're going to learn some things here, but then I want to explain to you why this story came out now and what the politics behind it is, because that's really important.
That is a great tease, and I agree with you. That is where the conversation should lie. We'll get to that in a minute, but let me give you the details. So the bulk of this piece focuses on a Situation Room meeting that took place on February 11th. Remember, Trump started the war on February 28th. So this is days before the war begins. The meeting in the Situation Room, again, included White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, CIA Director Ratcliffe, General Dan Kane, of the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and then you have the head of Mossad, David Barnea, who appeared on a screen from a remote location. And of course, Benjamin Netanyahu was there as well. Now, J.D. Vance apparently couldn't attend because he was in Azerbaijan and couldn't make it back in time for this Situation Room meeting. We'll get back to him in just a minute. Now, Netanyahu apparently gave some sort of presentation to convince Trump to go to war with Iran and bring an end to the Islamic regime. And here's how useful Israeli intelligence really is. You know how Israel always talks about, no, we are an incredibly important ally. We provide intel to the United States. What kind of intel do they provide to the United States? Is it the kind of intel that got us to invade Iraq in 2003? That kind of intel? Anyway, let's get to the details here. Netanyahu and his team outlined conditions they portrayed as pointing to near certain victory. Iran's ballistic missile program could be destroyed in a few weeks. The regime could be so weakened that it could not choke off the Strait of Hormuz. And the likelihood that Iran would land blows against U.S. interests in neighboring countries was assessed as minimal.
I'm not really a cupcake, but I am super baked. Instant mood Canada.
Food is third-party tested, so you know it's.
Now you tell me, should it have been assessed as minimal? Let me continue. When others in the room asked the prime minister about possible risks in the operation, Netanyahu said, in his view, the risks of inaction were greater than the risks of action. He argued that the price of action would only grow if they delayed striking and allowed Iran more time to accelerate its missile production and create a shield of immunity around its nuclear program. So Netanyahu's there in the Situation Room, filling our moronic president's head full of lies, okay, buttering him up, propping him up as some sort of hero. Oh, if you do this, oh, you're gonna be celebrated.
Yeah.
You're such a hero. You know how Trump is, right? An egomaniac. So easy to stroke that pathetic ego of his, and that's exactly what Netanyahu did. Easy. If the Democrats
because that's what Lindsay told him what to say,
but they're not
to get off into his head.
They're dullards. A pathetic opposition to a fascist president, but nonetheless. Later, intelligence officials broke down Netanyahu's claims and objectives. The officials assessed that decapitation or slaughtering Iran's leaders was doable, and as we saw, it absolutely was doable. But they assessed that the third and fourth parts of Netanyahu's pitch, which included the possibility of the Kurds mounting a ground invasion of Iran, were detached from reality. When Trump joined the meeting, Ratcliffe briefed him on the assessment. The CIA director used one word to describe the Israeli prime minister's regime change scenarios: farcical. At that point, Rubio cut in. In other words, it's BS, he said. So apparently Ratcliffe and Rubio were hesitant. You know, they were skeptical of the claims being made by Netanyahu and the Israelis. I mean, they didn't fight or push back hard enough to ensure that we didn't get dragged into a stupid war like this, a disastrous war like this. But, you know, they shared their skepticism. Ratcliffe then said that regime change could not be considered an achievable objective. General Dan Kane agreed, telling Trump, "Sir, this is, in my experience, standard operating procedure for the Israelis. They oversell, and their plans are not always well developed. They know they need us, and that's why they're hard selling." It's not just that they need us, right? They know that they have this half-baked plot that's unlikely to work. So why not send in the Americans? Have them pay for it, have their soldiers get slaughtered. By the way, that whole mission of saving that pilot, the one that Trump is celebrating today, I think it's all lies.
It's a lie. I tried to tell y'all.
It was actually there to try to get the enriched uranium.
That's it.
I think that special operation went south. It was a complete and utter disaster, and our government doesn't want to take any ownership of it. I think that's what actually happened.
Right.
Now, that's my speculation, but I have reason to believe it considering the aircraft that was involved in that whole situation. But I digress. Cenk, before I move on, I want to hear from you.
So the Israelis said that it would be easy, it would be low-level risk. They would not attack our Gulf allies. They wouldn't be able to close off the Strait of Hormuz, and that they would surrender to Trump relatively quickly and easily. Okay. So every time we ask, hey, what did we get in return for the $320 billion at a minimum that we have given Israel, let alone the $8 trillion we spent on the global war on Israel's neighbors? What do we get in return? Every time the answer is intelligence. Amazing intelligence. No, their intelligence, it doesn't suck, guys. They have very good intelligence when they want it. They did the Hezbollah pager attack. They knew where the Hamas leaders were, the Hezbollah leaders, etc. Just coincidentally, when they need to have very bad intelligence on October 7th. They apparently, anyways. And when they're driving us into the Iraq war, when they're driving us into the Iran war. Oh, golly gee, our intelligence was all wrong. Oh, that's what we gave America to make them die for us? Oh, so you fight the war and not us? Why is he in our Situation Room? If he wants this war so bad, why doesn't he fight it?
Why
It has
is he not
nothing
in
to
prison?
do with us.
He should be arrested. He should be at The Hague. That's where he belongs. He's in the United States Situation Room with the most powerful people in our country.
So since
calling the shots. Sorry, Cenk, go ahead.
Since we know that their intelligence is not actually bad when they need it, right? It is indisputable that they lie to us almost every time. They lied to us in Iraq. They lied to us about Iran. And yet, they're our great special ally? No, they view us as suckers.
Because we are.
Suckers that they could just take endless, literally hundreds of billions of dollars from. That they could drive us in a war, have us die instead of them. Have us spend $8 trillion. In fact, we had to borrow the $8 trillion from China, and you, your children, your grandchildren all have to pay interest on that debt.
Absolutely.
Because we had to fight all of Israel's neighbors.
That's right.
No, the way that they have captured our government and our media is disgusting. And so they can call me any names they like. They're not going to be able to stop us. Both the right wing and the left wing. Go ahead, call all of America's anti-Semites. Do whatever stupid propaganda you want. But it's not going to stop us from telling the truth. And the truth is Israel is a danger to the world. A giant danger to America. They are not remotely our ally.
Facts.
They have used and abused us.
Facts.
And it is time to cast them out.
100%.
Cast
Absolutely.
them out completely.
Sanctions. Sanctions.
Plus, they said Jesus
Not
Christ
another dollar. One more politician
was on
gives
earth.
one more dollar to Israel.
High Hughes.
If you vote for a politician that going forward gives more money to
Tell
Israel,
the truth.
you ought to have your head examined.
Tell
You're
them.
a traitor if you do that. And all these 94%
You're enemy
of
of your
money from
state.
Israel. And our ridiculous, pathological liars in mainstream media say, no, those billions of dollars AIPAC and the Israeli lobby have given to politicians didn't affect the politicians at all.
Morgan said that.
Well, what an outrageous lie.
Yeah.
So no, we have to take out the Israelis completely from our government and apparently from our media.
Yeah, we need to do a real purge of our government, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
Now, Trump gets this assessment from Ratcliffe. Even Marco Rubio jumps
Hey,
in
Big
and
L.
says this is BS. So how does Trump react to that? You know, the notion that regime change is not possible through military action. Trump quickly weighed the assessment.
Moral.
Regime change, he said,
Hello?
would be their problem. Oh, I thought we were going to go in there to liberate the Iranians. Interesting. But
Oh,
let me
yeah, he
continue.
offered that.
It was unclear whether he was referring to the Israelis or the Iranian people, meaning regime change being their problem, right? The bottom line was that his decision on whether to go to war against Iran would not hinge on whether regime change was achievable. For Trump, decapitating the regime was good enough for him. That's what he wanted to do, right? But over the following days, General Kane shared more in-depth military assessment of a major military campaign against Iran. What would that look like? Are we prepared for it? Do we have the weaponry?
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Do we have the weaponry? Y'all hit the like button. Please.
Ready to go.
Let's go.
He stated that the United States has depleted its stockpiles of weaponry, including, of course, missile interceptors. Kane saw no way to quickly replenish stockpiles to ensure that the United States is prepared for such a war. And he also brought up the difficulty of securing the Strait of Hormuz. Turns out that Raisin Kane was right, but Trump didn't listen to him. But the president appeared to think it would be a very quick war because he's a moron. An impression that had been reinforced by the tepid response to the U.S. bombing of Iran's nuclear facilities in June. So let's pause right there, because this is what happens when the idiots in our country, including the members of the media, engage in these ridiculous celebrations of something like the 12-day war, right? Because it emboldens unhinged people like Trump. He was high off his own supply after he carried out the illegal action of literally kidnapping a foreign sovereign country's leader and his wife. Of course, I'm talking about Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro and his wife. When you cheerlead the war crimes that our government carries out on behalf of Israel or on behalf of our own needs for resources or whatever, that emboldens our government to go further. And that's where we are today. Now, I want to get to another part of this, because the piece is a lot more nuanced in regard to Kane's advice to Trump. And then I want to get to J.D. Vance. The J.D. Vance part is really important. Let's first focus on Kane, though. So persistent was the chairman in not taking a stand, repeating that it was not his role to tell the president what to do, but rather to present options along with potential risks and possible second and third order consequences, that he could appear to some of those listening to be arguing all sides of an issue simultaneously. Trump would often seem to hear only what he wanted to hear. So in comparison, General Mark Milley, who was from Trump's first term, would push back pretty aggressively, especially when it came to potential war with Iran. And obviously that pushback yielded good results because Trump didn't go to war with Iran in his first term. So I really wish that Kane, knowing what he knew, was a little more forceful, a little more clear in helping our president understand that engaging in this war would be a complete and utter disaster. Same goes for Marco Rubio, same goes for anyone else in the administration who's mentioned in this piece as, sharing their assessment, disagreeing with, engaging in this war, but they don't push back. It's not their place. Yeah. Well, then you're useless. You're absolutely useless. And that goes for J.D. Vance as well. Before we get to the vice president, Cenk, your thoughts?
Yeah, so everybody on that list that was in that room is either a coward or a traitor or both. So General Dan Kane is definitely a coward. He didn't tell the president all the devastating consequences that he apparently thought would happen. Why did he not tell the president?
You need a drink.
Because he was worried about
you better get in tune with the Lord. You better make him your personal savior, your Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Kane obviously cared a lot more about his career than he did about America. So he has greatly betrayed us, okay, through his deep cowardice. Now, when you get to Susie Wiles, same thing, says nothing. And everybody on that list, the tenor of the article was that no one really dared object to Donald Trump.
Correct.
That they were all scared to say anything that would upset him. Well, I mean, why don't you advertise that you're all cowards? Now, the reality is they are advertising this because they're the ones who leaked it.
Yes, okay. I agree.
But it's amazing that since the second option is worse, that they're traitors.
Who did he say?
They're leaning in on, we're cowards. We were total cowards and we didn't say anything, okay? Yeah. Now, I don't believe them at all. I believe some of them are cowards like Dan Kane, but I believe most of them are traitors. So Marco Rubio, we know through Drop Site News is reporting, and that's why people like Jake Tapper get really upset when you find out the truth, that there are emails from Larry Ellison saying that he gave Marco Rubio $5 million into his super PAC after he pre-approved him for Israel. And he told the Israeli ambassador that. Larry Ellison pretends to be an American. He's the founder of Oracle and the guy buying up half our media to serve Israel. And he also bought up a lot of our politicians. So that email was so telling. So Hegseth was the biggest warmonger among them.
Yep.
He's also the guy who lauded the IDF in his book and said the IDF soldiers should be in American streets. So most of that room actually works for Israel. They literally get paid by Israel to betray our country.
That's right.
And so...
And by the way, let me comment on that real quick, because right now, you know, there are these reports of Israelis flying back to Brooklyn, you know, flying back to safety as this war happens, right? As the possibility of nukes getting dropped on Iran comes up. No.
Never ever sue the driver who
Y'all better
crashed
stop
into you
believing
after a car
everything they lie
accident.
and say.
There's a better way to get compensated that's faster.
If we had any real leadership in this country, they'd be denied entry. Go back to Israel. Go back to Israel.
Well, you
Revel in it. And your U.S. citizenship should be revoked. You're either an Israeli or you're an American. Make your decision. But you don't get to suck the life out of our country on behalf of the country you actually love living in and care about, and then come back to safety when it's convenient for you. Go back to Israel. All right, now let's get to J.D. Vance, okay? Because I'm getting very tired of this laundering of this guy's reputation, as if he's not a warmonger. Okay, because he is a warmonger. So let's get to the details. So this piece spends a lot of time attempting to paint J.D. Vance as an opponent of war. So I'll give you one excerpt to give you an example. Nobody in Trump's inner circle was more worried about the prospect of war with Iran, or did more to try to stop it, than the vice president. Really?
Total lie.
What did he do to try to stop it?
Nothing.
He didn't do anything. The piece doesn't give us a single example of J.D. Vance trying to stop the war. Not one. So why is the New York Times just regurgitating that? Clearly this was leaked to the New York Times by members of the Trump administration.
Of course.
Clearly by J.D. Vance, who's going to run in 2028 and doesn't want the stank of this war following him. Oh, it's going to follow you, homeboy. I'll make sure of it. You're a warmonger just like the rest of them.
So they even knew where each participant was sitting. They went through a lot of detail to explain they're sitting in this seat and next to them is the other person, etc. So there's no question that the leaker is inside the Situation Room. By the way, when Chelsea Manning or Edward Snowden or Julian Assange does a leak, they have to be chased to the ends of the earth and they're wanted criminals, and Mike Pompeo talks about murdering them. When the vice president does a leak, totally fine. From inside the Situation Room, talking about the most sensitive intelligence and information we have. So why did Vance, and my guess is the other guy who did the leak was Rubio, why did they do this? Because they want to paint it as we were not totally in favor of this. When we run later, we were the good guys.
No.
So Rubio is quoted as saying that the Israeli intelligence was BS. My ass, he said that. He works for the Israelis.
100%.
Okay. So I'm positive that he pushed Trump into this war. Everything he has said, both visibly, publicly, and things that are reported behind the scenes, is Rubio totally backs Israel. So now J.D. Vance. I was very curious what the New York Times was going to do with this, because it was their own reporting that showed earlier, when the war first started, that J.D. Vance was the guy who was critical in convincing Trump to, quote, go big and fast.
Yep.
To not do limited strikes. So how did the New York Times handle it in this case? Because now they're pretending that he was against the war. In one sentence.
I have it.
You
I have the excerpt, yes. So they write this. Get a load of this. This is amazing. Okay. The vice president thought a regime change war with Iran could be a disaster. His preference was for no strikes at all. Later, when it seemed certain that the president was set on a large-scale campaign, Vance argued that he should do so with overwhelming force in the hope of achieving his objectives quickly. So in other words, be as vicious as possible so we can wrap this up quickly. Okay. Yeah. And let me just remind you of what J.D. Vance had to say after Trump put out a Truth Social post this morning threatening to end Iran's civilization, thus slaughtering 92 million people. Let's take a look at what he did. Did he condemn it publicly? No, he gave a speech where he basically repeated what Trump had to say.
We feel confident that we can get a response, whether it's positive or negative. We're going to get a response from the Iranians by 8 o'clock tonight. I hope they make the right response, because what we really want is we want a world where oil and gas is flowing freely, where people can afford to heat their homes and cool their homes, where people can afford to transport themselves to work. That's not going to happen if the Iranians are engaged in acts of economic terrorism. So they've got to know we've got tools in our toolkit that we so far haven't decided to use. The President of the United States can decide to use them, and he will decide to use them if the Iranians don't change their course of conduct.
What tools are you referring to, Vice President Pence? What kind of tools are you referring to? Oh, that's the dove? That's the peacemaker? That's the anti-war guy who's threatening what, nukes? Or is that what you're threatening here? You're doubling down on the president's message? Don't be fooled into thinking that scumbag is a peace-loving individual, okay? And let's say we give him the benefit of the doubt. We, actually read this, we take it at face value and fool ourselves into thinking that he's a dove. He's in the Trump administration right now. He's not pushing back. He's going along with it. That makes you a war criminal, just like Trump.
Yeah, he's saying that unconventional weapons that are in our toolkit, it seems almost a clear reference to nukes. I'm pretty sure doves don't talk about nuking 90 million people. So he had an opportunity to argue for limited strikes. We know from the earlier New York Times reporting, partly corroborated by the statement Anna just read to you guys, that he did not argue for limited strikes. He argued for go big and fast.
Yes.
Okay, so full-scale invasion. So this is a CYA operation, this leak by Vance, to cover his ass and to pretend he was against the war when he was totally in favor of the war. And by the way, you don't say, oh, after Trump made the decision, then he told him to go big and fast. Really? Did you say no? Did you stand up and say, no, Mr. President, I don't think this is a good idea? That's not, even in your own stupid leak, you didn't have the temerity to say that, because you never said it. And everybody in the room knows you never said it. You were not against this war. And just like everyone else in this administration, you serve Israel and the donors. You were created by the donors. This guy was a hobo. He was a no one until Peter Thiel gave him $10 million. Peter Thiel, who, by the way, owns, among the people who own Palantir and the surveillance state. And that's what's coming next.
Yes.
If you object to the war, oh, it's wartime president, we're going to have to soon start rounding up opponents of the war. One last thing, guys. Why did this story come out now? The reason it came out now is because Vance and Rubio know that the crap is about to hit the fan. Before it hits the fan and things go really, really south, they wanted it on the record. Oh, no, we leaked to our friend Maggie Haberman that we were the good guys against this war. Why are you saying you're against the war if the war is going so great? If you think and know that the war is about to be won and they're about to surrender to Donald Trump, why are you leaking to the New York Times that you were always against it? Because they are absolutely positive we're about to get into the biggest disaster you've ever seen. That's why this story exists now.
Listen closely, because this is a solemn promise. This will be the last pair of dentures you ever have to buy. Here is what your dentist will never tell you.
The fragility of the so-called two-week ceasefire between the United States and Iran is very apparent, and nothing makes it more apparent than what is currently transpiring in Lebanon. Now, the Iranians had put out a 10-point plan that recently Trump accepted full-heartedly. I mean, he didn't say, I agree to every single point on this 10-point list. However, it is a reasonable basis on which we can, begin negotiations. But on that list was the very, very last point from Iran was all war needs to stop, including in Lebanon. However, Israel immediately began to intensify its attacks against Lebanon after Trump announced that there would be this 2-week ceasefire with Iran. So Israel said that it was continuing military operations in Lebanon against Hezbollah, okay, which I'm not buying because they are bombing areas of Lebanon where Hezbollah doesn't even operate. And, this is prompting protests from Iran. Iran is basically saying there's no ceasefire if the brutality of the Israelis is still carried out against the Lebanese people. And so this came despite the fact that Iranian 10-point plan made it clear they want the hostilities and the war against Lebanon to stop. So here's how Israel responded to it. In 10 minutes, the IDF completed the largest coordinated strike across Lebanon since the start of Operation Roaring Lion. The strike targeted 100 plus Hezbollah headquarters, military arrays, and command and control centers in Beirut, Bekaa, and southern Lebanon, including intelligence command centers and central headquarters used planning terror attacks, infrastructure of firepower and naval arrays responsible for launching missiles, assets of the Radwan force, and the aerial unit, Hezbollah's elite units. Okay, that's all BS. Complete and utter hogwash. Now, why do I say that? Because these strikes, the first strike that Israel carried out after the ceasefire was announced, hit an ambulance. They really, really love striking rescue workers, don't they? Mm-hmm. And the peacekeepers too. UNIFIL, can't get enough of striking them. There have been peacekeepers who have been killed. Others have been devastatingly wounded, severely injured, and some journalists have been killed recently as well after the ceasefire was announced. So Israel Katz, the defense minister for Israel, admitted that these were surprise attacks. Take a look at your screens right now. Look at what the Israelis are up to. This is what's been going on since the ceasefire was announced.
He did not have admitted that these were surprise attacks. He did not have good intentions. We are not going to come over here and lie. Dare Olis, or whatever your name is, sir. I do apologize. Darrell Olis, yeah. How in the world can you say he had good intentions when he left his last term violently? January 6th. Yeah, he had a mission. Somewhere in his first administration, he figured out that he was going to do what he's doing now on second term. And when he didn't get the second term, he showed his hand. He showed that he had evil intent. Oh, so no, sir. No, sir. We are not going to lie and say he had good intent. January 6th is calling you out. I don't want to call you a lie, but what you're saying is not truthful. You understand? If January 6th never would have happened, I wouldn't have believed it. However, I couldn't call you out. You understand? So I don't even have to, I could go and say a bunch of other stuff, but all I have to say is January 6th. So go on back over there with your change of narrative, slogan or plot. Wrong answer, boo-boo. No, January 6th. Can somebody put January 6th in the comment section for Darrell? Yeah, no. And hit my like button, please. Well, the bot got told off. Yeah, the bot got caught in a bot lie. You about lie. And the truth ain't in you. God bless you. I hope bots have an opportunity to surrender their life to Jesus Christ. Because the bot, if Christ come, you gonna die too. And you gonna burn too. Hello. Yeah, don't play. We stand on morals, character, the truth, because it's going to set you free. We're not playing with none of you liars. None. real ones and or fake ones. However, wherever the shoe fits, let you wear it. Okay. Now let's continue. And because you disturbed the truth, because he was going in, she was going in. I'm sorry, baby girl. We gonna back it up. We gonna back that thing up. We gonna back that thing up. The truth will set you free, though. Let's go.
And southern Lebanon, including intelligence command centers and central headquarters used, planning terror attacks, infrastructure of firepower and naval arrays responsible for launching missiles, assets of the Radwan force, and the aerial unit, Hezbollah's elite units. Okay, that's all BS. Complete and utter hogwash. Now, why do I say that? Because these strikes, the first strike that Israel carried out after the ceasefire was announced, hit an ambulance. They really, really love striking rescue workers, don't they? And the peacekeepers too. UNIFIL, can't get enough of striking them. There have been peacekeepers who have been killed, others have been devastatingly wounded, severely injured. And some journalists have been killed recently as well after the ceasefire was announced. So Israel Katz, the defense minister for Israel, admitted that these were surprise attacks. Like, take a look at your screens right now. Look at what the Israelis are up to. This is what's been going on since the ceasefire was announced. So Katz admitted that these were surprise attacks, meaning that civilians had no chance to evacuate to ensure, maximum civilian casualties. Those killed include 92 people who were killed in Beirut. Another 742 individuals in Beirut were wounded. 61 people were killed in the southern suburbs of Beirut. 18 people were killed in Baalbek. 9 were killed in Harel. 28 were killed in Nabateh, and 12 were killed in Sudan. So the death toll is likely higher.
Put your Darrell, put your comments on the super chat or super sticker.
Based in Lebanon later today to give us a clearer
picture. Yeah, you too long-winded. Put it on the super chat or super sticker. Support my platform if you want me to entertain you.
As I was producing the story, the death toll was as follows. 245 killed and 1,165 wounded by today's Israeli attacks on Lebanon. You're going to tell me that all those people were Hezbollah militants? No, they weren't Hezbollah militants. Israel made sure to slaughter some journalists as well. So let's get to the 2 in Lebanon. I should note that they also killed a journalist in Gaza. So Lebanese journalist Ghada Dayek of Swat al-Farah radio was killed earlier today in an Israeli strike targeting her home. Interesting, was her home a Hezbollah command center? I just need to make it very clear, what the Israelis are doing to Lebanon right now is very similar to what the Israelis did in Gaza. And they're doing this specifically to annex southern Lebanon. They've already announced it. Now, they claim they're doing it because they desperately need a buffer zone, which is hilarious because they're planning on settling that land. Let's just keep it real. But aside from that, how are you going to say that it's going to be a buffer zone when Hezbollah has missiles that can hit central Israel? The only way you're going to see an end to all the bloodshed is if you end the war. But Israel doesn't want to end the war. Netanyahu doesn't want to end the war, and he wants more land. So he's going to keep going. The other journalist who was killed, Al-Manar journalist Susan Al-Khalil, was killed in today's Israeli attacks on Lebanon. So 2 journalists killed in the last 24 hours. Now, Netanyahu doubled down on committing war crimes in Lebanon during a press conference today, which also seems to confirm that the war criminal is in fact alive. So take a look at that.
Because the ceasefire with Iran will not include Hezbollah. We are continuing hitting Hezbollah. And today, Hezbollah has suffered from the biggest strike against the location since the pager incident. We have hit locations Hezbollah thought they are safe. To the citizens of Israel, we promised you to restore back the security. There is a good security belt inside the Lebanese territories.
Don't buy that camera that's going viral to keep burglars away. Do this instead. For only $22 a month, I got a premium.
As long as Israel continues with its expansionist project, there is no safety for the Israelis. And the Israelis need to learn that. They need to learn that. This quote-unquote buffer zone that Israel is fighting for, which is basically just more land annexation and border expansion, is not going to keep the Israelis safe. Again, Hezbollah has missiles that can hit central Israel. So how about you stop trying to steal land? The whole existence of Hezbollah has to do with resisting Israel's attempts to annex land from Lebanon. It's that simple. But the Israelis refuse to, respect borders. And so there is no safety for the Israelis. There is no safety for the Israelis. By the way, has Hamas been defeated? No, of course not. Has Hezbollah been defeated? Israelis thought Hezbollah had been defeated earlier. And then they effed around and found out. Okay, so has Iran been defeated? No, of course not. The only thing Israel is good at is agitating for more war, okay, while dragging the United States into its ridiculous battles. And none of this keeps the Israeli people safe. All it does is reproduce more and more extremism, because how could it not? How could this not radicalize people? How could it not? You see your entire family wiped out. You see your family home wiped out. You see the Israelis annexing land from your country. How does it not radicalize you? And there's a part of me that thinks Netanyahu knows this. The Israelis know this. And they do it anyway. They do it on purpose.
Right.
Because they'll always have that convenient excuse of fighting terrorists, terrorists that they manufacture through their actions. And I don't consider Hezbollah a terrorist group. In fact, it's an established political party in southern Lebanon. You might not like that political party, but it is what it is. And honestly, at this point, Hezbollah is the only thing stopping Israel from taking over Lebanon. Okay, the Lebanese government is a joke. One of the MPs in Lebanon's government was like, we're the ones who get to negotiate a ceasefire. We're the ones who get to decide. Are you upset that Iran wanted the war against Lebanon to stop in order to agree to a ceasefire? Are you upset about that? And unsurprisingly, even though Trump said, the 10 points that Iran has put out, totally reasonable, a good basis for us to begin negotiations, all of a sudden, and unsurprisingly, very clear that the White House is on Israel's side when it comes to their atrocities against Lebanon. Take a look.
Danny. Thanks, Karen. Would President Trump like to see Lebanon included in this peace deal? Because as you know, there have been increased Israeli strikes on Lebanon today with dozens of casualties there.
Sure. Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire. That has been relayed to all parties involved in the ceasefire. As you know, Prime Minister Netanyahu put out a statement last night in support of the ceasefire, in support of the United States' efforts, and he's also assured the president they'll continue to be a helpful partner throughout the course of the next 2 weeks.
I would like to exist for maybe a few months on this earth where Israel doesn't humiliate the American people.
Right.
Okay?
Right
Because
in our
that's what's
face.
happening here. Our government has been cucked. And it doesn't matter. This is not it's a partisan thing. No. Okay, Biden embarrassed the American people, was constantly humiliated by the Israelis. And then in comes Trump, Mr. Tough Guy, right? He's like a total keyboard warrior, threatening nukes against Iran, but gets humiliated by the Israelis on a regular basis, embarrasses the American people on a regular basis.
In our face.
Now, the other sticking point when it comes to a lasting and legitimate ceasefire has to do with control over the Strait of Hormuz, because the 10-point plan that the Iranians put out made it very clear that Iran will continue controlling the Strait of Hormuz. In fact, whether Iran includes that in their list or not doesn't even matter. It is impossible right now to militarily take the Strait of Hormuz or take that control away from the Iranians. If we had the military capability to do that, we would have done that already, but we didn't do that because we don't have the capability of doing it. And so as a result, you know, the Iranians are upset. You even have, you know, ridiculous Democratic lawmakers who are like, oh, I don't know about this ceasefire if Iran is going to still have control of the Strait of Hormuz. By the way, Strait of Hormuz was fully open prior to the war. Our war aims changed from regime change and liberating the Iranian people to, oh no, can we get that Strait of Hormuz open again? That's how badly we got spanked by the Iranians. And I hate to say it, right? I'm an American. I don't want to be humiliated.
Have you ever wondered if you could make money with a drone? I mean, real money, like replace your job money?
But the American people need to understand, we do not have representation in the federal government on our behalf. And so we will continue getting humiliated as long as we tolerate the types of politicians that continue this unholy alliance with Israel, okay? Because at the heart of that humiliation, at the heart of that embarrassment, is Israel and our alliance with them. So further jeopardizing it, yes, is the Strait of Hormuz. So I should note that the GCC countries, meaning the Gulf countries or allies, are upset because they're worried that Iran will continue charging tolls. And those tolls are pricey. $2 million to transit oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. So you look at Iran and they're like, think about this war. I mean, it's been devastating for the Iranian people. There's no question. Okay, more than 2,000 people have been killed so far. I mean, World Heritage sites in Iran have been targeted by the United States and the Israelis. I mean, the opening salvo, of course, included that double tap strike. And look, this has been bothering me, so I want to clarify earlier statements. You don't do a double tap strike on accident. So if that's going to make Ben Shapiro have a temper tantrum, that's totally fine. When you do a double tap on an elementary school, was it really an accident? And if it was an accident, we should really get to the bottom of where we got that intel from, right? That told the U.S. military that this was actually an Iranian military site that needed to be struck. But 175 people died in that Manab elementary school, opening salvo of this war. We did that. Tomahawk missiles did that. And it's a stain on our nation's history that we carried out such a horrific atrocity. And on top of that, unfortunately, are governed by an administration that refuses to take ownership of it and apologize. Okay, it's just so depraved, so wrong. Finally, Jonathan Karl from ABC News spoke to Trump about the Strait of Hormuz, and this is the kind of cope Trump is deluding himself with. This is not true. There's no way. But here's what Jonathan Karl says. This morning, I asked President Trump if he's okay with the Iranians charging a toll for all ships that go through the Strait of Hormuz. He told me there may be a joint U.S.-Iran venture to charge tolls. Joint. Quote, we're thinking of doing it as a joint venture. It's a way of securing it. Also securing it from lots of other people. It's a beautiful thing. The Strait of Hormuz has been the most powerful piece of leverage the Iranians have had. Why would they enter some sort of economic deal with the United States, which has been dishonest, which has engaged in bad faith? Why would they do that? Why would they give up their leverage by, welcoming the United States into this situation, giving them access to their only real point of leverage? I just don't buy it. I don't buy it. So if things go as planned, which they rarely do, but let's hope, there's supposed to be negotiations, direct negotiations between the United States and Iran later this week on Friday. They're supposed to take place in Islamabad. The involvement of Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, two individuals who sabotaged the peace negotiations to launch this war, is not a good sign. The only difference this time around is that J.D. Vance will be involved. Hopefully, J.D. Vance gets the other two out of the room I don't even trust J.D. Vance, though. But I think J.D. Vance probably wants an end to the war way more than the likes of Jared Kushner. Now, throughout this war, I think Steve Witkoff realized he effed up, which is why he was desperately trying to message the Iranians. And for the most part, the Iranians ignored his messages. How could you trust the guy? After Iran, in the last round of negotiations, agreed to give up their enriched uranium, which, by the way, was disclosed by the mediator from Oman, you have Steve Witkoff making his rounds on, those Sunday shows claiming, oh, a nuclear weapon is right around the corner for Iran. No, it wasn't. Why was he lying? Why didn't he disclose the very real concessions that the Iranians were making? So his involvement in so-called peace negotiations gives me absolutely no faith.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure thing.
How much do you spend on groceries per week?
Like $150, $200. 200 probably, 150.
All we can do is trust in God. Trust in the Lord with all thy heart and lean not to thy own understanding. Baby, because what they got going on is bigger than us. It's bigger than us. They trying to prepare a place for themselves because they made a deal with the devil. Jared is Antichrist. Yep. I've heard Jared. I've heard Baron. I've heard a lot of things. I just can't get this order together. Hold on.
Important that we have some amazing news after a far-right tyrant named Viktor Orban has just lost his election in Hungary, only a few days after Vice President J.D. Vance visited the country of Hungary to give a stump speech for the massively corrupt, wannabe authoritarian, wannabe dictator that is Viktor Orban.
You already know before me.
This was a quite brutal week for J.D. Vance in terms of foreign policy. He visited two places.
And everyone
First, he visited Hungary, where he shook hands with Viktor Orban and did a stump speech. And a few days later, Viktor Orban lost the parliamentary elections.
But they sure enough playing in our face.
Then, J.D. Vance went to Islamabad, Pakistan, where, again, the trilateral negotiations between Iran, the United States, and Pakistan as the mediator immediately fell through. Not immediately, after 20 hours of negotiating they fell through, but basically no ground was made and J.D. Vance had to give a shameful speech where he was hanging his head. But let's go back to Hungary because this signifies something massive.
Jared
Not
used
only
to
is
vote
this great for the people
as a woman.
Hungary,
I could see that. I could see, and he was compromised by Bibi Netanyahu as a kid. His dad
it's also great for the people
compromised
of Ukraine.
his son.
Viktor Orban was very pro-Vladimir Putin, and the person that beat him is pro-Ukraine. That is a great step up. But I also find it incredibly sickening that our leaders are going out there, are traveling across the world at a time when we're in a war to stump for these far-right tyrants like Viktor Orban. J.D. Vance, number one, shouldn't be placing his thumb on other countries' elections. Donald Trump shouldn't be placing his thumb on other countries' elections. And even after they do that, they lose, and they're just trying to embed this type of far-right ideology that has been the tent pole for Republicans for decades. Republicans have wanted
to bust the move
into a Viktor Orban-type Hungary. Viktor Orban is, of course, the man on the right in this photo. J.D. Vance is, of course, the loser on the left. And Viktor Orban is known for suppressing dissent in Hungary. He's known for being massively corrupt and just paying people off to vote for him. He's known for wanting a one-party rule, even though it doesn't quite work out that way. In the parliamentary elections that happened today, which pitted incumbent Prime Minister Viktor Orban versus Peter Major, who was actually a member of Viktor Orban's party at one time, I found out. He was a member of Viktor Orban's party, and he's rather moderate. He's pro-Ukraine, he's pro-West. He's not very different than Viktor Orban on some of the immigration policies, but he's very different when it comes to the things that matter, like corruption silencing dissent, silencing the media. So it's very important we have these losses happening across the globe, because it's very important that we're standing up for democratic values, liberal values, and we don't let illiberal people like Viktor Orban, Donald Trump, and JD Vance, and Elon Musk set the narrative. By the way, check below how close we are to 2 million subscribers. You'll be shocked. We're at 1.99 million. I just want to say thank you all, genuinely, for all of the work that you guys have helped put in. We work every single day to build a better channel, a better America, and a better world, and we couldn't do it without you all. So again, thank you. Subscribe below. Drop a like. It genuinely helps boost the video. And Midas Touch just broke the news. Hungary saw a stunning political shakeup. Opposition leader Peter Magyar, I hope I'm saying that right. Somebody said it's Magyar, somebody said it's Magyar, but I think it's Magyar, says Prime Minister Viktor Orban personally called to congratulate him on his victory, marking the imminent end to Orban's long grip on power. Immediately after this happened, we saw people dancing outside the parliament in Budapest. It is a happy day for people who care about democracy, care about Ukraine, care about a better country, a better future for everybody. I like the laser eyes that I see right here. It's a very funny meme. But to continue, Peter Magyar at a press conference was saying that there was some reported voter fraud, and he said that Orban was
it's always voter fraud when they lose.
Facilitating armed attacks in an attempt to cling power. Now, these may have not manifested in the way that he thought, but there were so many credible rumors that Vladimir Putin was helping Viktor Orban try to rig this election. Viktor Orban has, by the way, created one of the most sprawling apparatus of political corruption in any country while still maintaining some semblance of a democracy. He bullies the media into covering him favorably. He bullies the dissent. He even tried to leak some sex tape of his opponent that won, and the opponent said, I don't care, do whatever you want, it really doesn't bother me. So now the first results of the Hungarian parliamentary elections are in, and it seems like the opposition is leading with a mandate, which is a huge hit to JD Vance, who was there 4 days ago. JD Vance was in Hungary 4 days ago, and in Hungary, he was saying some of the largest BS I have ever heard. I urge you guys to watch these clips until the end, because we need to debunk this just absolute BS coming from our vice president. He tries to say, you should never have a foreign head of state threatening the head of a government of an allied nation. It's preposterous. It's unacceptable. Now, he's holding Zelensky to the standard here, but he can't hold his own administration to the standard of not threatening your allies. Donald Trump on a daily basis is leaking messages with France, leaking messages with the leader of Norway. He's threatening them with tariffs. He threatened the leader of Norway with tariffs because the leader of Norway wouldn't give him a Nobel Peace Prize, even though the leader of Norway has no control over that. So Donald Trump is doing this all of the time. This is sickening.
So first of all, I wasn't even aware that Zelensky had said that he was going to send private soldiers to the prime minister's residence until yesterday. Victor actually told me that, and then I went and looked it up. Almost couldn't believe it's true, but it's true. That's completely scandalous. You should never have a foreign head of government or a foreign head of state threatening the head of government of an allied nation. It's preposterous. It's unacceptable.
Blow up,
and what I find
remove
so
a
interesting
whole.
about, there's a lot of conversation about foreign influence in our elections. So you saw this back in 2016, where a lot of the American media said that it was a true scandal that the Russian government
and they going along with it.
$500,000 of Facebook advertisements during the 2016 campaign. And for what it's worth, I don't want Russia involved in our elections in the same way that I'm sure you don't want any other country involved in your elections. I've also
Trump
been told that
wouldn't have made it the first go around.
Coming and saying that Viktor Orban
it's in the Epstein files. Are you not reading them?
To the cause of peace. That's foreign influence.
Slow bunny.
What's not foreign influence is when the European Union threatens billions of dollars withheld from Hungary.
Yo, Big Daddy. It's in the Epstein files.
Foreign influence.
Pull up.
This is some crazy gaslighting. And this
read
is
it and pull up his diaper.
Let me just explain this in the simplest way possible. The Vice President of the United States is traveling across the world during a time of war and a time of economic need.
Because he want to replace them.
Stump for an authoritarian.
Let me tell you why. Because they hold on, Adam, baby. I'm sorry. Because they finna replace him. So they getting him out there to get his face out there, to get familiar, so that they can, kind of feel comfortable with his bull crap. Yeah, they finna backdoor Trump. That's why he had been quiet the whole little time. How many months have Vance been quiet? After he let old girl rub the back of his head, You know, let me rub you down. Yeah, we didn't see him. I mean, am I going to have to just really break it down? So they're about to replace Trump. Now, how? I do not know. They finna put him on sick leave. They finna impeach him. They finna just take him down for a minute because, you know, he cuckoo. Silver eye, what's the 6 and the 4? What's that for? Silver eye, what you doing, baby? So that's why we seeing him. That's why he talking out the side of his neck. He's trying to get familiar with how this go and how he gonna lie. You understand? Break it down. I'm just saying. That's what this is. But I hope that when they impeach so that his whole administration is out. What about Barack Obama? We want 25. I think it's 2, 3, and 4. Yeah. We want to start. We gonna take our chances with somebody new. A whole administration, because they all stuck on stupid. They all a part of Apex. They all are a part of being paid by Israel. Period. Now, if we gotta have him, I'd rather have him than Trump. I know people saying you know, they both, yes, they are. But we know what Trump on. But if it was up to me, I would start all the way over. Period.
He's been pro-Russia for decades. That's Viktor Orban. He's been in power for 16 years, and he has been suppressing dissent and suppressing the media. And while JD
and let's be clear,
he not only has the goal to shit talk.
While people are talking about Russia bad and Putin and China, he made deals with all of them. Let us not forget. He tried to play in all their faces. It was cool. Putin is my friend. Russia, this, Russia. You know, they all came and you know, he was kissing the ground they walked on. Because they was stroking his ego. They were stroking his ego. And he was getting something out of it. But the plan, the bottom line is to leave the U.S. destitute. And they're going to steal everything from us. That's why we funding here, we're gifting here, we're giving, you know, we're going to look at a structure where, you know, me and Iran, the Strait of Hamas, where I can get a cut. Who is you? You talking about the U.S.? Is it going back in the trap? What you mean? Who pocket is it really? Oh, it's going to go into that Swiss bank account, like over there where, what is Venezuela's? Where you made the deal with that lady. Yeah. Oh, you thought I forgot? Oh, boy, please. I know you didn't. Yeah. That Swiss account. Where the money is going. Is that what you plan on doing? The devil is a lie. Let's go.
Who's being invaded by Vladimir Putin. But he also then begins to downplay the incredibly sophisticated intelligence campaign that Russia waged on the 2016 election and subsequent elections. This was not just $500,000 in Facebook ads, and that's very intentional on J.D. Vance's part there. He's trying to downplay how much Russia tried to damage Hillary Clinton's campaign. The U.S. intelligence community assessed in 2017 that Vladimir Putin personally ordered an influence campaign to undermine faith in U.S. democracy and denigrate Clinton. It's not even all just directly helping Trump. It's not just giving good PR for Trump. Part of Russia's tactic is to sow division.
If you're thinking of going back to school to get a new job so you can earn more, don't do it. You don't need to waste years of your life and thousands of dollars. Here's the legitimate way to
sow disbelief, to sow doubt in our election system so people don't even want to vote. There was sweeping and systematic social media manipulation, hacking and leaking operations, contacts that Trump associates had with the Russian government that were all exposed. So JD Vance is sitting here and downplaying the extent to which Russia is hacking into our elections while he's in another country interfering with their elections. Make it make sense. I absolutely hate this guy. Here's JD Vance accusing Ukraine of interfering in elections with Hungary while speaking at a rally next to Viktor Orban. He does it again. This is sickening. It says, personally, I don't understand how the United States ended up becoming a cheerleader for a Kremlin-backed candidate, effectively doing PR for Vladimir Putin. I totally agree. We shouldn't be doing this. This is the same Orban who serves as Putin's main proxy in Europe. The man who has pushed Hungary towards becoming one of the most corrupt countries in the EU. The man who has blocked aid to Ukraine and is now obstructing a $90 billion support package for Ukraine.
We're certainly aware that there are elements within the Ukrainian intelligence services that tried to put their thumb on the scale of American elections, on Hungarian elections. This is just what
the
they do.
plot
This is part of the cost of doing business within some elements of their system. I try to remind myself that
Vance
Ukraine, like the United States, is a very complicated place.
Charlie
Kirk try to interfere in others' elections. You know, for example, there were people in the Ukrainian system who were campaigning with Democrats literally in the weeks before the presidential election where Donald Trump won very comfortably in November of 2024.
Wait, dog, isn't that exactly what you're doing right now? You're traveling to another country to campaign with somebody who's pro-Russia. You're doing the exact same thing while undermining how much sway Russia actually has. You know what? I'm glad that JD Vance is getting absolutely and utterly humbled throughout this week. I'm glad that JD Vance is losing grip on his power along with Donald Trump, and I'm glad that Hungary finally does not have a far-right parliament for the first time in a while. The beauty is, Peter Major is somebody who is, he's rather moderate. It's not even that he's like some far leftist who is perfect. It's not that he aligns with all of our progressive liberal values. No, it's just that he is somebody who values democracy. He likes Ukraine. He is liberal in the sense that he seems to be for human dignity and for actually fighting for democratic values rather than just being super corrupt and being a lapdog.
Yeah, but that's
a win for me.
She's
she's
a mold for Trump. She's still a spy. She's on Mossad.
It shows what is coming over the next few years.
She's a Mossad, so that's still Israel.
Propped up by the likes of Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, JD Vance.
And then let me tell you that's still Israel, and then that means that she will be the first official female, because they're gonna knock off Vance, and she will be in position. She's a Mossad. Stay woke, people. I mean, y'all not hitting the like button. Y'all not hitting the cash out. Y'all not hitting me for me to be just giving y'all all my tea. I mean, what we doing? What we doing? What? Y'all don't see the big picture? What? We already know she had a brothel in Romania. Come on now. I mean, must I lay it all the way out? Y'all need to be hitting the like button. Y'all need to be hitting the cash out. Y'all need to be hitting super chat, super sticker, because I thought y'all was all on point. Sending Vance as a negotiator after Zelensky Oval Office meeting shows they don't want a ceasefire. Well, let's be grateful. Let's be grateful, Auntie Feet. What you mean, let's be grateful? Aunt Esther, what you mean? Let's be grateful. I haven't seen a super chat, a super sticker from you either. And you getting all the tea, asking a whole bunch of questions. So, what you mean? Huh? Yeah, I'm looking at you like a fish-eye fool. Huh? I ain't seen no gems. Yeah, how about you come back another day and think about what the fuck coming out your mouth, and you ain't supported not one time. Now you watch yourself, stepsister. Yeah, you come back another day. You get your mind right. Get your mind right. You ain't showed no support, but you asked 50 million questions. Yeah, Yeah, you should have held your breath on that one. You talked yourself into timeout. Come back another day. Hell is wrong with you? Wait. Now ain't no wait. Ain't no wait. How you gonna tell me I'm not grateful and I give the realty? Huh? But with very little support. Yeah, you too new over here to be trying to run your mouth to me. You better check yourself. You better check yourself like I said. You the main new person over here asking 50 million questions and you ain't supported not one time. Yeah, you better check yourself. You better come back tomorrow with a new attitude because I got my eye on you because right now you looking like a fish-eye fool. Okay. Because you don't know me well enough. I'll end all of this right now. Right now. You got me confused. You got me twisted. You got me real twisted. Let me see how long you been on here. Yeah, let me check your stats. Now you got me looking at you crazy. Hold on, y'all. Yeah, let me see some here. Let me see some. Child. Girl, leave me alone. Girl, leave me alone. Don't do that to yourself. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah, no.
Pussy smell like shit. But when I smell
Auntie Fee, you looking for real? Yeah, I'm looking for real. I tried. Thank you, Silver. Thank you. Like, okay. Thank you. Let me move on. Yeah. Yeah, she tried. Well, I don't know what it is. Yeah, they tried. They tried. Let's go to the president. Yeah. Let's hear somebody with some sound sense today. Let's go.
I want to talk to you today, not as a former president, but as a citizen who's lived through enough crises to know when one demands honest conversation. Today is April 12th, 2026.
You burnt your tongue.
And most Americans went about their Saturday morning without realizing that sometime in the last few hours, the trajectory of this country and frankly the global economy
I'm sorry, y'all.
We won't fully understand for months. 21 hours of face-to-face talks between the United States and Iran in Islamabad, Pakistan. The highest level direct negotiations between these two nations since 1979 ended without a deal. And within hours, President Trump announced a full naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, just like that, on social media. Let me tell you something. I've sat in those rooms. I'm realizing that sometime in the last few hours, the trajectory of this country, and frankly the global economy, may have shifted in ways we won't fully understand for months. 21 hours of face-to-face talks between the United States and Iran
Belinda, she got put out today.
Islamabad, Pakistan. The highest level direct negotiations between these two nations since 1979 ended without a deal. And within hours, President Trump announced a full naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay, Dorothy, thanks for trying.
Just like that, on social media. Let me tell you something. I've sat in those rooms. I know what it feels like when diplomacy stalls. And I know that what a president does in the hours
Oh, you
after
gotta
a
scan it.
failure matters more than most people realize.
Dorothy, he's
That's
saying you
when
gotta scan it.
discipline counts. That's when the institutions are supposed to hold.
Let me
And
find me
there's a
something to
date
eat.
coming, April 22nd, when the ceasefire expires. We'll come back to that because it may matter more than anything else we discuss today. But here's the honest truth. Most people have no idea
Good night, Joe.
what's about to unfold. Not because they're not paying attention, but because no one in power is leveling with them. And I think they deserve better than that. So let's walk through this calmly, honestly, step by step. Now, to understand where we are today, you've got to understand how we got here. And I want to walk you through this carefully because the speed of what's happened in the last 6 weeks, it's
Lord,
easy
I
to
wasn't even
lose the
paying
thread.
attention. Thanks, everybody. Thank you. Let me back it up because I was not paying attention.
Because it may matter more than anything else we discuss today.
And I saw Silver say, "Oh, Bill, oh shit." Okay, I'm paying
I've
attention
sat in
now.
those rooms. I know what it feels like when diplomacy stalls. And I know that what a president does in the hours after a failure matters more than most people realize. That's when discipline counts. That's when the institutions are supposed to hold. And there's a date coming, April 22nd, when the ceasefire expires. We'll come back to that because it may matter more than anything else we discuss today. But here's the honest truth. Most people have no idea what's about to unfold. Not because they're not paying attention, but because no one in power is leveling with them. And I think they deserve better than that. So let's walk through this.
Good night,
calmly,
Silver.
Honestly, step by step. Now, to understand where we are today, you've got to understand how we got here. And I want to walk you through this carefully because the speed of what's happened in the last 6 weeks, it's easy to lose the thread. On February 28, 2026, the United States and Israel launched a coordinated military campaign against Iran. Nearly 900 strikes in 12 hours. Let that sit with you for a moment. 900. In a single half day, the military infrastructure of a nation of 90 million people was hit with a level of force we haven't seen since the opening nights of Iraq in 2003. Supreme Leader Khamenei was killed. Iran responded by closing the Strait of Hormuz on March 4th. And just like that, 20% of the world's oil supply was taken off the board. Brent crude shot past $120 a barrel. Physical markets hit nearly 150. The ripple effects reached every gas station, every grocery store, every factory floor from Detroit to Delhi. In 6 weeks, over 3,000 people were killed in Iran, including more than 1,600 civilians and over 2,000 in Lebanon. And then on April 8th, a fragile 2-week ceasefire was announced. Pakistan brokered talks in Islamabad. Vice President Vance leading our side, Parliament Speaker Ghalibaf leading Iran's. Let me tell you something from experience. When I was negotiating with the North Koreans in 1994, or working through the Dayton Accords in 95, we understood something fundamental. You don't walk into a room with an adversary expecting a quick deal. That's not how it works. 21 hours is a marathon session, sure. But the 2015 Iran nuclear deal took over a year. Anyone who expected this to be wrapped up in a single sitting either doesn't understand diplomacy or wasn't being honest with the American people about what they were walking into. And this is where things start to get complicated. So what actually happened in Islamabad? Let's be specific, because the details matter. The core sticking point was the nuclear question. The United States demanded that Iran make what Vice President Vance called an affirmative commitment to not seek a nuclear weapon and to not retain the tools that would allow them to quickly build one. Iran refused. Ghalibaf said afterward that Tehran has never sought nuclear weapons, but insists on its right to civilian nuclear energy. Iranian state media blamed what they called excessive demands from the American side. Now look, both delegations acknowledged there were areas of agreement. Pakistani Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar called the 21 hours intense and constructive. A working relationship reportedly developed between the two teams. Technical experts were brought in. That's not nothing. In diplomacy, building a working channel is half the battle. But then it fell apart. And what happened next is what I want you to really focus on. Within hours of the talks collapsing, President Trump, who was at a UFC fight in Miami while negotiations were concluding, posted on Truth Social announcing a full naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. He wrote, and I'll quote this, "The United States Navy will seek and interdict every vessel that paid a toll to Iran." He followed that up by saying any Iranian who fires at us will be, in his words, blown to hell. Now here's what's interesting. Shipping analysts quickly pointed out that traffic through the strait was already at a virtual standstill. The blockade, in practical terms, affects only a trickle of vessels. So you have to ask yourself, is this strategy or is this theater? Is this about changing conditions on the ground or is it about changing the narrative? Because in my experience, when a president announces a major military escalation on social media hours after diplomacy fails, the answer to that question matters enormously. And the American people deserve to know which one it is. Now this is the part where I have to be direct, and I want to be respectful about it, because I know what it's like to sit in that chair, and I know how heavy the decisions are. But precisely because I know that, I can't stay silent about what I see. The President of the United States was watching a UFC fight in Miami, while the highest level direct negotiations between America and Iran since 1979 were reaching their conclusion. He told reporters beforehand that the outcome of these talks makes no difference to me. And within hours of their collapse, the pivot was from diplomacy to a full naval blockade, announced not through the National Security Council, not through a press conference with the Secretary of State, not through consultation with allied governments, but through posts on Truth Social. Let me tell you something. The hours after a diplomatic failure, those are the most important hours a president has. That's when you keep back channels open. That's when you call your allies. That's when you signal to the other side that the door isn't closed. You don't slam it shut and bolt it from the outside. I'm not saying a president doesn't have the right to project strength. Of course he does. When I ordered strikes after the embassy bombings in 1998, or when we used force in Kosovo, those were hard calls, and I stand by them. But there's a difference between projecting strength and performing it. Threatening to destroy civilian infrastructure, saying a whole civilization will die tonight, that's not strength. That's the absence of discipline at the moment when discipline matters most. And here's what really concerns me. Democrats in the House tried to pass a war powers resolution on April 9th, just 3 days ago, to reassert congressional authority over this military engagement. Republicans blocked it. The constitutional mechanism that is supposed to check a president's war-making power, it's not functioning. And when institutional checks fail during a military escalation, we're in territory that should worry every American, regardless of party. We've got to remember something. The strength of this country has never come from any single leader. It comes from the system, the institutions, the checks and balances, the processes that force deliberation before action. And what I'm watching right now is that system being bypassed at precisely the moment it's needed most. Let me walk you through 3 things that concern me deeply. First, congressional war powers. The Constitution is clear. The power to declare war belongs to Congress. Now, presidents have always had operational flexibility, and I understand that. But we are 6-week conflict that has killed thousands, disrupted global energy markets, and now involves a naval blockade of one of the world's most critical waterways. And Congress has not authorized any of it. Democrats tried 4 times to invoke the War Powers Resolution. 4 times, Republicans blocked them. The legislative branch has effectively surrendered its constitutional role. That is not a partisan observation. That is a structural crisis. Second, the announcement of a naval blockade, an act that under international law can be considered an act of war, was made via social media posts, not through the Pentagon, not through a formal address, not after consultations with NATO allies or Gulf partners. The UAE is publicly pushing back. The EU is urging diplomacy. NATO has offered to help clear mines from the Strait. And our allies learned about our escalation the same way everyone else did, scrolling through Truth Social. Third, the traditional diplomatic infrastructure of the State Department has been sidelined. The negotiating team in Islamabad, Vice President Vance, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner. These are not career diplomats with deep experience in the kind of multilateral, iterative process that the Iran nuclear file demands. When I negotiated Dayton, I had Richard Holbrooke, a man who had spent decades in diplomacy. We used every institutional tool we had. We kept Congress informed, and we never treated a diplomatic setback as an occasion for chest thumping. When you bypass institutions during wartime, the damage outlasts the war. And this is where things start to get really complicated. Because it's not just about what we do next. It's about whether anyone in the world still trusts us to do what we say. Now, I've been in politics my whole life. And one of the things you learn, if you're being honest with yourself, is that the line between strategy and politics can get very thin, especially in wartime. So let me say something that I think needs to be said. When you look at the pattern here, the rapid pivot from diplomacy to maximum confrontation, the blockade announcement within hours of failure, the rhetoric designed for headlines rather than for negotiating leverage. This follows a logic I recognize. It's not the logic of strategy. It's the logic of political branding. When negotiation doesn't produce a quick win, the response is escalation. Not because the situation demands it, but because the image demands it. And we need to ask honestly, who benefits from the failure of diplomacy? Defense contractors, political actors who need a wartime footing for domestic cover, regional allies like Israel. And let me be clear, Netanyahu did not want these talks to happen. Israel continued bombing Lebanon throughout the ceasefire. Over 300 people were killed on April 8th alone, the day the ceasefire was announced. Washington has said virtually nothing about it. And who pays the price? American service members, now tasked with enforcing a blockade in one of the most volatile waterways on Earth. Asian and European economies reeling from oil prices that have whiplashed between $95 and $150 a barrel. And over 3,300 Iranian civilians already dead, including hundreds of children. Here's what I keep coming back to. We had a deal. The JCPOA, the 2015 Iran nuclear agreement. It took over a year to negotiate. It wasn't perfect. No deal ever is. I know that as well as anyone. I negotiated imperfect deals my entire presidency. But it was working. Iran's nuclear program was constrained. Inspectors were on the ground. Enrichment was limited. Then it was torn up during the first Trump term in 2018 with no replacement. And that decision, that single decision, created the very conditions that led to Iran's current advanced enrichment status. We had a framework, and now here we are, without one, in a war, trying to negotiate in a single session what took years to build before. The American people deserve to understand these incentive structures, not so they can point fingers, but so they can demand better. All right, now remember what I said at the beginning about April 22nd. That's the date the ceasefire expires, 10 days from now. And what happens between now and then may define the trajectory of this conflict and the global economy for years to come. So let me lay out the three realistic scenarios. The first, and this is the best case, is that back-channel diplomacy saves it. Pakistan has said it will continue trying to facilitate dialogue. Iran has publicly stated it was open to continuing the conversation. Danny Citrinowicz, a respected analyst at Tel Aviv University's Security Institute, said you can't call it over after 21 hours on issues this complex. If the rhetorical temperature comes down, if mediators find common ground on interim steps, on extension of the ceasefire, a framework for continued technical talks on the nuclear question, there's a path. But I'll be honest.
We are the casualties
the
of
blockade
war,
announcement
right?
has made that path much narrower. The second scenario is that the ceasefire expires and war resumes. No deal, no extension, hostilities after April 22nd. The U.S. blockade becomes a direct military confrontation point. The IRGC has already issued warnings about a, quote, deadly vortex in the Strait. Israel resumes strikes on Iran proper. Oil prices spike again, possibly past $150 on physical markets. Japan, South Korea, India hit hardest. The global economy, already strained, enters the genuine energy crisis. This is, I'm afraid, the most likely outcome if the current rhetoric continues. And once that spiral begins, controlling it becomes exponentially harder. The third scenario, and in some ways the most dangerous, is the fragmented, unstable limbo. The ceasefire technically holds, but gets violated incrementally. The strait remains partially blocked. Oil markets stay volatile. No formal talks resume, but no full-scale war either. This frozen conflict, this slow erosion of order, history teaches us to fear that most, because it allows things to deteriorate without any single moment forcing accountability. And look at the broader picture. Russia has offered to mediate, and given Putin's track record, I'd take that with a whole shaker of salt. The EU is urging diplomacy. The UAE is pushing back against Iran's Hormuz posture. NATO has offered mine-clearing support. The longer this goes, without a real diplomatic framework, the more other powers fill the vacuum, and not necessarily in ways that serve American interests. Let me close with something personal. I know what it is to send Americans into harm's way. I made those decisions during Kosovo, during the strikes on Iraq.
Thank you, Janet.
After the embassy bombings in Kenya and Tanzania. And I'll tell you, the hardest part of being president isn't deciding to use force. It's deciding when not to. It's having the discipline to keep talking even when the other side makes it miserable. Even when every instinct tells you to hit back harder.
I see you sipping, Casey.
Because a president's job isn't to win a news cycle. It's to protect the country for the long run. America's greatest strength has never been its military power alone. We have the finest armed forces the world has ever known. That's not in question. But what made America genuinely exceptional in the world was a combination of that power with diplomatic credibility, institutional integrity, and moral authority. When we made a commitment, nations believed us.
Right.
When we brokered a deal, the world invested in it. When we said we stood for rules and processes and the dignity of human life, people, even people who disagreed with us, respected it. All three of those things, credibility, integrity, moral authority, are being depleted at an alarming rate. And that should concern every American, whether you voted for this president or not. So here's what I'd say to anyone watching. You have a responsibility, we all do, to demand more from our leaders than social media bravado and blockade announcements made from a UFC arena. We deserve a coherent strategy. We deserve congressional oversight. We deserve coalition building with our allies and a genuine commitment to exhausting every diplomatic avenue before the next escalation. That's not weakness. That is the definition of American strength. I still believe this country can get it right. I've seen us do it in moments that look just as dark, just as fractured, just as dangerous. But we only get it right when citizens insist on it, when they refuse to accept that this is just how things are. The world is watching us right now, and I'll tell you, they're not just watching what our president does. They're watching what we do, whether we accept this or whether we demand better. That's always been the real test of a democracy.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. What? Are we gonna listen to the Pope? China ship weapons. Oh my God. Luke Chrome. Oh my God. Let's listen to this.
This is what would happen to your body if you ate mood sleep gummies every day. Day 1, you take your first gummy at
21 hours. That's how long the most significant diplomatic meeting between the United States and Iran.
Did we
since the
listen to him
1970s.
earlier? China shipped weapons and America just lost. Oh no, we didn't listen to this. Y'all please hit the like button. Let me listen to it in my ear just to double check. Sometimes when I listen to it first, it kind of throw me off if y'all have heard it. But I know for sure we haven't listened to what the Pope is saying. I mean, because that Pope is stepping into that Vatican, and that kind of came up the other day. And the Pope can check you, boo. Let's get to what these popes are saying.
A chorus of world leaders call. When President Donald Trump announced
flaw ruins most grounding shoes, but grounded footwear fixed it. You see, most grounding shoes use a single copper rivet pushed through the
It went out. Hold on.
Was called to the Pentagon for a meeting, which two church officials Venezuela. After that, the Vatican's ambassador in the U.S. he started civilization.
He put condemnation? He put condemnation on Trump? Cause they saying that the Vatican runs stuff now. Huh? He put condemnation. He must not be. He must be under a different covenant. I mean, somebody just asked. We just talked about the Pope or something yesterday. Right? What the word? Condemnation?
Since our
You know, just with this. So he's an American-born Pope. So that means he may not be under the same European, British, you know, Chicago. Yeah, he may be under a different covenant than the Vatican, you know, Romans, and you know. This is Trump or not. You right. This is true. Oh, he got my attention. Let's go. Pope. this tea hot. Oh, wait a minute, y'all. This is some tea I ain't never sipped before. Auntie Fee ain't never tapped into this side of what's going on. Now, I played with a few words the other day about the Vatican, but this right here is some real good hot tea, even for me. Even the popes ain't going along with this evil, demonic, self-centered, self-righteous demonic foolishness. Oh my God. Let's go. Come on, baby. Let's go. This tea
Cardinal,
hot.
those are strong.
They don't show this on cable TV. They sure don't.
Violate other guarantees of our Constitution and Bill of Rights. Well, I think somebody's got to call
But guess who got it?
in this way, when they have to.
Guess who got it? T-Sippers, y'all better get a membership, because y'all never know when this type of tea right here will be on members only. Y'all better, baby. This right here so good. The popes, the diocese. Oh, wow. Let me back this up. I got to catch this.
Our archdiocese went down 30% from the year before. 30%, that's a lot. And it's all fear. For his people. They live under fear, and thus our mass count within the Spanish masses in our archdiocese went down 30% from the year before. 30%.
I know you lying to me, Alex.
It's all fear.
I know you lying to
Before he
me.
became Archbishop of Washington, Cardinal Robert
Let me
McElroy
tell you
served as the
something.
bishop of...
Please don't get your feelings hurt. Don't come over here talking about somebody else's show. You didn't speak to me. You ain't paid no homage to me. You ain't supported my platform. How dare you come over here supporting or mentioning someone else and you ain't paid homage over here? If you don't wipe your funky ass feet, biatch, that's okay. I'm gonna wipe it. Y'all say bye to foolish Al. How dare you? How dare you?
San Diego, one of the busiest stretches of the southern border for illegal crossings.
Boy, I almost said something crazy.
To a point where it was getting out of control.
I'm a pause.
Under Biden.
I'm finna pause. Y'all give my likes up. This is Alex's fault for this pause. The nerve of him. The nerve. mean, you know, and I don't even want to try to think why would he do such a thing? Cause he ain't never been over here before. Never. Didn't like my numbers. See? Didn't like. Don't want to support. This is what I'm talking about. This is why I lose it. This is why I be losing it. Yeah. Let me see something. I ain't got nothing on this page. So that means he just opened this April the 12th. Today. So he did that to spite me. This is what jealousy look like. This is what hateful, spiteful, honoring look like. I wish it gave a time that this fake page was created, but it damn show said April 12th, 2026. Yeah. Look at here, mods. As soon as you see anybody come over here putting another content, because I don't have problems giving nobody name, but the minute you see it happen, blast their ass to hide forever. Don't time them out. Remove them from our presence. They are haters. Are we clear? Yeah. Get them up out of here. Y'all get my likes up. I mean, just open it. Just open up the page. My.
I hate that I can't keep this a secret. I canceled all my food delivery subscriptions and upgraded to Cook Unity. And it's totally true.
A chorus of world leaders called for an end to the war.
Before us, the possibility of war after war after war.
President Trump has argued that military action against Iran was just
And see, it's interesting that the popes are keeping it real because if Trump can have, I mean, based on the way he moved and the things that he say with about immigration, it should affect a lot of them, including Trump. So let's be realistic about it. There has to be an an alternate plan, because how is he going to bypass his wife, his kids? How are they going to bypass the birthright citizenship or being here illegally and, still try? There's a lot of people that's going to affect unnecessarily because you're evil. You're doing the devil's dance. So I respect that. Because it's going to, for no reason other than greed.
In training.
Y'all hold on. Y'all still with me?
Breaking news, scientists discover the #1 drug for longevity, and it isn't a drug at all. Introducing Body, the miracle prescription with over 140 workout programs for as little as 50 cents a day. Exercise and a healthy diet can help reduce the risk of progressing from prediabetes to type 2 diabetes by 58%.
This is a remarkable breakthrough discovery.
Exercising for 20 minutes a day can help decrease your risk of cardiovascular disease by up to 10%.
Reducing your cardiovascular disease by up to 10%. No prescription pad required.
Just 30 to 60 minutes of vigorous daily movement can reduce your risk of early death by up to 23%.
Reducing your risk of early death by up to 23%? That's amazing.
Now that's a prescription worth filling. Take control of your health. Take control of your life. Take control of your body.
Vaginal suppositories.
Never out of 10. It's like putting chapstick on your forehead and hoping that it reaches your lips.
Douching.
Negative 20 out of 10. Douching destroys your vagina's healthy microbiome, and it actually flushes bacteria up into your pelvis.
Scented panty liners.
0 out of 10.
Perfume.
0 out of 10.
Body powder.
Body powders are a 3 out of 10. Some are better than others.
Bar soap.
10 out of 10 for cleansing your skin. 0 out of 10 for controlling odor. The pH is way too high. It actually makes odor worse.
Vaginal washes.
1 out of 10. It's all marketing. You should never be washing the inside of your vagina. What they probably mean is a vulvar wash.
Acidified body wash.
12 out of 10. It's the first of its kind body wash that does what no other body wash has ever done. It's got a nice low pH powered by mandelic acid, but you can use it anywhere on your body. There's no special product for special places. You can control odor on your armpits, your underboob, your intimate area, your feet, your belly button, between your butt cheeks. It works better than soap and actually functions like a deodorant because it controls odor for 24 hours. Plus the skin benefits, it's going to reduce the appearance of hyperpigmentation, so your skin is going to look, feel, and smell better naked. And if you've never tried Lumi before, this is the perfect time. Click the link to give our starter package.
How was that? Jesus has never stopped gathering the flock. Jesus, I'll never forget what you've done for me. Y'all remember that? Jesus, I'll never forget how you set me free. Jesus, I'll never forget how you brought me out. Jesus, I'll never forget. Oh, never. Baby, I'll never forget. Lord, I thank you. I thank you for this food I'm about to eat. I ain't gonna tell y'all, I don't went all day without no solid food, but I have. I shall not tell a lie. Ooh, Miss Tom ain't in here. But don't y'all tell her though, okay? Don't tell her. Naturally, Norlands must be gone too. Because both of them were naturally Norlands said something. But you know, Iran refused. Oh, y'all hit the like button. 21 hours, no deal. China refused. No, Iran refused. China shipped.
1979 Islamic 21 hours. That's how long the most significant diplomatic meeting between the United States and Iran since the 1979 Islamic Revolution lasted.
She gonna
and at
see
6:30 in the morning,
that,
in a hotel lobby in Islamabad, J.D. Vance walked up to a microphone looking exhausted, visibly drawn, according to reporters in the room, and ended it in 3 sentences. He said the talks produced substantive discussions. He said no agreement was reached. And then he said something that told you everything. That's bad news for Iran, much more than it's bad news for the United States of America. That sentence was not diplomatic language. That was a warning. And what came out of Washington in the hours after Vance boarded Air Force Two and left Pakistan was not a return to diplomacy. It was the announcement of a naval blockade. Donald Trump posted on Truth Social that the United States would begin a full maritime blockade of Iran, and that America had already started clearing the Strait of Hormuz by force.
My coworkers thought I'd get fired for eating these gummies. Funny how I became the most productive person in the office. Just because I sleep like a baby now. So I almost made the dumbest mistake of my life. I got these legal sleep gummies with and honestly, I was ready to return them. I did not expect them to be this crazy. But before I was going to ship them back, I figured I'd at least try them.
The ceasefire is effectively over. The question is no longer whether the next phase of this conflict begins. The question is what form it takes, how long it lasts, and who pays the price. And the answer to that last question is already becoming clear. Subscribe right now if you want analysis that doesn't pull punches.
Shout out
and
to
let's
Daily
get into
News.
Exactly what happened why it happened, and what comes next.
Oh, what can I say?
Hit subscribe right now if you want the truth without the corporate filter. We cover what they won't every single day. The talks in Islamabad weren't vague. They weren't a failure of chemistry or communication. They collapsed on two very specific points. And understanding those 2 points tells you everything about why the next phase of this war is going to be significantly more dangerous than what came before. The first sticking point,
hey,
Iran's enriched uranium stockpile.
They already tucked their tails
According to reporting from DW and Al Jazeera, America's demand wasn't just about shutting down Iran's nuclear facilities. Those had already been significantly damaged during the 12-day war. The demand was about the existing stockpile. Approximately 460 kilograms of highly enriched uranium stored deep inside and beneath Iranian nuclear installations that American strikes had targeted. Washington's position was unambiguous. That material needs to leave Iranian soil. It doesn't matter where it goes. Russia, a neutral third country, anywhere. But it cannot stay inside Iran, where it can be reconstituted into a weapons program the moment political conditions change. Iran's position was equally unambiguous. No. The delegation arrived in Islamabad with the image of Khamenei visibly displayed on the badge of the lead negotiator, Mohammad Bakir Kalibaf. That wasn't a coincidence. That was a message. The man negotiating the deal was publicly signaling, before a word had been spoken, that he had no authority to make the concession America needed most. The second sticking point was Hormuz, and this one is arguably more consequential for Europe and Asia than the nuclear question. Iran's proposal was straightforward and extraordinary. Open the strait, but formally recognize Iranian sovereignty over it. Let the world's most critical oil passage be legally, officially registered as Iranian-controlled territory, with Iran holding veto power over who transits and under what conditions. America rejected it immediately, because the moment you accept that framing, you've handed Tehran a permanent economic weapon that costs nothing to deploy and generates revenue every single hour it remains in place. 2 demands, 2 refusals, 21 hours of talking around them, and nothing. But the collapse of these talks didn't happen in a vacuum. It happened against a backdrop of activity on both sides that suggests neither delegation arrived in Islamabad planning to actually close a deal. One of the most revealing details of the entire Islamabad process came from a question a journalist asked J.D. Vance at his press conference, and from how Vance answered it. The reporter asked, "Did you consult with President Trump during the negotiations?" Vance said yes. The reporter pressed, "How many times?" Vance paused and said, according to multiple outlets including NPR and DW, that he couldn't remember the exact number, but it was somewhere between 6 and 12 times. Think about what that tells you. This was not a negotiating team with a clear mandate and the authority to close a deal. This was a team that needed to call back to Washington repeatedly over the course of a single 21-hour session to check what it was allowed to offer and what it wasn't. Le Monde's reporting described the scene with particular clarity. They noted that Vance was flanked by Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, and that the American side appeared to be operating under the assumption that after 40 days of war, Iran would arrive at the table ready to surrender. Instead, Tehran arrived feeling that it had, in its own framing, survived the most powerful military in the world. That is not a psychological state that produces easy concessions.
If it is invalid, we promise a tenfold refund. This denture can be successfully worn in just 1 second and is suitable for everyone. Whether you have complete teeth, partial missing teeth, or no teeth at all, you don't need adhesives, dentists, or appointments. Just soak it in hot water to activate the elastic material, Bite it to fit your unique oral shape.
John Bolton, in his foreign policy interview earlier in the week,
Corey.
had predicted exactly this dynamic. He noted that Vance had no prior negotiating experience at this level, and that having the president hovering over every decision via phone call is not a substitute for a properly structured negotiating authority. When both sides are simultaneously claiming victory, and neither has the domestic political room to give ground on the issues that actually matter, 21 hours isn't a negotiation. It's a very expensive way to confirm that both sides are still far apart. And here is the detail that makes everything that followed more alarming. While those 21 hours of talks were happening, both sides were doing something else entirely. The 4-day ceasefire that preceded the Islamabad talks was presented publicly as a genuine pause, a moment of restraint that created space for diplomacy. The reality on the ground told a different story. On the American side, U.S. Air Force C-17 transport aircraft, the military's primary heavy-lift cargo planes, continued their flight patterns between the continental United States and Europe throughout the ceasefire period, with onward movements toward Middle Eastern staging areas. C-5 and C-10 transport flights were also tracked moving ground force elements from European bases. These were not logistics resupply flights. According to analysts tracking the movements, they were repositioning combat-capable ground units. America was using the ceasefire to move the pieces it would need for what comes next. Iran, meanwhile, was doing something equally calculated. According to Israeli intelligence reporting cited in regional media, Iran spent the 4-day pause relocating air defense units, specifically moving them toward western Iran and positions facing the Arabian Gulf. This is a highly specific repositioning. You don't move air defense assets toward the Gulf if you're planning to honor a ceasefire agreement. You move them there if you're preparing to contest American aerial operations over that water. And then there's the tunnel systems. The New York Times had previously reported that during active American strikes on Iran's underground nuclear and missile facilities, the targeting strategy focused on entrances and exits, collapsing the access points to these buried installations rather than attempting to destroy the facilities themselves through solid rock. Iran's response, both before and during the ceasefire, was to begin re-excavating those access points as rapidly as possible. Getting those tunnels functional again was, and likely still is, a higher priority for the IRGC than any diplomatic outcome in Islamabad. Both sides used the ceasefire to prepare for war. Neither side arrived in Pakistan with clean hands. But the most alarming intelligence development of the entire ceasefire period wasn't about troop movements or tunnel repairs. It was about what China was reportedly trying to send to Iran and what American intelligence caught before it arrived. CNN reported, citing U.S. intelligence assessments, that China had been preparing to deliver a shipment of man-portable air defense systems, shoulder-fired anti-aircraft missiles, to Iran. The delivery was reportedly being routed through multiple intermediary countries to obscure the origin of the shipment. Man-portable air defense systems, for viewers unfamiliar with the term, are exactly what they sound like. Weapons small enough for a single soldier to carry and fire, against low-flying aircraft, against helicopters, against drones. They were a significant factor in past conflicts, from Afghanistan to Ukraine, and in the context of Hormuz, where American aircraft would be operating at lower altitudes to support mine-clearing operations and convoy escort missions. They represent a very real threat to pilots and crews. The Chinese embassy in Washington denied the report entirely. Beijing issued a statement saying it had not provided weapons to any party in the conflict, but the intelligence assessment had already been shared with allied governments, and the timing, a potential Chinese weapons shipment during a declared ceasefire, routed covertly through third countries, fits a broader pattern that American analysts and European governments have been tracking throughout this conflict. Russia and China providing strategic support to Iran, not through direct military engagement, but through capability transfers that extend the conflict's duration and cost. The significance of this cannot be overstated for European viewers specifically. Every week this conflict extends. Every week Hormuz stays restricted. Every week tankers sit at anchor outside the strait. The economic damage to Europe compounds. And if external actors are actively working to sustain Iran's military capability, precisely to keep that pressure on, then the crisis Europe is experiencing isn't just a side effect of a Middle Eastern war. It's a feature. And the most immediate physical expression of that crisis
what you know, I had to step away. What did I miss, Silver?
Right now, in the form of thousands of mines.
We promise a tenfold refund if it doesn't work. Traditional dentures can lead to jawbone loss and change your facial contour over time, but this...
To understand what the U.S. Navy is now attempting to do in Hormuz, you need to understand the three categories of mines Iran deployed, because each one presents a different challenge and demands a different response. The first type is the bottom mine. This device sits on the seabed and remains dormant until
because I was like, why are they all of a sudden talking about sweeping the mine, the water?
Sensor detects the metal content of the ship, calculates proximity, and detonates. Against a standard commercial tanker or naval vessel, the damage is catastrophic. Bottom mines are distributed covertly through third countries, fits a broader pattern that American analysts and European governments have been tracking throughout this conflict. Russia and China providing strategic support to Iran, not through direct military engagement, but through capability transfers that extend the conflict's duration and cost. The significance of this cannot be overstated for European viewers specifically. Every week this conflict extends. Every week Hormuz stays restricted. Every week tankers sit at anchor outside the strait. The economic damage to Europe compounds. And if external actors are actively working to sustain Iran's military capability, precisely to keep that pressure on, then the crisis Europe is experiencing isn't just a side effect of a Middle Eastern war. It's a feature. And the most immediate physical expression of that crisis is sitting on the bottom of the Strait of Hormuz right now, in the form of thousands of mines. To understand what the U.S. Navy is now attempting to do in Hormuz, you need to understand the three categories of mines Iran deployed, because each one presents a different challenge and demands a different response. The first type is the bottom mine. This device sits on the seabed and remains dormant until a metallic hull passes above it at close range. The mine's magnetic sensor detects the metal content of the ship, calculates proximity, and detonates. Against a standard commercial tanker or naval vessel, the damage is catastrophic. Bottom mines are difficult to detect from the surface and extremely difficult to detect from the air. The second type is the moored mine, suspended below the surface at a set depth, anchored to the bottom by a cable. These are invisible from above and difficult to detect by sonar in the complex acoustic environment of a shallow, busy strait. The challenge with moored mines is drift. Current and tide can shift their position over time, meaning the charts Iran drew when deploying them are already unreliable. American officials confirmed to the New York Times that Iran acknowledged its own mine maps were inaccurate, precisely because the mines were deployed rapidly and without systematic tracking. Some were simply dropped from small boats into the water at random intervals. The third type is the floating mine, visible at the surface but small and low profile enough to be missed by watch crews, especially at night or in poor visibility. These move with current and tide, creating a roaming threat that's unpredictable in its movement and potentially far from its original deployment point. Against all three, the U.S. Navy's primary tool is the minesweeper, a specialized vessel built specifically to locate and neutralize sea mines. And here is where America's strategic planning over the last decade created a problem that is now very much in play. The 4 Avenger-class minesweepers that had been stationed in Bahrain, America's primary mine countermeasure assets in the Gulf region, were decommissioned in 2025, retired, removed from service.
Want to flush out its swollen legs? Stop doing this first. I'm going to show you something about leg swelling that might surprise you. Most folks have heard about lymph nodes, right? But what no one talks about are these 4 lymph nodes right here, behind your knees. Doctors call them the popliteal nodes, but I call them OPUM.
Their replacements, the mine countermeasure mission packages for littoral combat ships, exist but in limited numbers and with an operational record that the Navy itself has described as still maturing. Trump has publicly stated that America will clear the strait. He has referenced sending minesweepers. What he actually has available are destroyers configured to perform some mine countermeasure functions, specifically the USS Frank E. Peterson and USS Michael Murphy, which transited the strait this weekend and destroyed an Iranian surveillance drone in the process. These destroyers can clear a lane. They cannot clear the entire strait. And clearing a lane is not the same as declaring the strait safe. With the talks collapsed and Trump's Truth Social post announcing a blockade, the trajectory of the next phase is becoming clearer, even if the details remain uncertain. The plan, as pieced together from reporting across the Financial Times, New York Times, and CNN, involves 3 elements. First, force clearing a navigable lane through Hormuz by neutralizing mines along a specific corridor. Second, deploying naval escorts, destroyers, and potentially carrier-based air cover to protect commercial tankers transiting that lane. Third, maintaining sufficient aerial presence to deter Iranian attempts to target vessels in transit. What this does not involve, at least in its initial form, is a ground operation. And the reason for that restraint is important. A ground component, landing forces on Iranian coastal territory
6 ships
to physically deny Iran access to the strait shoreline, would immediately escalate into something qualitatively different from what has occurred so far. The Arabic language analysis that forms the basis of this video made a point that analysts at CSIS and other think tanks have echoed. Once American boots are on Iranian soil, the political logic of withdrawal becomes almost impossible to manage. You capture territory, you have to hold territory, you have to defend territory, and suddenly what started as a maritime operation has become an open-ended occupation. Trump's political calendar does not accommodate an open-ended occupation. So the naval blockade, combined with the mine-clearing lane operation and sustained air patrols, is the option that is most consistent with Trump's stated desire to resolve this conflict before the midterms, while maintaining maximum pressure on Tehran's economy. But Iran, for its part, has confirmed through state media that it has no plans for a next round of negotiations. The Fars news agency, citing sources close to the negotiating team, stated this explicitly hours after Vance departed Islamabad. And Iran still holds thousands of missiles. Every credible military intelligence assessment that has emerged from this conflict, from the New York Times to the Financial Times, has confirmed that Iran's missile capability remains substantial, despite the damage absorbed over 40 days of strikes. A naval blockade will be contested. The question is the scale of that contest, and who else gets pulled in. While Washington and Tehran were trading blame for the collapse of the Islamabad talks, Something happened in Riyadh that received almost no attention in Western media, and that arguably matters as much as anything that occurred in Pakistan. Saudi Arabia announced the arrival of Pakistani Air Force F-16 Block 52 fighters on Saudi territory. Along with the aircraft came Pakistani Army infantry units, and critically, Pakistani air defense systems. Let's be precise about why this is significant. Pakistan was the country hosting these peace talks. Pakistan presented itself throughout this process as a neutral mediator, a trusted interlocutor that both sides could work through. And now, within days of those talks collapsing,
so much going on.
Pakistan is deploying combat aircraft and ground troops to defend Saudi Arabia. That is not the behavior of a neutral mediator. That is a country picking a side. For the Gulf states, Pakistan's military contribution represents something they have been searching for since the beginning of this conflict. A capable partner that isn't America. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Kuwait, Qatar, they all learned a painful lesson over the past 40 days. The American security umbrella they had built their entire defense architecture around did not protect their oil infrastructure from Iranian strikes. It did not prevent attacks on their pipelines, their tanker fleets, their LNG facilities. The Gulf states are now operating from the assumption that the next phase of this conflict will be even more destructive than the last, and that they cannot afford to enter it relying solely on American protection. The Financial Times and the Telegraph have both reported extensively on the arms procurement race that has accelerated across the Gulf during this conflict. South Korea has sold more air defense systems to Gulf states in the past 6 weeks than in the preceding 6 years. Italy delivered air defense batteries at emergency pricing, with Gulf buyers paying multiples of standard contract value because they needed delivery immediately, and European defense manufacturers understood the leverage that created. There are reports that the UAE, which holds a mutual defense agreement with India, may be considering activating that agreement to bring Indian military assets into the picture. Kuwait is in similar conversations with alternative security partners. The Gulf states are not abandoning America. They have no viable alternative at the strategic level. But what this conflict has revealed, and what the British press has articulated with unusual directness, is that the Gulf security model of total dependence on a single American security guarantee is finished. It proved insufficient. And every Gulf government that watched Iranian drones and missiles strike their infrastructure while American forces were focused on different objectives has drawn the same conclusion: diversify or remain permanently vulnerable. Here is the clearest possible picture of where things stand as of this moment. America is preparing to force open the Strait of Hormuz. 2 destroyers have already gone in, cleared a drone, and come back out. A deliberate demonstration that the U.S. Navy can operate in the mined waterway. A broader mine clearing operation is being assembled. Naval escorts for commercial traffic are being organized. Trump has publicly committed to a blockade of Iranian maritime activity. Iran has thousands of missiles, reconstituted air defense positions, and a government that has just told its own population it won the talks by refusing American demands. A supreme leader who cannot appear in public is not in a position to sign a compromise agreement.
That's why he wanted that barricade around the White House and a bunker in the hospital. Because he knows he is about to be stuck in the house himself, the White House himself.
The Gulf states are bleeding economically. Saudi Arabia's east-west oil pipeline, the key route that allows crude to bypass Hormuz
and the Mossad is going to be the one to get them.
Was struck and remains non-operational. Qatar cannot export LNG.
Of course, they're going to blame it on somebody else.
Move its oil. Iraq's exports are similarly constrained. Every day Hormuz stays closed or restricted, the Gulf economies absorb damage that is, in the words of the Financial Times, more severe than anything they modeled in their pre-war planning. Europe's airports are still counting their jet fuel reserves in weeks, not months. Asia's allies are still exploring conversations with Moscow and Beijing for alternative energy sources. And in Washington,
the ballroom not ready. It ain't gonna be ready.
Into this conflict without a clear end game is now choosing between a naval blockade that will be contested by a still capable Iranian military.
And they don't hit a lot of them military bases.
His political situation cannot sustain, or a diplomatic track that Iran just publicly declared it has no interest in resuming. That is not a menu of good options. It is a menu of costly ones. And the bill, as it always does in Middle Eastern conflicts, is being paid most heavily by the people who live closest to it and had the least say in how it started. 21 hours, 12 phone calls to the president, 2 demands that neither side would move on, and a press conference at dawn in a Pakistani hotel where the Vice President of the United States told the world the deal was dead. J.D. Vance said this was bad news for Iran. And in a narrow military sense, he may be right, because what comes next, a forced reopening of Hormuz, a potential blockade, sustained pressure on what remains of Iran's economy, will be painful for Tehran. But a lasting solution requires something none of the parties currently possess: the domestic political space to accept a compromise that looks like a concession. Trump cannot accept a deal that leaves Iran's nuclear program intact. Iran cannot accept a deal that removes its uranium stockpile. And neither side can accept the other's definition.
They was doing just fine
controls the world's most
with the deal Barack Obama had in place.
The gap that couldn't be bridged in 21 hours in Islamabad doesn't close because the setting changes. It closes when one side runs out of options entirely, or when the cost of continuing becomes higher than the cost of yielding. We're not there yet.
Supreme leaders lost their leg.
Subscribe and hit the notification bell.
America lost the Iran war. Media finally admits it. Oh, what took them so long? Hold on. I don't know what took them so long. Major ruling. I need to get to that Orban man. Hold on.
This is what would happen
I had
to your body
something on
if you
him.
ate
I need to go
mood
check it out
sleep
before I go
every day.
somewhere else.
Day one.
Y'all,
you take
how
your
long I've
first
been on
gummy
here?
As Donald Trump's...
Hold on. 5 hours and 28 minutes. That's just how much is going on. Y'all, please hit the like button. And y'all hanging in here with me. I greatly appreciate it. I really, really do. Cause look here. They show hating on Auntie Fee, ain't they? They got some closet haters. Let me get to
Important that we're standing up for.
Ooh, Orban. I saw it earlier. Hold on. I think I got it. Can't. They hating on little old me. Little old me. Why they hating on little me? They say I'm a nobody. Trying to tell somebody about somebody who can save everybody. Ain't that a song, y'all? I'm just a nobody. What did I see about Lebanon cancer peace talk? I know I got it over here. Jesus saved to the utmost. Jesus saves to the utmost. Jesus saves. I used to be able to hold a note or two. To the... Is that him? No, that's the judge. to the utmost. Trump panics as military draft backfires too. I got it here, but I'm trying to get to. Watch just as soon as I stop looking for it and say I'll come back later. Watch, I pop up and see it. Because I saw that name, but I didn't know what it was. I see the disc. I see that. Trump runs. I saw the Pope. Who begs for pardon? I know he was talking about a mass pardon. Yeah, I'm really trying to find it. Hold on. Oh, my. Oh, here we go. Let's see what.
Never drive off immediately after filling your tank.
Then I'm
what
gonna go to
happens
the
in
main.
those first few minutes is the reason
Hold
the
on.
gas disappears so fast.
Matter of fact, the Prime Minister has been up pretty soon.
Eating carnivore or keto isn't cheap or fast, so I tried this with Cook Unity. Cook Unity meals are made by real chefs. Deliver 8% voter.
Oh yeah, because I'm like, who is this kissing? Who these two men kissing? I saw this earlier. I knew I saw it. Woo, Orban, 16 years over Trump curse. I don't know who it is. I don't know who this. Harpo? Who this man? Why he kissing another man in front of a rally? Who this? Harpo, who this? Y'all, who this? I got Trump rubbing a love telling the man how beautiful he is. He too pretty to be boxing and hitting that thigh meat. Harpo, 16 years over Trump curse. Let's check it out. Hungry House. Was this Putin?
The people are celebrating in Hungary. We have massive news to report. After 16 years of authoritarian power, the people of Hungary have ousted Viktor Orban and his Fidesz party. About 78% voter turnout in Hungary. Voter turnout setting essentially record highs there. Peter Magyar, who leads the opposition THORNTON party, the pro-European Union party, the years of authoritarian power, the people of Hungary have ousted Viktor Orban and his Fidesz party. About 78%
Another
voter
dictator.
turnout in Hungary. Voter turnout setting essentially record highs there. Peter Magyar, who leads the opposition THORNTON party, the pro-European Union party, the pro-democracy party, the anti-Putin and anti-MAGA party, will go on to win this election, and not just win this election, but win big. The projections are that the THORNTON party will go on to win a supermajority. They need 133 seats to do that, to get that 2/3. They are on track to do that. Regardless, the THORNTON Tyza party, the opposition party, now the majority party, will have a majority
another
in parliament. But
tsunami.
if
We
they
got
can
one
hit
coming.
that 2/3, they can change the constitution of Hungary with that supermajority. So we're just waiting on that. But the projections are they will hit that supermajority, folks. The people in Hungary are rejoicing. You heard at the outset, Russia go home. Russia go home. You had Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and Putin and the Kremlin and the Trump regime working hard together to try to prop up Orban every single day, post after post from Donald Trump telling the people of Hungary, vote Viktor Orban. Donald Trump dispatched Marco Rubio to Hungary, J.D. Vance to Hungary. The MAGA movement held a CPAC convention in Hungary where Netanyahu's son was there. Netanyahu tried to prop up Viktor Orban. But folks, the opposition Tyza party will go on to win
the
this
devil
election,
is alive.
and they will win it big with 53% reported, and this number will increase as well. Of course, the Tyza party up 52.8% to 39.1%. 133 seats needed for the supermajority. As I noted, they are on their way to get that, but we will be keeping you posted there. Viktor Orban has officially conceded. He called up Peter Magyar of the Tyza party and congratulated Peter Magyar of the Tyza party. Peter Magyar posted, Prime Minister Viktor Orban congratulated us on our victory over the phone. A new Prime Minister of Hungary, Peter Magyar, everybody. And, you know, while Orban is right of that Putin sycophantic ilk, just like Donald Trump, at least Orban got on the phone and congratulated Peter Magyar right away. And at least as of now,
he's not a sore
fake
loser.
election and all the stuff that Donald Trump, the pathetic weasel in the White House, continues to whine about from 2020. But it is over, folks. Viktor Orban's concession speech moments ago, he said, we will continue to serve our country and the Hungarian nation. The election results, although not yet complete, is understandable and clear. The responsibility and opportunity of governance were not given to us. I congratulated the winning party. Now, before the election, you had Don Jr.
I had a
posting things like
military
this. To our
ex
friends
that
in
was
Hungary, we
stationed
hope you will vote for independent thinking.
in
And for
Budapest.
someone who stands for Hungary first, we hope you will vote for my father's friend and ally. One leader in Europe has a direct line to the White House. I hope you will support Viktor Orban, rebuked because the United States under the Trump regime has become utterly pathetic, treasonous, traitorous Trump and his treasonous, traitorous family, in my opinion, of course, protected by my First Amendment speech under the United States Constitution.
I didn't quite understand they
The United
gifts
States
and
has
stuff over there.
disgraced
I
the
was like,
world,
what? Now,
and
what
the
is
people
this?
of Hungary were faced with a simple decision.
Thank you.
Do you lean into Trump and Putin, or do you stand by Ukraine and Europe and the free world? And they said,
Yeah, I don't pay
we
my
are
dues to
standing
the
with the
military, baby.
European
You
Union.
can
We're
believe that.
standing with Ukraine. We're standing with Canada. We're standing with Australia. That is what we want our future to be, not this Trumpian, Putin, authoritarian mess. Ursula von der Leyen, the president of the European Commission, posted the following: Europe's heart is beating stronger in Hungary tonight. Remember the Donald Trump post from last week? He was posting this every single day. Get out and vote for Viktor Orban. Remember Donald Trump cut a video that he sent to Orban that was played in Hungary over and over again. Here's what he said. Play this clip.
A very big hello to CPAC Hungary. Congratulations to CPAC Chairman Matt Schlapp, as well as the Chairman of CPAC Hungary, Mikolos Sento, on this historic fifth gathering in the magnificent city of Budapest. It's a great place and a great country. I also want to say...
And remember, J.D. Vance
I
showed
need
up
for y'all to
there.
hit the like button. Y'all still with
Prime
me?
Minister Orban, because together the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of Hungary have been able to do...
Here's what he said. Play this clip.
A very big hello to CPAC Hungary. Congratulations to CPAC Chairman Matt Schlapp, as well as the Chairman of CPAC Hungary, Mikolos Sento, on this historic fifth gathering in the magnificent city of Budapest. It's a great place and a great country. I also want to send my best wishes to Prime Minister Viktor Orban, who I am endorsing, as you know. I am endorsing his election, which is coming up pretty soon. He has my complete and total endorsement, as a matter of fact. The Prime Minister has been a strong leader who's shown the entire world what's possible when you defend your borders, your culture, your heritage, your sovereignty, and your values. He's a fantastic guy, and it's such an honor to endorse him.
And remember, J.D. Vance showed up there. Play this clip.
In support of Prime Minister Orban, because together, the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of Hungary have been able to do amazing things. And we're here because we want to celebrate those amazing things. We want to build upon those amazing things. And of course, I want to help as much as I possibly can the Prime Minister as he faces this election season, which I believe is happening in just about a week, the election to elect the next Prime Minister of Hungary.
Netanyahu endorsed Viktor Orban. You see the authoritarian crew right there, right? Orban was trying to claim that Zelensky was working to invade Hungary and bomb Hungary pipelines, and Orban was trying to create false flags leading up to the election. But Peter Magyar, now the Prime Minister of Hungary, or the Prime Minister-elect, would always call it out, was always one step ahead. Folks, this is huge for Ukraine, because Hungary had always been the veto in the European Union, the country that would basically give all of the information to Russia. It was basically like having a Russian spy in the European Union, and they would try to undermine European Union support of Ukraine and European Union's
under the same pyramid,
and strength and solidarity from within. That was one of the things that Orban was trying to accomplish. I think about Donald Trump back on his, remember that Board of Peace thing that he did? By the way, where's that Board of Peace? More fraud, right? More fraud money, saying, oh, the Board of Peace is going to do this and that in the Middle East, right? As Donald Trump has destroyed the world order.
The people, they're happy that the leaders, they're happy.
Negotiations that took place where Donald Trump tried to change the 10-point framework that he agreed to with Iran, and now says he's blockading all of the Persian Gulf like the traitor that he is, in my opinion. Here's what he said about the Board of Peace meeting. Play this clip.
Listen closely, because this is a solemn promise. This will be the last pair of dentures you ever have to buy. Here is what...
But we're honored to be joined today by...
Oh, this is the drunk one.
Prime Minister Rama of Albania. President... Where is President Millet? You're another one, I'll tell you.
Oh, this is the drunk one.
Where's President Millet? I endorsed him. I'm not supposed to be endorsing people, but I endorse... When I like people, I've had a very good record of endorsing candidates within the United States. But now I endorse foreign leaders, including Viktor Orban, who's here, and others. And I endorse this gentleman, Millet. He was a little behind in the polls. He ended up winning in a landslide. I just endorsed the Prime Minister of Japan. She was in a tight race, but she's probably going to win. And she won in the largest number in the history of Japan. So she likes me a lot. But it was an honor, and you're doing good. Oh, look, they're sitting right next to Victor. But ultimately, I think I'm going to end up endorsing. Hey, look, as long as it works, it's okay with me. But the endorsement seems to be working in foreign countries, too, so that's good. But nice to have you both, Victor. Nice to have you both. Very proud of you.
We should not forget Marco Rubio's trip.
That's old boy cousin.
Marco Rubio was in
that man with them sideburn, the hey, we the monkey sideburn.
Nice to have you both. Very proud of you.
Yeah. Hey, we the monkey. People say we monkey around. Oh, that's Bibi Netanyahu cousin. Yup. We covered that too. Him. FBB. Malay is Milanoski. He just shortened his name. Hey, we the monkey. People say we monkey around. Don't he look like that? That's what I'm doing. I bet not know them words. Yes, indeed, Haunty. That is BB cousin Javier. Javier Milanowski. And they try to hide it from you when you research it. They gonna say there is no affiliation with that Malai. But you put Milanowski up in there and tell you how you bypass it. It'll tell you their connection, their great granddaddy, somebody, you know, one of them great, you know, is Nathan. They both got a Nathan Milanowski. Me like. That old goddamn auntie Fee, she get on my nerve. They want y'all to go somewhere else. Cause you mad at me because I put their ass out. Baby, I connect shit too. Yeah. They cousin. That's his cousin. On the daddy side. They both got Nathan. Old Pawpaw Nathan. They daddies are brothers. And they tried to screw it up and scratch it out. They tried to scrub the internet to avoid that connection. That's why the president, Javier, asked for 20 billion, to bail him out. And Trump blessed him with 20 more billion. Gave him 40 billion. Yeah, so don't get all brand new like you don't know why. Ooh, I don't know, you know, I like sponsoring. How you gonna sponsor the devil with our money? Boy, you
race,
gonna,
but
gonna
he's
get in
probably going to
trouble.
win. And she wanted the largest number in the history of Japan. So she likes me a lot. But it was an honor. And you're going to go, look, they're sitting right next to Victor. I think, but ultimately, I think I'm going to end up endorsing. Hey, look, as long as it works, it's okay with me.
As long as BB tell you to.
Seems to be working in foreign countries too, so that's good. But nice to have you both, Victor. Nice to have you both. Very proud of you.
We should not forget Marco Rubio's trip when Marco Rubio was in Hungary, and he said, and RT, Russia's propaganda network, said, quoted Rubio, because that was the crew. It was U.S., Russia working with Hungary, repudiated, rebuked. We are entering the golden era of relations between our countries. Rubio in Hungary said, I don't think it's any mystery and shouldn't be a mystery to anyone here how Donald Trump feels about you. At the end of the day, we're still human. We are still people. I remember when Orban visited the White House and said that he needs to get his own Caroline Leavitt because she was so good at propaganda for Donald Trump. Do you remember that?
She was good at lying and
right
covering.
here for all of you.
Working on every day, and that's what this
Yes, they are. They are owned by Google.
Cover it? Can I because they're fake news, that's why.
Can I get her someone?
Sure. Caroline, the Prime Minister would like you to work for him in Hungary.
Please consider. Please consider.
You know what?
She said, please consider. Because you know he will
Please
fire.
don't leave us, Caroline.
And there you have it, folks, as our editor-in-chief, Ron Filipkowski, writes, Peter Magyar's party, Taisa, has soundly defeated Viktor Orban in today's election.
Playing with Trump.
Congratulations to the Hungarian
APEC,
people
get him out.
for vanquishing a corrupt Putin puppet and rejecting Trump.
They say
Vance and
Putin
Rubio's
puppet.
Desperate. We should
It's
add
just like
Netanyahu there as well. Desperate and
Bibi
foolish attempt
Netanyahu
to tamper
puppet.
with your democracy. The people there
Trump
standing
in the middle
up
of both
in
of them.
solidarity. Powerful indeed to see. We'll keep you posted every step of the way here, but the people in Hungary are rejoicing right now. Here's a further message from European Union Ursula von der Leyen. Hungary has chosen Europe. Europe has always chosen Hungary. A country reclaims its European path. The Union grows stronger. Hungary has chosen Europe. Europe has always chosen Hungary. Together we go stronger. A country returns to its European path. The Union becomes stronger. Powerful indeed. Going to see if we have any updates right now for you on the ground there in Hungary right now. We'll keep you posted. That's what we got for now. We'll keep you posted every step of the way as always. Hit subscribe. Congratulations to Hungary for democracy, for freedom.
That's what's up. Okay, now what was this other one I needed to see? Major ruling.
We promise a tenfold refund if it doesn't work. Traditional dentures can lead to jawbone loss and alter your facial
As Donald Trump's catastrophic and unlawful war in Iran was exposed for what it was, as the American people saw how horrific Donald Trump and his regime were acting. I mean, most of it was coming from Donald Trump's own social media post, obliterating civilizations, using expletives, open the effing straight or else we'll demolish you. I mean, threatening genocide on social media platforms and then blowing up elementary schools and killing little girls.
What are they waiting for impeachment?
And this is why the press is so critical and plays such an important function. And reporters at the Pentagon historically are these veteran.
When y'all catch the replay, make sure y'all hype me up.
Who know this area at a very meticulous level. And in the past, lots of important stories and holding the Pentagon and our military-industrial complex accountable came from these reporters. And obviously, one of the first things that authoritarian regimes attempt to do is destroy the free press. And one of the areas that they targeted amongst all these other areas, were defense reporters. And a very feeble, weak little man named Pete Hegseth, who's the Department of Defense secretary, who calls himself a Department of War secretary, unlawfully instituted a lot of policies to try to block the press from gaining access to him, to gaining access within the Pentagon building itself, from attending meaningfully press conferences.
They don't want y'all to be able to tell the truth to the people
from the Pentagon unless you submitted your stories, essentially for approval to a team controlled by Pete Hegseth for them to review. Now,
I got my eye on you.
Started going down this path by saying, "Look, this is about national security, and it's." The press has free access.
Have you been here before,
to
Mary?
show up
One Fox?
Where the defense secretary is located and by our room, and and they shouldn't just be walking around the building. So we need to limit the mobility of them. And then it went from limiting the mobility of the press to what the ultimate intention was, which is just basically kicking out the press
California
from
governor's
the
race.
Pentagon, and then bringing in people like Mike Lindell and Laura Loomer and these far right-wing extremist influencers. And so members of the press challenged these policies that were put forward by Hegseth as a violation of the First Amendment. Obviously, there are national security issues where could be a balance between the First Amendment and national security issues, but the First Amendment is the first of the amendments in the Constitution for a reason, and the Pentagon
at the end, when you go to make a comment, go to the comment section.
There's no right to ban reporters from reporting truthfully.
You have
within
to
the Pentagon,
swipe it over where you're about to comment. Swipe it over into the say
classified information, in certain security issues, but you can't use that to cover all this other, valid, legitimate, important First Amendment bread and butter reporting that the press does. So about March 20th, a judge by the name of Judge Friedman in Washington, D.C., issued an order after a lawsuit was filed by members of the press and said, the press wins. They get their access back. You can't ban them. All of these limitations that you're providing and claiming, well, we're not excluding them. They just have to go through these, these hoops and ladders. What you set up was a system that effectively banned them because it requires your approval over their reporting. They have to sign a pledge that they'll be loyal to you, and no one's going to sign that pledge that they're going to maintain their independence as a reporter. And nobody signed it, whether it was Fox or Wall Street Journal,
how dare you,
Washington Post, or New York Times.
Heathen.
The only people who signed it were the right-wing extremist influencers who came in and took the place of the real defense reporters. So the reporters win the lawsuit.
They wanted to
and
dictate.
Then a few days later, Pete Hegseth implements a new plan and policy and says, okay, well, now we basically have escorts and chaperones who need to be with you in the building, and you have to go through these hoops and hurdles. So he sets up a whole new system of new hoops and hurdles and says, okay, the judge ruled that we can't do these hoops and hurdles, so we're putting in these hoops and hurdles, and I guess you're going to have to sue us again. And that takes a long time, filing a whole new lawsuit. So what the reporters did, rather than filing a whole new lawsuit, they filed a motion for compliance with the court's prior order. And they said, hey, judge,
you made this ruling that we get our access back and we can report on things like the war or other topics that defense reporters talk about.
Oh, he
and
finna
now,
fire
rather
him.
than making us sign Pledge A of loyalty, we have to do Pledge B of loyalty, and it's basically just changing it slightly to try to avoid your order. And the judge was like, yeah, that's basically what happened. And the judge in this order said, the court cannot conclude this opinion without noticing once again what this case is really about, the attempt by the Secretary of Defense to dictate the information received by the American people.
He can't get it through to the
control
judges.
the message that the public hears and sees only what the Secretary and the Trump administration want them to hear and see. The Constitution demands better. The American public demands better, too. Over the past few weeks, the court has received dozens of letters and postcards from people across the country explaining what the First Amendment means to them. To quote one such letter, a free press is essential to the success of our democratic republic. The people are the government, and they cannot make good, well-informed choices without all the facts. A free press is an excellent place to start. The protection of freedom enshrined in the First Amendment is a fundamental principle of American government. The First Amendment means that government has no power to thwart the process of free discussion, to abridge the freedoms necessary to make that process work. With the issuance of the interim policy, the department has invoked slightly different language to achieve the same unconstitutional result. The curtailment of First Amendment rights is dangerous at any time, and even more so in a time of war. Suppression of political speech is the mark of autocracy, not democracy, as the framers recognized when they drafted the First Amendment. I want to bring in Harry Littman from the Talking Feds YouTube channel and Talking Feds Substack. Now, Harry, I was reading a story the other day where the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, in Iraq, basically posted, "We are condemning the fact that there was a terrorist attack on people in the embassy, and we have summoned the Iraqi government to ask them why are you not, disciplining or controlling the Shiite militia groups." And when people read that, when I read that, I was like, wait a minute, there was a terrorist attack on our building, and why I didn't know about that. That's kind of a big story. Like, what's happening here? Harry, those two purported F-15E pilots who were shot out of the sky, and then some story was told of hundreds of special forces near the Isfahan nuclear base were there to rescue these two F-15E pilots, and that's the Trump regime's version of events. But as I pointed out, you had two C-130s, hundreds of special forces. Wouldn't you be bringing more attention to the two F-15E pilots rather than just bringing in one or two people in a quick helicopter? So when I hear stories like that, I don't want to get conspiratorial, Harry, and say, oh, it's not two F-15E pilots. Maybe this was basically subterfuge for a broader mission to try to get uranium from the Isfahan facility. I don't know, because this regime lies about everything. They want to take out the reporters, and those are two stories that I just mentioned where having reporters inside the Pentagon make all the difference in the world, right? So break it down for us, Harry, what a big deal
well,
this
first,
case.
so Ben, get conspiratorial, because War Secretary Pete Hegseth has shown himself not simply willing, but eager to absolutely shape the story. Remember, he's the guy who banned photographers because they didn't think they were flattering enough of his War Secretary countenance. He's absolutely, it's the old book from autocracies, just try to control things during wartime. So, excuse me. Don't hold back. Look, the first effort was outrageous in and of itself for the reasons Friedman broke down, for trying to restrict access to right-minded reporters, for trying to keep stories from getting to the American people, from trying to make it a crime to do what reporters do every day, which is ferret out information from sources. That's the bane of agencies, but that's exactly how things work in Washington. This one was doubly outrageous because it did the exact same things, but in a ham-handed way tried to somehow pull one over on the judge by somehow, paraphrasing a little and doing this or that. And Friedman, who is a sharp cookie, was having none of it. He went through methodically, but he had, as you say, different points in the opinion that showed, one, you got to be kidding me, and two, the stakes here are grand. So he begins the opinion. The first words in the opinion are the words of the First Amendment, and then a long paean to it from the absolutist First
We're gonna have
Amendment
to go in there, y'all.
Justice Hugo Black, and it goes from there. But when he cuts to the chase, he says, this is like quite obviously just a way to get around my other order. It's exactly what you're trying to do. And in sort of concrete terms, they were going to very much restrict access. Here's a little corridor that reporters can stay in, and we have to escort them anywhere else. And even more perniciously, basically make it a crime to get a scoop, to get a story on the grounds that you are somehow aiding and abetting the violation by the employee who's giving you this information. If that were so, all kinds of coverage of government would simply be shut down. So Friedman was, on the one hand, methodical, analytical, sort of unfazed, but on the other, had a real tone of, you guys are really trying to pull the wool over my eyes. I wasn't born yesterday. And by the way, even in the interim order that they did these new measures, they said, we think Friedman got it wrong. And so Friedman says, look, it's okay if I make an order for you to do something new to adhere to it. What's not okay is for you to just, do the same thing and dress it up a little bit. Go ahead and try your luck, as they're going to try to do, I think, at the D.C. Circuit. See if you can get it reversed. But Friedman in particular has made a very strong record that this is really fundamental stuff, and that the wartime context only makes it more exigent that we find out about these things. Just a quick comment on your two stories. You're right, we don't have them. That rescue of that second guy in with the pilot, we hear that there were hundreds of people combing the countryside. He was just somewhere in a cave with a phone, but that somehow the CIA was able to figure it out and pass that info on to the Pentagon. Actually, it sounds sort of heroic to me, but we really don't know what the hell happened. And when we don't know with this administration what the hell happened, your first suspicion is they don't want you to know because it doesn't look so good for them. And that's, precisely what the First Amendment forbids. You got to take your medicine. It is the First Amendment after all.
Take your medicine.
Friedman showed himself to be a very strong steward of it. He's very well respected across the aisle up at the D.C. Circuit. They'll scream emergency.
Okay, y'all, I'm rushing now because I got something in my ear. And then I'm going to have a bombshell. Ooh, y'all please hit the like button. Ooh. Y'all ready for this? Let's hear what Trump's daughter. Let's watch this and hear this body language. Y'all ready for this?
Now. And
are we ready to go there?
I did the best I could every.
Because one thing is for sure that maybe some people don't know. Dang, do I want to go here for how long I've been on here? Y'all, do I need to get off of here and come back? Yeah, y'all want me to come back? Y'all want me to come back on a different live? What time is it? It's 10:50. Yeah, y'all, I may need to do a separate live. So I'll be back. Stay. My likes ain't went up. I ain't received no super chat, super sticker, or nothing. And I've been on here for 6 hours and 5 minutes. Y'all need to send some donations to my Cash App. Cause I ain't gonna get nothing more than I got. Hold on. Y'all, somebody need to bless me. Cause baby, if y'all bless me right, let me see. AUNTEAFEE. Bless my Cash App. Wow. If not, I'm gonna have to come back because I've been on here over 6 hours. I'm 3 hours, 3.5 hours more than I normally do. But it just woke up. You just woke up, Janet. Silver, you don't want me to go eat? Yeah, somebody, y'all need to bless my Cash App. Who is Sonya? Hi, Sonya. Because there's a whole... how did I miss this? I was about to do... How long is this one? 20 minutes, but there... Y'all need to hear my Cash App go off.
I have seen extraterrestrials face to face.
In the shrubbery are little gray entities, UFOs, land in front of them. They're in Antarctica.
What are we doing? Am I going? Thank God for these judges. Am I going? Am I coming back later on? What are we doing? I need my Cash App to go out. I appreciate the dollars. Yeah, but this right here is right here. And y'all, let us not forget that she had to testify against her daddy. Y'all remember? I know we ain't heard much about it, but y'all remember she had to testify against her daddy. And oh boy, Jack Smith was in there. And she was saying, she said some ugly things about her daddy. He made her do it. Yeah, she's a mother now. She's a whole mother now. She is not a Christian anymore. She changed her religion for her dude. But she had to testify, yes, my daddy told me to do it. What did she call it? She say, daddy, my father, or he's not my father, or some crazy stuff. You know, there are rumors about her too. So for her to be doing an interview, let me see. My Cash App is not okay. So let me see. Thank you, Janet. Thank you for a donation. Who else is gonna help Janet? Janet has started the donation. Yeah, but because I'm 6 hours in, boo. And this, I can give y'all a little piece of it, but there's a whole hour plus long interview with Ivanka. And I don't know how to process this. Yeah, I think I need to come back. I ain't lying. Thank God. Thank you. Yeah. I don't want to be mean. I really don't. I don't even have a picture of her. Y'all, let me snap her and set up a live. Another live. Hold on. Yeah, I'm trying to see if y'all was going to... I got a donation, I do, but for me to stay on another hour... Janet, I really do appreciate it. But for me to stay on another whole hour, on a 6 hour live... I need to do this one separate. But I'm going to set it up, try to set it up now. so I can merge right into it. That may be my best bet. Let me see what I can do. Because this is going to be intriguing for me as well as y'all. I just want to hear her talk about her daddy and how she really feels since he was screaming that she betrayed the family. Y'all remember that? He was screaming that she betrayed the family. Not him, but introducing them to cheating, lying, and stealing. Ooh, she look kind of cross-eyed right here, but I'm gonna let you make it. Y'all, we just ain't seen this family come out like this before. What's really going on? Is it Kirshner? Is it Kurshner or Kursner? Ooh. Y'all, what's really going on? Okay, y'all, listen. Maybe y'all done left. I don't know. Let me set this up right. I'm setting it. I'm gonna have to change this picture. I definitely do not like this picture. But she even started it off by pushing a picture of her mama, her and her mama. Let me show y'all this. Girl, can you believe this? Can you believe this, Auntie Fee? Is this girl finna give up these secrets? Cause I remember him saying that it is her fault. She has betrayed the family. And right here, she is looking at a picture of her and her mom.
Extraordinary.
Oh, oh my God. Oh my God. She crying. Oh my God. Y'all, it won't even let me move.
Discomfort.
Whoever invented this deserves a raise. I can't believe it's already 2025 and people are still using this.
Y'all, what's gonna happen?
This should have been in the trash years ago. It's time.
And like, you have to like unlock that, and you have to really make the time.
Our own path into the business world, succeeding at every turn.
And then 2 weeks before he announces, your father decides he wants.
Oh, so she going there. because she had Melania had an opportunity to save Ivanka, and she didn't. Y'all don't remember this? Y'all, are y'all still here? Y'all must be gone. Okay, I'm setting it live for 11:15. This is about to get good. It's about to get good.